Are you sure they are going to be all right? Charmaine asked in a worried tone as she looked behind her. They are clearly no match for those guys. Everyone in the Thousand Beast domain had become her dear comrades, especially Kasaganaga and his group. They'll be fine, Conan replied. Maybe. William's face was still twisted in pain as he fought hard to contain the backlash of Elliot's death. Losing a quarter of his soul had almost paralyzed his body, and he was barely hanging on to his consciousness. We're almost there. Just hang on for a little while longer, Baba Yaga said. Do you see those two statues over there? We just need to pass through between them and we are out of this place. And you think that I will allow you to do as you please. The dark wraith materialized in front of them and swung its death scythe towards the black Chelan that was carrying William. A metallic sound rang in the surroundings as the dark wraith's death scythe clashed with the death scythe of a black-haired teenager, whose crimson eyes glowed faintly. We don't need your permission to cross over, Conan replied firmly. I will deal with you personally. Delusional insect, the dark wraith said with contempt. A fearless smile appeared on Conan's face as his hair stood up, revealing golden stripes in it that crackled with lightning. Rulebreaker full attack mode on, Conan stated. Particles of golden light started to radiate from his body, making the weapon in his hand turn crimson. And no, Claire shouted from within Celeste's sea of consciousness. He activated his full powers. He is going to die at this rate. Before anyone could react, a burning fist smashed into the dark wraith's cheek, sending it tumbling hundreds of meters away. A beautiful blonde fairy who seemed to be in her late teens hovered beside Conan. Her body was also radiating golden particles of light, proving that she had also used 100% of her power. Chloe, why? Celeste asked as she looked at her familiar with a shocked expression on her face. Why? Chloe gave Celeste a sidelong glance before shifting her gaze back at her opponent. It's because I'm too weak. Go. Conan and I will handle this bastard. Sixth Master, William said with a pained expression. You shouldn't have. Just go. Chloe replied without even looking at him. Don't let our sacrifice be in vain. Lilith glanced at Celeste then back at William. In the end, it was Celeste who flew away first with tears in her eyes. She knew that Chloe had already resolved herself in fighting to the death with their enemies in order to keep them safe. The Amazon princess gritted her teeth as he urged Raiden to fly towards the two statues in the distance. You're not getting away, the dark wraith shouted as it phased out from its location in order to teleport towards William's location. You're the one that is not getting away, Chloe sneered as she kicked the space in front of her. Immediately, a pained scream was heard as the dark wraith was blown away by the force of her kick. How? The dark wraith wondered as it looked at Chloe in disbelief. It had clearly entered the ethereal realm, which allowed it to pass through anything. It simply couldn't understand how the beautiful fairy's attack managed to pierce it from a different dimension. Rulebreaker burst mode activated, Chloe stated. All the laws of this world will shatter under my fists. You kicked me, the dark wraith complained. Yes, Chloe nodded. And there's more where that came from. As if waiting for that cue, Chloe and Conan simultaneously attacked the dark wraith, giving it no room for a counterattack. Both familiars were burning their life force, which allowed them to reach the peak of the demigod rank. Although their opponent was a pseudogod, both of them had activated their rule-breaker skills. This allowed them to bend reality to their will, preventing the dark wraith from having its way. 3 trails of light zigzagged across the sky as they fought with everything they had. Conan and Chloe were determined to bring the dark wraith to the afterlife with them, while the latter was doing its best to endure their repeated blows at high speeds. Insignificant insects, the dark wraith roared. Fool, we are not insects, Conan replied as he slashed at the dark wraith's arm, cutting it off completely. We are familiars, Chloe shouted as she smashed her fist into the dark wraith's face, making all of its teeth shatter. Conan's death scythe burned brightly as he prepared to unleash his ultimate attack. Slice reality, ataraxia. The devil familiar slashed at the dark wraith's body with all of his might. A moment later, Its entire body was engulfed in crimson flames that made the pseudo-god cry out in pain. Chloe then smashed her fists together, coating them in brilliant golden flames. Requiem, fists of eternal damnation. Chloe unleashed a flurry of punches that smashed every part of the dark wraith's body, making its existence crumble. "Save me, my lord! Save me!" The dark wraith's hoarse pleading echoed within the ancient ruins. However, instead of being saved, only words of disappointment answered his desperate calls for help. "Useless thing!" Ahriman's voice thundered in the heavens. A dark beam of light shot through the red portal at a very fast rate, headed for the dark wraith's location. Seeing that Ahriman still chose to save it, the dark wraith was relieved. However, when he noticed the sneer on Conan's face, it felt that something was out of place. Conan used his death scythe to block the black beam of light. To Ahriman's and the dark wraith's surprise, the beam was absorbed by the death scythe in Conan's hands, preventing it from reaching its intended target. "Die!" Conan swiped his death scythe at the dark wraith that was on its last legs, dispersing its existence from the world. Immediately, a hateful roar thundered in the heavens as Ahriman's fury made the ancient ruins tremble. "You dare!" Conan faced the direction of the red portal and raised his middle finger. "I dare, bitch. What can you do about it?" The sky rumbled as a booming thunderclap resonated within the heavens. Conan only chuckled after seeing this scene. He knew that Ahriman's power was sealed, so he couldn't do much but vent his frustration somewhere else. "You really are something," Chloe said as she looked at Conan's face. Crack marks had already started to spread on his body, but the handsome devil only gave her a refreshing smile. "I guess I'll be accompanying Elliot soon," Conan replied. "Although he doesn't show it, he gets lonely quite easily." "Sounds fun. I guess I'll be coming with you as well." Chloe smiled as cracks also started to appear on her hands before they traveled all the way to her main body. About that, can you wait a few more days?" Conan asked as he approached Chloe. "William will suffer one hell of a backlash after losing Elliot and I don't think he will be able to take care of himself. You should do it in our place." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Chloe asked as the cracks started to spread across her face. Conan smirked as he rested his death scythe across Chloe's shoulders. "Destiny bind." Conan's death scythe turned into particles of light and merged with Chloe's body. The cracks on her face started to disappear at a rapid rate. "Why you?" Chloe looked at Conan with a complicated expression on her face. "At most, you will be able to live for 4 more days," Conan said as the cracks covered his entire body. "Use that time to the fullest. Do not regret anything. I'll leave Will in your very capable hands." Conan closed his eyes as his body slowly dispersed like ashes blown by the wind. "I kept my promise, Ayla," Conan said softly. "The rest is up to you." Chloe's vision blurred as she tried to grasp the ashes that were slipping through her fingertips. Her pained sobs were drowned out by the thunderous roars in the sky. But, even then, the beautiful fairy's sadness made her feel numb to everything. She didn't care about Ahriman's furious roars, nor did she care about his disappointment. There were only 4 familiars that had been born in the world of Hestia. Now, there were only 2 of them left. Soon, only one of the 4 will remain. In the beginning, she, Claire, and Celeste dreamed of spreading the familiomancer profession to the world. Although it was fleeting, the happiness they felt, knowing that they were no longer alone, made even the most stubborn fairy look forward to a brighter tomorrow. However, right now, that tomorrow was so far out of her reach. "Thank you, Conan," Chloe said as she wiped away the tears from her eyes. "These 4 days that you gave me, I will not use them in vain." Chloe flew towards the 2 statues in the distance with a heart that ached painfully. Now that William had lost half of his soul, she knew that he would suffer terribly. If her life would lessen the pain he was feeling, Chloe would not hesitate to give her soul to him. If that was the only way that the 2 of them could be together, she would gladly offer her existence to the person that made her little heart understand how it felt to fall in love with someone, even if that someone was a person that couldn't love her back. Shannon slowly placed the brush to the side as a depressed sigh escaped her lips. the image of a black-haired teenager, whose body was slowly dispersing into nothingness, could be seen on her canvas. Although there were quite a few people inside the room, almost no sound could be heard, except Princess Ayla's sobbing. The angelic princess had already collapsed on the floor and was crying her eyes out the moment Conan died. "I kept my promise, Ayla. The rest is up to you." Conan's last words were still fresh in her mind as the sadness she was feeling intensified. The devil familiar was her first real friend, and they had been together ever since William had asked Conan to take her on a tour of the academy. Perhaps it was due to Conan being part of William's soul, or the devil familiar's kind nature, but Princess Ayla found him to be true and genuine. Because of this, his death had left a heavy burden in her heart and mind, making her unable to stop the tears that were flowing due to heartache. Zeph, who was also inside the room, sighed deeply in his heart. He and Josh had a hunch that William could become the heir of darkness. However, never in their wildest dreams did they think that the first son of the demon lord, Felix, was the one that was written in the prophecy. "This is bad," Zeph thought as a deep frown appeared on his face. "This is very bad." Now that the identity of the heir was known, they had to revise the plan they had made. "Is there nothing we can do?" Vesta asked through gritted teeth. She was clenching her hand so hard that blood was already spilling from her palms. Chiffon had been her close playmate whenever she visited the Thousand Beast domain. The pink-haired girl would often accompany her to the theme park, alongside Medusa, in order to ride the attractions and play games in the arcade. Vesta had very few friends, so she held them very dear in her heart. No thanks to the demon lord, people always thought of her as nothing more than a tool they could use in order to further their ambitions and create a strong connection with her demigod father, Josh. Now that her close friend had died, she wanted to avenge her. However, the opponents were simply far too strong for her to fight head-on. Perhaps even her father would have a hard time facing them. After all, the one that they were going to fight against were pseudo-gods, existences that were between demigods and gods. "You can't do anything," Shannon answered softly. "But I can. However, I will need to make necessary preparations. Everyone in the room, please leave, except for Princess Ayla. She can stay." Kira and Athrun glanced at each other before decisively leaving the room together. Vesta gave Princess Ayla a sidelong glance before following the two of them. Zeph was the last one to leave the room. The old patriarch kept on shaking his head from side to side as if all hope was lost. Once everyone had left the room, except for Princess Ayla, who was still sobbing on the floor, Shannon pressed her hands together, as if in a prayer. "Mother, please, lend me strength," Shannon said with her eyes closed. A few seconds later, Conan's painting flew off the canvas, and it was instantly replaced by a white canvas that was in a blank state. "Wait for me, my prince," Shannon said with determination as she pressed her palms on the blank canvas in front of her. "I'm coming for you." A blood-curdling scream escaped William's lips as he held his head with both hands. Lilith, who was supporting his body from behind, almost panicked because the half-elf had almost fallen off the black Chelan's back, due to his thrashing. Half a minute later, William's body went limp as he lost consciousness. Blood seeped out from the corner of his lips, and tears once again fell from the corners of his eyes. Celeste, who was flying alongside the black Chelan, also had a pained expression on her face. She had clearly felt Chloe's existence about to disappear. But, for some miraculous reason, her little fairy had survived. However, she could still feel a stinging pain deep inside her sea of consciousness, due to having her familiar's existence almost snuffed out. "Conan has probably disappeared," Claire's melancholic voice echoed from inside Celeste's head. "This is the only explanation I can think of why we both felt that Chloe's life force almost disappeared completely." "I think you're right." Celeste gave William a worried glance before shifting her attention back to what was ahead of them. They had just passed through the two statues and were now outside the ancient ruins. However, the corruption of the land was also affecting them. This was why their group continued to travel southwards, in order to break past the dark sky that was hovering above their heads, with the hope of finally leaving Ahriman and his forces behind. "I'm worried," Claire's anxious voice once again sounded inside her head. I have a feeling that Chloe's death was only delayed. It is possible that she might also disappear at any moment. Celeste didn't say anything because she also thought the same. However, she couldn't worry about her right now. Chloe had already made up her mind, and the only thing she could do was respect it. Let's get out of here first. Celeste lightly clenched her fist. Let's worry about her condition later. Claire no longer said anything. However, Celeste could feel the sadness that was emanating from Chloe's twin, who had always been by her side through thick and thin. I will make them pay. Claire made an oath in her heart. Although it didn't show on her face, she deeply cared about Chloe, and would stop at nothing to make her twin happy. I will make all of them pay. You! What did you do to us? The bull demon king shouted in anger. Answer me, you weird-looking anteater. Weird-looking. Kasaganaga stomped its little foot angrily on the blood eagle's back as he looked down on the bull demon king and his comrades, who were locked in place by a powerful seal. Side characters like you have no right to call me weird-looking. Kasaganaga raised its chin arrogantly as its adorable voice resonated in the surroundings. If all my fans spit on you at the same time, you'll be drowning in a sea of spit. I spit on you, weird-looking bull. Saglav chuckled as he watched this scene from the side. He was holding a pearl-like artifact in his hand that kept the pseudo-gods in a transparent diamond cage that prevented them from attacking any of them. Urketu and Jareth were holding similar artifacts, and they were outstanded by its capabilities to seal their pursuers. Originally, they thought that this was a suicide mission planned by Kasaganaga. Although they didn't mind dying to help William escape, they believed that at most, they would only be able to stop their pursuers' advance for only a few seconds. Let us out of here, you weird-looking anteater. Princess Iron Fan shouted as she tried to break the cage by mashing her fan against it. However, just like their earlier attempts, nothing happened. The pseudo-gods thought that the barrier would easily shatter if all of them attacked together. To their surprise, no matter how much they attacked it, not even a scratch could be seen on its surface. Ha! Is that all you can do, you ugly bitch? Saglav sneered. You thought that you could overpower us because your rank is higher than ours? Well, surprise you ugly duckling. You fuckers ain't going anywhere. Shut up, you demonic mutt. Princess Iron Fan lashed out in anger. The moment I break free from this thing, I will skin you alive and make you regret that you were ever born. Do it ugly. I dare you. KHH, you insignificant demon. I'll tear you piece by piece later. Saglav felt so smug at the moment because he never thought that he could curse pseudo-gods without fearing their counterattack. He then continued to irritate Princess Iron Fan with his contemptuous words, which made the beautiful demon's face turn beet red from anger. Kasaganaga also had a triumphant look on its face before glancing at its friends. You guys go back. I can take it from here. Ha! Saglav blinked his eyes as he looked at the arrogant-looking anteater who had the "leave them to me" expression on its adorable face. Go back? Urketu asked. Why should we go back? Because you have already played your roles, Kasaganaga replied. The moment the barrier was formed, there was no longer any need for the three of you to stay. I am more than enough to hold them all here. Saglav scoffed as he flew towards Kasaganaga. He was still mounted on the flying cloud that Sun Wukong had left them earlier, and he was quite surprised that they had stayed even though their master had gone back to the heavens. Oi! What kind of joke are you playing here? Saglav asked in irritation. Are you trying to play the hero? You can stay if you want to, Kasaganaga shrugged. However, they will be free in 10 minutes. You've irritated that lady from the very start. I'm sure that she will be more than happy to skin you alive once the barrier breaks. Oh oi, you're joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Fuck! Saglav wasn't able to stop himself from cursing out loud as he glanced at the demoness, who was surprised at the revelation that they would be free in a few minutes. Ha ha ha! Did you hear that, you damn mutt? Princess Iron Fan shouted. Just sit there and wash your neck. I will torture your soul for eternity. Saglav gulped subconsciously as his single eye trembled due to Princess Iron Fan's threat. Okay. Good luck. Soglav patted Kasaganaga's head before flying away in haste. I'm out of this place. Urketu and Jareth looked at Kasaganaga with a serious expression on their faces. But the rainbow-colored anteater only nodded its head, telling them to leave everything to him. Don't worry. I have survived the era of gods, Kasaganaga said with confidence. I can survive a few pseudo-gods easy peasy. Understood. Urketu nodded. Be careful. Let's reunite later in the Thousand Beast domain. Got it. Kasaganaga nodded. You too, Jareth. Make sure to keep a close eye on Soglav. That fool can get carried away at times. I'll do my best, Jareth replied before flying away. We'll wait for you. MMM. Kasaganaga hummed as its gaze locked in on the pseudo-gods that were currently eyeing him with contempt. Urketu was the last one to leave. Although he was reluctant, he felt that Kasaganaga had already made up his mind to face their opponents alone. Skadrez, the blood eagle, also uttered a soft cry before leaving the anteater on the ground. Don't worry. Kasaganaga patted the blood eagle's head after jumping off its back. We will meet sooner than you think. Skadrez nudged its head against the anteater's face for a few seconds before taking off towards the sky. Although it didn't want to leave Kasaganaga behind, the rainbow-colored anteater was adamant that he could handle things on his own. The pseudo-gods watched them leave with renewed confidence on their faces. Now that they knew that they would be freed after a few more minutes, they prepared themselves to take vengeance on the insects that dared to block their way. Ha ha ha! Where did that smugness from earlier go? Princess Ironfan asked in ridicule as she looked down at the rainbow-colored anteater who was currently snacking on a few gummy bears. Are you ready to die, weird-looking anteater? Kasaganaga ignored Princess Ironfan's words, as he continued to savor the gummy bears that William had given him long ago. I never thought I'd be fighting for the sake of a half-elf, Kasaganaga muttered as it glanced in the direction where his friends had gone. It has been many years since I was freed from that block of ice, and, at first, the only thing I felt for you was resentment. Now, I can't think of a day passing without having fun with Soglav, Urketu, and my other friends in the Thousand Beast domain. Fun times. Truly fun times. Will, I enjoyed the several art books that you gave me. The sound of something cracking could be heard coming from behind him, but Kasaganaga didn't even turn his head to look at where the sound was coming from. It continued to look towards the south where it could feel William's existence. I believe that you called the story in that picture book a fairy tale, right? Kasaganaga continued to mutter as he gazed in the distance. It's quite unfortunate, but I wasn't able to finish the last story, Little Mermaid. I wonder, did that story have a happy ending or not? The sound of several crystal cups shattering at the same time reverberated behind the anteater, making the latter smile sadly. It ate the last gummy bear in its paws and chewed it properly. I'll ask William to give me more when I see him again, Kasaganaga thought as it enjoyed the unusual flavor inside its mouth. Kasaganaga then turned around to face the angry pseudo-gods who wanted to skin him alive with a calm expression on its face. Pseudo-gods who came to a world that is not your own. Remember this and remember it well. Kasaganaga raised its head and faced them fearlessly. I am the deity of the sky. I am the protector of the human race. I will not let any of you pass. Kasaganaga jumped towards the sky as it curled up its body, transforming into a 10-foot-tall spiked wrecking ball. Although it understood what fate awaited it, it didn't back down for the sake of those that were important to it. The deity of the sky, Kasaganaga, charged fearlessly at the beings that invaded not only its world, but the happiness that it had experienced over the years. For them, the rainbow-colored anteater was willing to do anything. I'm rolling. No, how can this be? Celeste uttered in disbelief as she looked in front of her. A demon with long, platinum blonde hair and red eyes looked at her with an indifferent expression from where he stood. Behind him, an army that numbered in the tens of thousands stood, with their flags fluttering in the wind. Took you brats long enough, the demon lord Luciel said in a cold and indifferent voice filled with confidence. Just as soon as William's entourage broke past the dome of darkness, the first thing that they saw was the demon lord holding a giant greatsword in his hands. Standing beside him were two demigods. On his left was El Sibin, who had attacked William in the north when the half-elf tried to exterminate the Gremory clan's stronghold. The demon eyed the unconscious William, as the corner of its mouth curled up into a smirk. Very few individuals were able to escape his grasp, but, in the end, El Sibin was still able to kill them all. The demigod had no doubt in his mind that, today, he would add another skeleton to his collection. On Lucille's right side, a giant ape-like creature with a single eye on its head looked down on them. On its chest was a gaping mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. It was none other than the demigod that ruled over the west side of the demon realm. The monster Mapingwari. Baba Yaga, I think you're standing on the wrong side, Lucille said with a sneer. Shouldn't you be on our side? Boy, I've been around since before you sucked your mother's tits. Baba Yaga scoffed the demon lord's disrespectful words towards her. So what if you have those two dumb dumps beside you? Do you really think that I can't smash your face when I feel like it? True, Lucille admitted. But I'm fairly confident that you will not be able to smash my face to death. How about this? I will allow you to switch sides while I'm still in the mood. What do you think? The old witch raised the pestle in her hand and pointed it in Lucille's direction. I think I have heard enough of your bullshit. If you want a fight, then a fight you shall get. Baba Yaga had long been enduring the hatred in her heart after her disciple had been taken away from her. She was unable to fight against the Bull Demon King and his cohorts because she wasn't their match. But looking at the smugness on the Demon Lord's face rekindled the anger that she had been silently enduring in her heart. It was at that moment when Chloe passed through the barrier. She then flew towards her people's side and stood beside Celeste, facing the demon army. Just like everyone else, she had also been shocked at the scene that she saw as soon as she had escaped the Dome of Darkness. Right now, she was unable to use her full powers because she was on borrowed time. At most, she could only exert 30% of her strength, which was only equivalent to that of a millennial beast. Even so, the blonde-haired fairy didn't back down. Her body radiated with killing intent as she took a fighting stance, ready to attack at any given moment. Not long after, 3 more creatures passed through the Dome of Darkness, and they were none other than Soglav, Urketu, and Jareth. All of them landed in front of the Black Chelan, protecting their master from Lucille's determined gaze. Where is Kasaganaga? Lilith asked as she looked at the trio in front of her. He stayed behind to hold off our pursuers, Urketu replied. He will rejoin us shortly. I see. Lilith didn't ask any more questions. She understood what Urketu was trying to say, and it made her bite her lip in frustration. A low growl escaped Soglav's jaws as he stared hatefully at the demon army in front of him. Right now, the demonic dog wished for nothing more than to tear the demons' bodies apart so he could drink their blood and eat their flesh. Give him to me, and I'll let all of you live, Lucille declared. At most, the rest of you will become slaves, but your lives will be spared. That is still a better fate than dying, no? Lucille eyed Celeste's beautiful figure, as well as the elves that were currently glaring at him from on top of their winged horses. He could feel the hate that was emanating from their bodies, but the demon lord simply didn't care about their feelings. For him, women were just tools to be used in order to breed children. Exceptional women would give birth to exceptional children. This was why he had tasked his men to kidnap the genius ladies of the different races in order to bring them back to the demon realm, where they would live their new lives as broodmares. Even the demons that were standing behind their lord eyed the beauties in front of them. All of them could tell that they were exceptional women, and worthy of being taken captive for their race's future. Lucille once again shifted his attention towards the unconscious half-elf who was currently in the embrace of the Amazon princess. I will ask you one last time. Give that boy to me, Lucille said without a trace of mercy. My patience has its limit. Lilith glared at the demon lord as she firmly gripped Gleipnir in her right hand. The only way you can take him from me is over my dead body, Lilith declared. I will not let you have him. Such a pity, Lucille shrugged. Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you. You still have your uses, princess. I'm sure that your mother will be more than willing to negotiate as long as you are my hostage. In your dreams. Foolish girl. I prefer reality over dreams. After all, only in the real world can I crush my opponents and feel their warm blood staining my hands. That half-elf will pay for the crimes of his father. Don't worry. I will let you personally witness how I deal with him. Don't let him rile you up, girl. Baba Yaga's voice reached her ears. That bastard still hasn't changed his sick hobby of playing mind games with his enemies. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let him touch any of you. Lucille smirked after hearing Baba Yaga's words. He was about to order an attack when he sensed several fluctuations in the air. Finally, we caught up with these hateful insects. Princess Ironfan shouted as she eyed Soglav from where she hovered in the sky. That mutt is mine. The rest of you can find your own playthings. Soglav ignored Princess Ironfan's words because his single eye was locked on the Bull Demon King's hand. A choked sob escaped his lips as the demonic dog's gaze landed on the bloody creature that the demonic bull was holding in his hand. Even from a distance, he could tell that the rainbow-colored anteater was no longer breathing. Several of its scales were missing from its back, and blood covered its entire body. Blood still dripped from Kasaganaga's mouth as its body hung limply in the Bull Demon King's hand. Soglav growled with anger and resentment. He no longer cared if he would live to see the next sunrise. All he cared about was fighting tooth and nail against the Bull Demon King, as well as his wife, Princess Ironfan, for what they did to his friend. Urketu and Jareth both summoned their weapons and held them firmly in their hands. Although they didn't say anything, they were feeling the same way as Soglav. If they were going to die today, they would rather die fighting with everything they had, than bow down and grovel at their enemy's feet. They would never do that. They would rather die than submit. That was the least they could do for their friend who had fought for their sake, in order to give them time to escape. Come at me, you ugly bitch, Soglav roared in defiance. I am right here. Come and get me. For the first time in his life, Soglav didn't feel fearful of fighting an opponent that was leagues above his rank. His anger burned brightly inside his chest as his single eye remained locked on his friend's bloody body as it continued to dangle in the Bull Demon King's hand. Wait for me, Kasaganaga, Soglav vowed. I know that you get lonely easily. Don't worry. I will be joining you in the afterlife soon. The demonic dog summoned a giant sword of darkness in his hand as he faced his hated enemies. Soglav knew that before this day was over, this battle would come to an end. He only hoped that when he crossed the afterlife, the friends that he had shared many memorable moments with would be waiting for him at the crossroads between life and death. High above the Kirinter Mountains, a sigh escaped Takam's lips. He had been closely observing the battle that was happening in the northern part of the demon realm through the power of his artifact. Sometimes I wonder, Takam muttered. The events of the world are often guided by those who wish for destruction, and yet they unknowingly create someone who will destroy them in turn. I guess this is part of the never-ending cycle of destruction and rebirth. Takam gazed at the unconscious William and sadly shook his head. Araman, I don't know if I should thank you or hate you, Takam said as he stood up from his throne. He then disappeared from it and reappeared at the very top of his castle, high up in the frigid region of the Kirinter Mountains. Ella, is there really no other choice? The first demigod that William had met didn't know the answer to this question. However, one thing was clear. The era of darkness has begun, Takam stated. Woe to those who choose to stand on the wrong side in this struggle. The only thing that Takam was thankful for was that the southern continent was far from the struggles of the demon and central continent. Even so, he still decided to pick a side. That was the only way to ensure that the chaos would not spread to his home turf, and in turn would keep any unforeseen events from happening. Somewhere in the central continent, Supreme Pontifex, the Crystal, one of the elders of Deus, pointed at the golden crystal that was floating in the middle of their conference room. Its radiance was slowly being consumed by darkness, and this was the sign that they had been waiting for, ever since their organization was founded. The Supreme Pontifex watched this with a calm expression on her face. She was wearing a mask, so no one knew what she really looked like. All they knew was that she was the one that had built Deus from the ground up, and made it an organization that could meddle with the affairs of the entire world. "Look, there is an image over there," another elder gasped as he pointed at the golden crystal. A green-haired demon wearing a golden crown on his head was shown in the projection that the crystal had made. "Is that the rumored prince?" one of the elders asked. "If so, then we must immediately profess our loyalty to him." "That's right. He must be the one. So, he has appeared in the demon continent. We should immediately send word to our counterparts over there in order to seek an audience with him. We should strike while the iron is hot. Now is the time to make ourselves known to the world." Silence. All it took was a single word from the Supreme Pontifex to stop the discussion of everyone in the room. All of the elders, as well as the other high-ranking members of the organization, looked at her with reverence. "Inform our men from the demon continent of this matter," the Supreme Pontifex ordered. "However, prevent them from making contact with that green-haired demon." "With all due respect, Your Excellency, but I believe that we shouldn't wait," one of the highest-ranking elders said. "The earlier we form a connection with the prophesied prince, the sooner we will be able to rule the world alongside him. Isn't this why our organization exists in the first place?" The Supreme Pontifex nodded at first, only to shake her head after a few seconds. "While it is true that our purpose is to lead our prince for dominion, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to beg on our knees and ask him to take us under his wing," the Supreme Pontifex replied. "First, we will wait. We first need to confirm whether this prince aligns with our goal. If not, then we can just negotiate at a later time." "But, Your Excellency," the elder tried to persuade her, but before he could even continue what he wanted to say, the Supreme Pontifex raised her hand to silence him. "Calm down. Do you think that he alone will be enough to bring down the entire world?" the Supreme Pontifex asked in a chilling tone. "The heroes of this world aren't that weak. If he wants to overcome such a hurdle, it will be necessary for him to work with us." After hearing her explanation, the elders of Deus nodded in agreement. They had completely forgotten that they shouldn't underestimate the heroes of the world, because there would always be someone who would raise up arms to fight when they were oppressed. "Also, I have a feeling that there is another surprise waiting for us," the Supreme Pontifex said softly. "For now, inform our agents in the demonic continent to observe, but to not interfere. It won't be too late to seek an audience with this so-called prince, once we understand what he plans to do with his newfound power." "As you command." Josh looked at the battle from afar with his arms crossed over his chest. After getting confirmation that William had gone inside the ancient ruins, the Black Dragon secretly left his fortress and traveled towards the north. Along the way, Zeph had told him about the latest developments, and none of them sounded good to him. Even so, he still wanted to see with his own eyes how the new era of the world would start. Josh didn't even glance in Lucille's direction even once. He knew that if he did that, he would be unable to control his killing intent, and the Demon Lord would know about his whereabouts. Right now, he appeared as an observer. He would decide his next course of action once he determined the strength of the opposing forces. The Black Dragon had made plans over many years for the sake of revenge. Although he was very tempted to attack the Demon Lord right now, he understood that now was not the time to do that. Also, Lucille had El Sibin and Mapinguari guarding him. "It is more dire than I thought," Josh muttered when he saw the appearance of the Bull Demon King, Princess Iron Fan, as well as the six-eared macaque. They were beings that far surpassed his current strength. But Josh wasn't afraid of them. What he was afraid of was missing the perfect chance to make his move and ensure that the goal he had set out to accomplish would succeed. "I guess you get to live for another day, Lucille," Josh thought as he glanced at the battlefield in front of him. His gaze once again landed on the unconscious half-elf who was coveted by Ahriman, as well as the Demon Lord. "I wonder, who will be able to get him first?" Josh mused. The Black Dragon didn't care for William's well-being because they had never been allies. The two of them were merely acquaintances who happened to have a few things in common. One of them was of course to make things difficult for the reigning demon lord, as well as to deal as much damage to their forces as possible. Josh had no reason to interfere in the battle or save William. "Tough luck, kid," Josh said with a trace of pity as soon as he saw the bull demon king make its move to provoke William's companions, which led a few of them to rush forward in the direction of the demon lord's army. "It looks like your fate has been sealed." Soglav's growl made its single eye turn bloodshot as he stared at his dead friend in the hands of the bull demon king. Kasaganaga could be considered his very first friend, and seeing him in that state almost drove the demonic dog crazy. "What? You want this?" the bull demon king asked in a teasing tone. "Fine. Since you are a dog, let's play catch." The bull demon king wound up his arm as he threw Kasaganaga towards the demon lord's army. "Go catch your dead friend, little doggy," the bull demon king sneered. "This is what you get for angering my wife." Princess Ironfan smiled as she looked at her husband lovingly. "Darling, I'll personally skin that dog alive later. Okay?" Princess Ironfan said. "Don't get in my way." "Of course. He is all yours later. MMM." Just like the bull demon king and Princess Ironfan expected, Soglav charged towards the demon army with the intention of acquiring Kasaganaga's body. Lucille looked at this scene with a sneer on his face. He then raised his hand to order his army to attack the demonic dog without batting an eye. The demon lord had already determined that Soglav was on William's side. Since that was the case, it was only natural to not give the demonic dog a single shred of mercy. Several spells locked onto Soglav's body, but he didn't care. His single eye was locked onto his friend's body, as it fell from the sky. When the first batch of spells arrived in front of him, a mighty shield appeared to block the attacks. Jareth, the goblin paladin, was pushed back as the first wave of attacks was negated. The second wave was blocked by Urketu, using his adamantium axe and body. The revenant bull's left arm was torn off due to the barrage of spells, but it endured in order to allow Soglav the opportunity to achieve his goal. Lucille was a sneaky bastard. He didn't only give the order to attack Soglav. He also ordered his army to attack the dead creature that the bull demon king had thrown. The two of them were currently not allies, so the demon lord thought that the bull demon king had cast some kind of spell on the anteater's body that might cause harm to his army, the moment it landed near their location. To be on the safe side, he decided to destroy it once and for all, to stop any underhanded schemes that might have been thrown in their way. A shriek pierced the heavens as Skadrez, the blood eagle, grabbed hold of Kasaganaga's body, and deftly dodged the spells that were headed in its direction. However, the concentration of the spells was thick enough that the blood eagle suffered from the attacks. After one last desperate cry, Skadrez hurled Kasaganaga's body towards Soglav, before it was blown from the sky. Fortunately, it didn't become unconscious when it fell from the sky. Although it was difficult, the blood eagle managed to flap its mighty wings just in time to prevent it from crashing on the ground. It then flew towards Soglav's group as they retreated from the barrage of spells that were being hurled in their direction. Princess Ironfan's loud laughter, that was filled with ridicule, reverberated across the skies. The demonic dog had taunted her too much, so seeing him suffer made her very happy. "Keep running, little doggy," Princess Ironfan shouted after she finished laughing. "Come to me, so I can personally end your life." Princess Ironfan waved the fan in her hand, and it sent several wind blades flying in Soglav's direction. With spells and arrows coming from the demon army behind their back, and an attack of a pseudogod coming from their front, Soglav's group could only grit their teeth as they tried to evade the attacks that were aimed at them. Such poor taste. Baba Yaga conjured a black barrier to block Princess Ironfan's attack. Although she didn't want to become enemies with the pseudogod, she just couldn't stand idly by and watch her side's desperate attempt to keep the remaining shred of dignity that their dead friend had. "Stand firm, everyone," Charmaine shouted as she and the other elves activated their elven magic to create a barrier to block the demon army's attack to the best of their abilities. All of them had taken to the skies while riding their winged horses to ensure that they would be able to escort their companions back to safety. Naturally, the magic shield didn't last long, and several of the elves were injured during the exchange. Even Charmaine was hit in the chest by a ray-type spell, which forced her to be blown off of her mount. Charmaine's winged horse neighed in anger as it hurriedly maneuvered in the air to save its rider. It was the alpha of its herd, and William had personally entrusted Charmaine's safety to it. Although he didn't like how the half-elf managed to subdue it in the past, it had already forgiven the half-elf after spending time with the denizens of the Thousand Beast domain. Using its inherent magic, the Pegasus summoned a gust of wind that held the pretty elf in place, which allowed it to bite her clothes to hold her in place as it flew in the direction of its unconscious master, William. A life's last struggle is truly beautiful, the six-eared macaque commented as he looked at the battered group that was working together in order to survive the onslaught from both sides. If you like it so much, then why don't you join their side? Princess Iron Fan sneered. I have long wanted to slap you with my fan. This is a good opportunity to do so. No thanks. The six-eared macaque waved its hand as it transformed to take on Sun Wukong's appearance. I only stand with the winning side. Tisk. Heh. The Bull Demon King smirked when he saw that the demonic dogs group finally returned to their previous location. The reason he had thrown Kasaganaga away from its group and made Saglav suffer was not because of the way he had taunted his wife earlier, it was because of the fact that killing them was too easy for him, and he wouldn't get any satisfaction from doing it. So, in order to get some satisfaction out of their inevitable demise, he decided to make them suffer a bit, push them bit by bit until they fell into desperation. That way, everything they had suffered would be worth it when he dragged the unconscious half-elf, as well as the Dark Bride's twin sister, Celeste, back to Ahriman's domain. Darling, can you deal with that annoying old hag over there? Princess Iron Fan asked. I can't wait any longer. I need to deal with that arrogant mutt once and for all. Very well, the Bull Demon King replied. Six-eared macaque, you deal with those who are going to interfere with my wife's vengeance. Okay? Just make sure to not hurt the half-elf or the bride's twin. The six-eared macaque, who had taken on Sun Wukong's appearance, raised a thumb as he summoned a golden cudgel. This was the fake Rui Jingu Bang that he had asked a master smith from the heavens to forge, just to spite Sun Wukong, who had made its life difficult for hundreds of years. Although it wasn't as powerful as Rui Jingu Bang, it was still a strong weapon that had the ability to increase its length depending on his will. Unfortunately, it didn't have the ability to increase its size like Rui Jingu Bang did, or else it might have made the Monkey King so mad that Sun Wukong would have hunted him down, even if he escaped to the mortal realm. As if sensing that his final moments had come, Saglav placed Kasaganaga beside William. Please look after him for me, Saglav said to Lilith with a serious expression on his face. I'll do my best, Lilith replied. She had wanted to make a promise that she would keep Kasaganaga's body safe, but she was unable to do so because of the strength of their opponents. This was why she could only say that she would do her best. Even so, for Saglav this was enough. Thank you. Saglav nodded before shifting his attention to Princess Iron Fan, who was showing him a very sweet smile that didn't reach her eyes. Have you said your prayers, little mutt? Princess Iron Fan asked. Yes, Saglav answered. I asked the gods to give you a better-looking face. The current one is so ugly that I can't even look at it without it making me want to puke. The smile on Princess Iron Fan's face disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression filled with killing intent. Don't worry, I won't give you an easy death, Princess Iron Fan vowed. Not until I've skinned you alive. Saglav didn't reply and summoned a black bastard sword in his hand. It was the same weapon he used when he fought William the first time. That incident had led to a series of circumstances that led to Saglav becoming a part of the Half-Elf's King's Legion. Don't get in the way, witch, the Bull Demon King said as his gaze landed on Baba Yaga's body, forcing the wrinkled old hag to frown. After a brief internal struggle, Baba Yaga sighed as she remained where she was. She didn't want to die because she still needed to find and save Celine from her captor. We will fight with you, Urketu, who had lost its left arm, stood beside its friend while glaring at the demonic lady in front of it. Jareth summoned its blade as it stood on Saglav's other side. No words were spoken between them, but the demonic dog understood that they would fight with him till the bitter end. I guess this is not a bad way to go to the afterlife, Soglav thought as he gripped the weapon in his hands. As long as we are together, hell would probably be a fun place to stay for the next 100 years or so. The six-eared macaque scratched his cheeks as he walked casually towards Soglav's group. However, a fan blocked his way, making him look at the demonic lady that had appeared in front of him. I changed my mind, Princess Iron Fan stated. I'll deal with the three of them. It's more fun this way. Fine, the six-eared macaque replied as he somersaulted towards the sky. He floated in the heavens as he gazed down at the ground with his arms crossed over his chest. Although I'm one of the bad guys, this battle leaves a bad aftertaste in my mouth. The six-eared macaque was a cowardly being and disliked fighting. He was just like Soglav, who only fought as long as he was at an advantage. However, seeing the great disparity between each side, he lost interest in playing villain. He would rather watch how things unfolded, instead of needing to dirty his hands in this affair. Come at me with the intention to die, Princess Iron Fan said in a taunting manner. I promise before this day is over, all three of you will be going to the afterlife. You talk too much, Soglav sneered. I don't know who the true dog is between us. Me or you, ugly little bitch. Without another word, Soglav, Urketu, and Jareth stomped the ground simultaneously as they charged towards the demonic lady whose face had contorted due to her anger. As a pseudo-god, Princess Iron Fan was confident that even if the three millennial beasts worked together, the three of them could do little to truly harm her. Urketu roared as it smashed its adamantium axe towards Princess Iron Fan's face with all of its strength. Although it knew that it was weaker than her, its desire to defeat her burned brightly in its chest. Princess Iron Fan yawned before lightly tapping the edge of Urketu's axe to the side, forcing its trajectory to change. A loud explosion took place as Urketu's attack created a fissure in the ground that extended for dozens of meters. Princess Iron Fan teleported on Urketu's back and whispered in his ear, "Nice try, but you're just too weak." The demonic lady lightly tapped her iron fan on Urketu's head, making him crash to the ground face first. Princess Iron Fan giggled as she covered her lips with her fan, while standing on Urketu's back. Jareth appeared beside her and slashed his sword at her waist, with the intention of cutting her in half. A goblin that is acting as a crusader? How revolting! Princess Iron Fan sneered as she blocked the sword with the fan in her hand. She then teleported and stepped on the flat of Jareth's sword, before slapping his face with her fan. Now it's your turn? Princess Iron Fan scanned the surroundings, but she wasn't able to see the demonic dog, who was her true target. After checking her surroundings for a full 2 minutes, the corner of Princess Iron Fan's lips curled up into a smirk. Oh, are we now playing a game of hide and seek? Princess Iron Fan asked as she casually fanned her face. Very well. I'll make this little game more interesting. The demonic lady then walked towards Urketu, who had just propped itself off the ground with its last remaining hand. However, just as it was about to stand up, it found itself falling back to the ground face first. Although it was already an undead revenant, Urketu felt pain coming from its legs. When it glanced over it to see what was wrong, it found that its 2 legs had been cleanly cut off from its body. Undead beings usually don't feel pain, but I guess revenants are a different breed, Princess Iron Fan said as she lightly tapped her fan on the palm of her left hand. Well then, little doggy, are you still not going to come out? If you don't, then I will just have to cut your friend's body apart, piece by piece. The demonic lady looked around and waited for Soglav's reply, but the latter didn't answer her threatening words. I guess he doesn't think much of you. Princess Iron Fan chuckled. I guess you chose the wrong type of friend. Princess Iron Fan stopped chuckling and waved her fan in a slicing manner, chopping Urketu's head from its body. I wanted to torture you more, but seeing that you and my husband shared the same ancestry, I gave you a quick death, Princess Iron Fan stated. Oh, I forgot. You were already dead from the start. Well, no matter. Dead is dead and whatnot. Urketu's entire body, as well as its severed head, suddenly blazed with a blue flame. A moment later, it disappeared completely, which is what happened to revenants when they died a second time. "Doggy, you're still not coming out?" Princess Ironfan asked out loud as she walked towards Jareth, whose roar of anger spread across the battlefield. "Although I want to torture you, goblins simply disgust me," Princess Ironfan said as she covered her lips with her fan. She wasn't lying when she said that goblins disgusted her because she believed that they were the ugliest existence in the world. "Die!" Jareth howled as its entire body turned golden. It then charged towards Princess Ironfan, holding its shield in front of it, as if planning to use it to bash her body. "Don't come near me, you disgusting creature." Princess Ironfan made another slicing motion, which cut Jareth's shield, as well as its body, in half. Green blood spilled on the ground, which made Princess Ironfan back off due to disgust. Jareth gazed at its killer with hatred as it forcefully pointed a finger at her head. "Light," Jareth said before its life left its body. Immediately, a bright light shone behind Princess Ironfan's head, which made the surroundings bright. "Ha!" Princess Ironfan frowned as she lightly turned her head to look at the orb of light that was shining behind her. "What is this nonsense?" Just as she was about to look back at the dead goblin paladin in front of her, a black sword materialized out of thin air and stabbed her eye. "Ah!" Princess Ironfan cried out in pain due to the sneak attack that Soglav had patiently waited for when her guard was at her weakest. Although the sword trip was only embedded half an inch from her eye socket, it still caused her great pain due to how unexpected it was. Urketu, Jareth, and Soglav all knew that they stood no chance against the demonic lady and had resolved themselves to die fighting her. However, just dying didn't sit well with them. They wanted to make her understand that even insects like them could bite really hard and leave her in a world of pain. Urketu used himself to draw everyone's attention away from the demonic dog, allowing him to slip inside Jareth's shadow. This was similar to what Oliver, the parrot monkey, had done with William's shadow when it was guarding him in the past. Waiting for the right opportunity, Soglav wept silently at the death of his friends. Although he was angry, he didn't want to waste the chance that they had given to him, so he waited and waited until he could travel to Princess Ironfan's shadow and launch a sneak attack, catching the demonic lady off guard. "This is for my friends. Die, bitch!" Soglav shouted as tears blurred his vision. Dark flames. A dark flame erupted from the tip of Soglav's sword that burned brightly, setting Princess Ironfan's face ablaze. The demonic lady shrieked as she desperately pushed the sword away from her eye. "You lowly dog!" Princess Ironfan used her sharp nails to pierce through Soglav's chest, crushing his heart. She had completely forgotten her plan of torturing the demonic dog slowly due to her anger. When Soglav fell on the ground, his single eye looked up at the dark sky that was above his head. He could feel his body slowly turning cold, and knew that he was dying. "I guess this is it," Soglav thought. "I don't want to die, but it can't be helped, right?" It was at that moment when it heard an adorable voice that seemed to brush away all the coldness he was feeling. "I told you not to die, didn't I?" Kasaganaga asked with a pout on its adorable face. "But, knowing how weak you are, I guess this is an expected result." The rainbow-colored anteater chuckled before raising its paw as if giving Kasaganaga a thumbs up. "Nicely done," Kasaganaga said with a smile. "You took one for the team and made us proud." Urketu and Jareth suddenly appeared behind Kasaganaga with smiles on their faces. Even if they didn't say anything, Soglav knew that they were very proud of him. Even though tears were blurring his vision, for some reason, Soglav could see them clearly with his single eye that was slowly losing its luster. "Come, Soglav." Kasaganaga reached out its paw towards the demonic dog who was afraid of dying. "A new journey awaits. Let us all go together. I'm sure that we will have loads of fun." "Yes," Soglav replied as it weakly raised its arm to grab hold of its friend's hand. No matter what happens, even if his entire body turned to ashes, he would definitely go with them no matter what. "Let's all go together." A few moments later, Soglav's lifeless hand fell to his side. His single eye closed forever. The demonic dog, who had feared death the most, lay peacefully on the ground. If one were to look closely, beyond its scary exterior, a tranquil smile could be seen on his demonic face. He was no longer afraid because he was off on another journey with his dear friends. A journey where all four of them would be together, forever. Princess Iron Fan looked at the demonic dog's body and raised her fan. She wanted to turn the demonic dog into meat paste for what it had done to her face. However, before she could even vent out her frustration, a golden staff blocked her fan. "What's wrong?" Princess Iron Fan asked. "Are you getting in my way?" "It's already dead," the six-eared macaque said. "Do not desecrate the dead. Since when did you start to have pity on lowly beings? Just let this one go. It will be best if you treat your injury first." "Shut up." Princess Iron Fan glared at the six-eared macaque. "I will do what I want. You can't stop me." Princess Iron Fan was about to wave her fan again to give her finishing blow when her fan was swatted away. "I said, stop." The six-eared macaque, who was currently in Sun Wukong's form, glared at Princess Iron Fan with his fangs bared open. His fiery golden eyes burned brightly, making Princess Iron Fan flinch. For a brief moment, she had forgotten his identity and thought that she was facing the real Sun Wukong, due to how realistic the six-eared macaque's transformation was. His voice, his temperament, as well as the boundless killing intent that was now aimed in her direction, felt so real that she was finding it hard to breathe. "Enough!" The Bull Demon King's shout broke Princess Iron Fan from her daze as she hurriedly ran towards her husband. "Darling, that monkey is getting in my way," Princess Iron Fan whined. "Just look at my face. It was burned badly. I want to vent my anger on that demonic mutt. It's already dead. What's the point?" The Bull Demon King's reply surprised his wife, who turned her head to look at him in shock. Darling. I said enough. This matter ends here. You need to take care of your face first." The Bull Demon King lightly caressed his wife's burned face as he channeled his life force to help her recover from her injuries. Although it was just a minor injury, the gesture still made Princess Iron Fan feel that it was not a good idea to make her husband angry. She gave Soglav's body one last glance before clicking her tongue. The Bull Demon King then glanced at the six-eared macaque, who had already turned his back on them. The reason why he stopped his wife from continuing with her revenge was due to his gut feeling. He felt like if Princess Iron Fan really went ahead and turned the dead demonic dog's body into meat paste, the six-eared macaque would turn on them both. It was an impossible idea, but the idea felt real enough for the Bull Demon King to compromise and call his wife back to his side. Charmaine and the elves couldn't keep their tears from falling. After spending years inside the Thousand Beast domain, they had treated everyone there as their close friends, especially Kasaganaga, Soglav, Urkatu, and Jareth. There were times when they all challenged the dungeon of Atlantis together, and fought the bosses in life and death battles. It was very hard for them to watch from the side. They had been tempted to help them many times, but they knew that their friends would never want them to sacrifice their lives in vain. For a moment, only their sobbing could be heard on the battlefield. As the Demon Lord's side and the Bull Demon King's side sized each other up, the Bull Demon King knew that the opposing forces were not a match for them, so he wasn't too worried. Lucille also knew that he was outclassed, so he didn't say anything and simply looked at William's group with a smirk on his face. After seeing what had happened to the red-headed teenager's companions, the Demon Lord was more than happy to become a spectator and see everyone on William's side killed without mercy. Suddenly, a ripple spread across the black dome. A moment later, the giant golden eagle, Depong, appeared. Standing on top of his head was a black knight wearing a crimson crown on his head. "Good. I came before the good part started," Felix said with a smile. His gaze then landed on his father in the distance. He looked at Lucille for a few seconds before shifting his attention back to William, who was still in Lilith's embrace. "Take them all," Felix ordered. "I want all of them alive, especially the women." His greedy eyes landed on Celeste, who was the twin of his supposed bride, who was kidnapped right in front of his eyes. Since he didn't know where Celine was taken, he decided to just take her twin sister, who looked exactly like her. Naturally, his gaze also fell on Lilith's lean and strong body. He had heard of Amazons before, but the demon race didn't dare capture anyone from their empire. Regardless of who they mated with, Amazons would always give birth to human girls. This was the blessing that they received from their goddess. A start. Even the seed of the demon kind wasn't strong enough to overwrite this blessing. Also, the Amazon Empress wasn't a pushover either. The demon lord knew that when she became angry, her entire race would launch a crusade against them. And this was something that Lucille didn't want to see. Snatching his lover from him will definitely be a fun thing to do, Felix mused as he looked at the beautiful Amazon princess who was looking at him with hate-filled eyes. While Felix was appraising his soon-to-be women, he heard Lucille shout, all the way from where the demon army was located. "Felix, is that you?" Lucille asked. "Yes," Felix replied. "I want the boy. You can have the women if you like. Sorry, but Lord Ahriman called dibs on him. If you want to negotiate, come and visit him yourself." Lucille narrowed his eyes because he didn't like Felix's sudden change of attitude towards him. Back then, his son would happily grovel at his feet just to gain his favor. But now, he felt that Felix was being disrespectful to him on purpose. "Are you now the heir of darkness?" Lucille asked. Felix pointed at the crimson crown on his head. "Have your eyes turned bad, old man? Can't you even see this thing on my head? You sure have grown balls after putting that crown on your head?" Lucille sneered. "Do you think that having that crown is enough for you to call the wind and the storm?" Felix paused for a brief moment before laughing out loud. His laugh was filled with ridicule, which grated on Lucille's ears. "As a matter of fact, I can now call upon the wind and storm," Felix said as he made a gesture of his hand. Depung flapped its mighty wings and conjured powerful gusts of wind that swept across the demon lord's army. As a pseudo-god, Depung could change the topography with one powerful attack. Just by simply flapping his wings, he had created several hurricanes which all headed towards the demon lord's army, threatening to annihilate them all. El Sibin whistled as he lashed his whip towards the hurricanes that were headed in their direction. Mapinguari also howled in anger as its single eye fired a beam of golden light at the hurricanes, dispersing them completely. Depung and Felix weren't too bothered by it because they weren't doing things seriously. Lucille understood this as well, but he still felt very angry now that Felix had gained a power that was supposed to belong to his faction. "Felix, my son, let us return to the capital city," Lucille said. "I have almost finished gathering the army loyal to our family, and soon we will march towards the central continent. With you as our banner, I'm sure the demon clans who decided to ignore our call will beg us to have them in our army. It is finally time to settle the score with the Silver Moon continent. We should let the prophecy's fulfillment come in full swing." Felix sneered when he heard Lucille's dramatic speech. The green-haired demon knew that he alone could rally all the demon clans to his side without his father's influence. For him, Lucille was someone that he didn't dare to disobey in the past. But now things were different. He was now someone that no demon, not even his father, could disobey. "Shut up," Felix coldly said. "I will be the one to decide these things. Who gave you permission to tell me what to do?" He then pointed his finger at the demon army in the distance as he unleashed the power of darkness from the crimson crown on his head. "Those who wish to fight under my banner, step forward. Those who do not wish to serve me can stay where you are. I will make sure to personally deal with you all and sacrifice your souls to the demon god. Now, make your choice." Lucille gritted his teeth because Felix was openly declaring that he wished to poach the factions that had sworn loyalty to him. Just as Felix and Lucille suspected, the demons all decided to take march in Felix's direction, not because they liked to do it, but out of fear due to his current status in the demon realm. Everyone knew the prophecy of the heir of darkness. He was the one that would lead the demon race to conquer the world, and those who defied him would find themselves dead, not knowing how they died. "Felix, don't go too far," Lucille roared in anger. "Have you forgotten who I am? I am the demon lord." "Too far," Felix sneered. "I think you still don't understand your current circumstance, father." Felix spread his arms wide as if to encompass the entire demon realm. Under the sky of darkness, He could feel that the entire world was his for the taking. "You have no power here," Felix stated. "You are an old man who is part of the past. You no longer serve any purpose. Demon Lord? In front of the heir of darkness. You are nothing." Felixel summoned the spear of Lazarus and pointed it in Lucille's direction. "This is the dawn of my era," Felix declared. "So what will it be, Father? Will you kneel and submit to me? Or must I force you to kneel and submit to me? Your choice." The green-haired demon had dreamed of this moment for many years. Now that he had the power to make the world tremble under his feet, his first goal was to see the mighty demon lord kneel in front of him. He would be the first and definitely would not be the last ruler in the world that would submit to his will. Lucille gritted his teeth and clenched his fist so hard that crunching sounds were heard. "Don't go too. Kneel. I order you to kneel before me, Lucille." Half a minute passed and Lucille still stood glaring at his son, whom he could no longer control. "Ha! So be it." Felix sighed as he glanced in the Bull Demon King's direction. "Make him kneel. You can be as rough as you want." The Bull Demon King snorted. He didn't want to be ordered around by a mere mortal, but since Felix was now Ahriman's heir, he had no choice but to obey his petty wish to make his father kneel in front of him. The demonic bull flew towards the blonde-haired demon, whose red eyes were looking at his son with killing intent. Half a minute passed and the Bull Demon King landed right in front of Lucille with his arms crossed over his chest. "Are you going to kneel on your own, or should I make you kneel by force?" the Bull Demon King asked. "Your choice." "I will never kneel," Lucille shouted as he swung his sword towards the Bull Demon King after unleashing all of his might, using the artifact in his possession which temporarily raised his rank to the demigod rank. Unfortunately for him, the Bull Demon King was not like Princess Ironfan, who underestimated her opponents. He deftly blocked Lucille's sword strike and struck the Demon Lord's chest with his fist, sending him skidding on the ground for hundreds of meters. The Bull Demon King then appeared in front of Lucille and kicked him towards Felix's direction. The Demon Lord, who had ruled the demonic continent for 5 decades, found himself eating dirt under the gaze of his son, who looked at him with ridicule. "I bet you didn't see this coming, did you, father?" Felix asked in a teasing tone. "You thought that whoever became the heir of darkness would bow their head and serve as your lackey? How delusional can you be? Did sitting on that ugly throne of yours dull your mind over the years? Take a good look. Even El Sibin and Mapinguari know which side to choose." The two demigods didn't move from their position and simply observed from afar. Although they didn't deny Felix's words, everyone present knew that El Sibin and Mapinguari didn't want to stand against the heir of darkness. "Just kill me," Lucille shouted. "I will never submit to you." "Kill? Oh no. I would never do that, dear father of mine." Felix chuckled as he pointed his spear at his father's dishevelled body. "I will make you my dog, and show the entire world that even the great demon lord had no choice but to become my pet." A dark ray erupted from the tip of Felix's spear and hit Lucille's body, who was unable to protect himself. Soon, his body was covered with a dark miasma, which made the demon lord scream in pain. His scream reverberated in the surroundings, making the demon army, that once served under him, shudder in fear. Lucille's pained cries lasted for a full 5 minutes, which was like music to Felix's ears. He had suffered so many years in his father's shadow, and seeing him in this helpless state felt so good that he couldn't stop himself from laughing out loud. "Yes, that's it. Scream." Felix's almost crazed words reached everyone's ears as he laughed at his father's pain and suffering. "All these years, you made me suffer like this. Now it's your turn. Don't worry, your suffering has just begun. I will make sure to pay you back tenfold every humiliation, degradation, as well as pain, that you inflicted on me the last several years of my life." Felix watched until Lucille lost consciousness under his ministrations. The dark magic that he had aimed at his father would slowly corrupt his body and soul, making him an obedient slave that would only listen to his orders. "Now it's your turn." Felix pointed the tip of his spear towards Celeste. Do you want the soft approach or the rough one? Either way is fine with me. Instead of answering, Celeste unleashed the power of her divinity, which shone brightly amidst the darkness. If I'm not mistaken, your divinity is chastity, right? Felix asked with great interest. Well, it won't be long before I take that away from you, and have you shaking your hips on the bed while lovingly calling out my name. I will make sure to train you properly while your sister is away. Felix then glanced at Lilith before shifting his gaze to Charmaine and the other elves. Turning all of you into my lovely pets one by one takes time, Felix said as the darkness glowing at the tip of his spear intensified. I'd rather have all of you turned at the same time. Several dark beams of light erupted from the tip of the spear and rained upon the ladies who had taken a defensive stance. They had already erected a barrier, but it shattered, mere seconds before the dark beams were about to collide with them. Just as the beams were about to fall on their bodies, a dark tornado suddenly appeared and enveloped all of them, blocking Felix's attack. The green-haired demon arched an eyebrow as he gazed upon the black tornado with surprise. Depung! Disperse it, Felix ordered. The giant golden eagle screeched as it flapped its wings to blow the black tornado away. Under his might, the black tornado dispersed, revealing the women he had targeted earlier. However, Felix wasn't looking at the beautiful ladies whom he had wanted to subdue. No. His gaze was now locked on the unconscious half-elf, whose body was floating several meters above the ground. Dark lightning crawled all over William's body, as his clothes fluttered in the wind. The wind then started to pick up as a powerful gust of wind blew around him. As if under a spell, William's body moved into a standing position. Dark mists oozed out of his body as the crackling of thunder reached everyone's ears. It was at this moment when Felix heard alarm bells ringing inside his head. Kill him, Felix roared. Kill him before he awakens. Ahriman, who was sealed inside his domain, looked at William in shock. He could feel a great divinity coming from the half-elf's body, and it was a divinity that matched his own, which was absurd. He was a primordial god that had been born when the universe had just formed. It was simply unbelievable that a divinity that matched, or perhaps even exceeded, his own would be present in the world of Hestia. Kill him, Ahriman ordered. Kill him now. Felix and Ahriman gave their order at the exact same time, which made the Bull Demon King, Princess Ironfan, Depung, as well as the six-eared macaque to all attack William together. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech was heard, and a giant black phoenix descended from the sky. The black phoenix was twice as big as Depung, and didn't hesitate to unleash a cone of dark flame at those who tried to attack William. The Bull Demon King and his comrades surrounded their bodies with a powerful aura to shield themselves from the dark flames that had descended on their bodies. Although the flames were powerful, they were able to endure its heat and continue their charge towards the red-headed teenager, whose hair color was slowly turning black. The black phoenix screeched once again as it used its body to wrap William's body in its fiery wings. The Bull Demon King, Princess Ironfan, Depung, and the six-eared macaque all unleashed their strongest attack, making the black phoenix scream in pain. Its feathers scattered in the wind, but it continued to shield William from the powerful attacks that were aimed in his direction. The Bull Demon King managed to punch a hole into one of the phoenix's wings, but the mythical bird only rolled its body to the side, to prevent them from reaching the half-elf who was under his protection. Princess Ironfan and the six-eared macaque simultaneously attacked the phoenix's head, making it utter a pained shriek. But no matter how much damage it received, the black phoenix held on. Half a minute later, its whole wing was torn off by the Bull Demon King, making it fall towards the ground. However, even then, the black phoenix used its other wing to wrap William in its embrace, with the intention of using its life to protect him. Die! Felix shouted as he threw the spear of Lazarus towards the black phoenix's head, piercing its eye. The black phoenix made one last shriek of defiance before its body collapsed on the ground. Its wings unfurled, showing William. Seeing their target, the pseudogods charged in to deliver the killing blow. It was also at that moment when William opened his eyes. Time seemed to slow down as he saw his attacker's fists, fan, and staff about to land on his body. This moment only lasted for a brief period of time before things started to move normally. A powerful explosion was heard as the Black Phoenix's remaining wing was obliterated, creating a 100-meter-wide crater from their point of impact. When the dust cloud receded, the pseudo-gods looked at the crater in surprise when they noticed that the half-elf, who they had just hit, was nowhere to be found. Over there, the six-eared macaque was the first one to see where William went. The half-elf had reappeared beside Kasaganaga and was looking down on it with a calm expression on his face. "You've worked hard," William said softly as he picked up the body of the deity of the sky as if it was something precious. He then lightly patted the anteater's head before shifting his attention to Saglav's body. A second later, the demonic dog's body turned into particles of light and shot towards the obsidian gem on William's chest. Jareth's body also turned into particles of light and flew towards William, where it rightfully belonged. "Master, I'm sorry," Charmaine said as tears fell down from her eyes. "I was powerless and could only watch them die from the side." "It's fine," William replied without bothering to look in her direction. "There was nothing you could do in that situation." Suddenly, a hazy, 5-meter-tall purple portal appeared behind William. A young lady, wearing a fox mask, emerged from it and hugged William from behind. "My prince, I've been waiting for your arrival," Shannon said with a voice filled with reverence. "I am willing to swear my allegiance and loyalty to you." William didn't reply, and didn't make any move to pry away the hands that were hugging him from behind. "Charmaine, and the rest of you return to the Thousand Beast domain," William ordered. The elves nodded their heads as they turned into beams of light and flew towards the black gem in William's chest. "Will, are you okay?" Lilith moved towards William as she looked into his eyes. "No," William replied as he gazed at Lilith with a cold gaze. "Return to the Thousand Beast domain. I will meet with you later." Lilith felt her heart shudder, because the clear green eyes that were filled with warmth and tenderness that she loved so much were nowhere to be seen. Only a cold and indifferent gaze now looked upon her, making her feel afraid. "I'm sorry," William apologized when he saw the horrified look on Lilith's face. "I'm not in the best mood right now. Please, wait for me in the Thousand Beast domain." William's words, although no longer as cold and unfeeling as they had been, would not take no for an answer. The Amazon princess knew that talking to him in his current state would be unproductive. So she just nodded her head and planted a kiss on his cheek before turning into particles of light and merging with the gem on his chest. Shannon giggled after seeing the scene because she found it very funny. "My prince, should I deal with them for you?" Shannon asked as she moved in front of William while holding her mask. "Don't worry, you don't have to do anything. I'll handle them myself." Just as Shannon was about to remove the mask on her face, she felt a hand rest on her own and held it in place. "No," William answered. "I will handle them myself, but not now." "If that is your wish, then I will gladly follow your will." Shannon clasped on William's hand as if it was the most precious thing in the world to her. Celeste, who was standing not far away from William, could only look at him with a complicated look on her face, while her right hand was pressed over her abdomen. As the one who held the virtue of chastity, she was well aware of the changes in her body. As soon as William opened his eyes, she felt a mark suddenly appear on her abdomen, making her body unconsciously shudder. Even now, she still couldn't believe it. She thought that the prophecy had already been fulfilled, and her sister was the one chosen as the bride of darkness. However, it seemed that they had misunderstood the demon and the elven prophecies. The demon's prophecy was about the heir of darkness, and the elven prophecy was about the Prince of Darkness, Celeste muttered as she felt the strong connection she shared with William at the moment. "My sister is the bride of the heir, while I was the bride of the prince." It felt as if all the answers to the questions she had about the two prophecies finally fell in place. "Go through the portal," William ordered. Although he didn't mention any names, Celeste felt her body moving on its own as it walked straight to the portal without another word. Chloe, on the other hand, stood rooted in place, not knowing what to do. Her gaze shifted from Celeste to William and back again. In the end, she decided to follow Celeste because she felt that she would only be a hindrance to William right now. Baba Yaga followed silently behind her because she also felt that her role had ended. Although she didn't know how powerful William was right now, she could feel the pure power of dark energy swirling inside his body. When only Shannon and William remained on the battlefield, the half-elf stroked Kasaganaga's head one last time before teleporting it inside his thousand-beast domain. He then shifted his attention to Felix and ignored the pseudo-gods who had returned to his side. His bone-chilling gaze made Felix unconsciously take a step back, despite being surrounded by the strongest demons that currently resided in the demon realm. "Remember this, and remember it well," William said with a bone-chilling coldness filled with killing intent. "I will have my vengeance." A few minutes before Soglav, Urketu, and Jareth faced off against Princess Iron Fan, tears of blood fell into the red sea that reflected the sky of his sea of consciousness. William, who had just recovered his consciousness within his spiritual world, saw Kasaganaga's lifeless body in the hand of the bull demon king, through the reflection on the water's surface. The rainbow-colored anteater and him had a rough start, but, in the end, Kasaganaga helped him overcome some of the obstacles that faced his way. It fought alongside the half-elf during the battle in the southern continent. Whenever he needed the adorable anteater, although it would complain to him, Kasaganaga was always there to lend a hand. The half-elf was kneeling on the ground as he looked at the water's surface. He was clenching his fist so tightly that blood was starting to spill from his hands. After losing half of his soul due to Elliot's and Conan's deaths, William was in a very unstable state. He was feeling excruciating pain in his head, but his heartache was greater than the pain he was feeling. The moment Urketa died for the second time, William wept because he knew that he wouldn't be able to resurrect him a second time. Revenants had already died once, so dying a second time would be an eternal death for them. The next one that died was Jareth. He was the goblin paladin that William had chosen to become the leader of his goblin army. Jareth was a very loyal and brave individual who led the others to conquer the dungeon of Atlantis, while he was busy dealing with the events in the world of Hestia. When Soglav died, a pained sob escaped his lips. When he met the demonic dog for the first time, the two of them had been enemies. Later, Soglav became his contracted partner, who helped him in times of difficulty. Even when he had surpassed the demonic dog's rank, the latter had remained with him through thick and thin, becoming one of his trusted subordinates. "I'm sorry." William gritted his fists as tears of blood fell from his eyes. "I wasn't there when all of you needed me the most." He wasn't there when his wives died as they rushed to his side in his defense. He wasn't there to prevent their souls and Celine from being whisked away by the god of death. Elliot had to sacrifice his life in order to bring him back from the borders of life and death. He wasn't there when Ella used up her life to wipe out as many enemies as she could. He wasn't there when Conan died in order to buy time for him and the others to escape. He wasn't there when his trusted subordinates were fighting with their lives on the line. He wasn't there. He wasn't there. William cried out in sorrow as the sky above him turned pitch black. Suddenly, an otherworldly beauty appeared behind William. She then hugged him from behind before whispering in his ears, "If you don't do anything, more of them are going to die." The otherworldly beauty whispered, "That Amazon princess, the twin of your beloved, as well as those elves that have served you for many years. Are you just going to continue to cry and do nothing about it?" Due to the damage his soul had taken, William wasn't able to think properly. The only thing that mattered to him right now was to save the others and prevent them from dying in front of him. "What can I do to save them?" William replied as the otherworldly beauty held him more firmly in her embrace. "I don't have the means to save them." "You don't, but I do," the otherworldly beauty said with confidence. "I can give you the power to save them, and perhaps allow you to seek vengeance upon those that had taken the important people in your life away from you. But it will not be free. Everything should have a price, and the power you seek requires a price." The otherworldly beauty's silky voice sounded so pleasant, so alluring, and seductive that William's thoughts seemed to scatter away with every word that she said. "What price?" William asked as he fought off the pain in his head that was driving him crazy. "I want this." The otherworldly beauty pressed her right hand over the gem on William's chest, which also served as his heart. "And also this." A golden ball of light appeared in front of William, showing a face that was very dear to him. Scenes of his memories on Earth appeared in front of him. The festival he shared with Belle when he was younger, their wedding, and several other memories where Belle was with him. They all flashed before his eyes, reminding him of the love that was waiting for him back on Earth. "I want these things," the otherworldly beauty whispered seductively in William's ears. "Your heart and your memories of her. I want them all. What if I?" "You can't refuse. If you do, those before you may not die, but they will all become slaves. They will live a life which is worse than death. They will become mere playthings to be discarded when they no longer have any value." The otherworldly beauty said these words softly, and yet William knew that she was telling him the truth. However, she was not finished yet. "Your mother in the Silver Moon continent, your family in the Southern continent, none of them will be spared," the otherworldly beauty said with confidence. "Ahriman will not stop until everything you hold sacred in your life has been trampled under his feet. Is that what you want?" William didn't reply as he stared at his memories with Belle with dazed eyes. "You don't have much time left. The heir of darkness has finished dealing with his father. It will be your people's turn next. So what will it be?" After waiting for a minute, the otherworldly beauty frowned before holding the side of William's face and forcing him to face her. "Has your soul been damaged to this extent, or did your grief overcome you?" the otherworldly beauty muttered as she looked at the unconscious half-elf who still had his eyes opened, yet no longer unable to see anything. "Perhaps it's both." After caressing William's face and wiping his bloody tear stains away, the otherworldly beauty smiled sweetly. "Since you can't make the decision in your current state, I will make the decision for you," the otherworldly beauty said before kissing William's lips. Slowly, but surely, the color of the half-elf's hair became black, and the gray gem on his chest turned the color of obsidian. The kiss wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The half of William's soul that had been lost was slowly being filled up with darkness. "Now then, it's time for you to become mine." The otherworldly beauty smiled as she reached out for the golden orb that represented William's memories of Belle. However, just as her hand was about to touch it, it was repelled by a snowflake that prevented her from corrupting William's important memory. Suddenly, a silver bell shot out from William's chest and hovered between William's memories and the otherworldly beauty. "I should have known." The primordial goddess clicked her tongue when she saw the familiar silver bell getting in her way. "Even in death, you still oppose me, Amalthea." The silver bell shook, and the crisp sound of a pealing of thousands of bells reverberated within William's darkened sea of consciousness. The golden orb that contained all of his memories of Belle was absorbed by the silver bell. After completing its mission, it flew back into the gem on William's chest, preventing the otherworldly beauty from taking it away. A light snort echoed within the black world, as the otherworldly beauty caressed the gem on William's chest. "It doesn't matter," the primordial goddess said. "Every time he uses his powers, those memories will become mine anyway. So hold on to them for now, because you will not be able to keep them for long." The otherworldly beauty once again pressed her seductive lips over William's as she hastened the process of filling the rest of his soul with the power of darkness. When the remaining part of William's soul had been filled completely, the primordial goddess reluctantly pulled away before cupping the face of her dark prince. "Remember, it will take some time before your power fully awakens," the primordial goddess reminded. "Now is not the time to fight. For now, it will be best to gather willing sacrifices so you can feast on their blood and their life force. This will hasten the power of your awakening. Also, gather the powers of those that hold divinities inside their bodies. Ahriman is a primordial god of this world, and you are not his current match. In order to fight him, you must have an army that will surpass that of the previous dungeon conqueror, an army that will fight for your side, and give you the vengeance that you desire. Then and only then will you be able to sit on the throne that is rightfully yours by birth. The primordial goddess caressed William's face one last time before pressing her index finger on his head. Go, my prince. William disappeared from the spiritual world and awakened a few seconds later in the real world. The primordial goddess watched her prince as he escaped the combined assault of the pseudo-gods and reappeared beside the fallen deity of the sky. She watched as he picked Kasaganaga up and lightly patted its head. Light is easy to love, the primordial goddess said softly. I want you to show me your darkness. I will have my vengeance, William said in a voice filled with killing intent. If looks could kill, Felix would have died 1,000 times over already. William's gaze that contained his desire for revenge never left Ahriman's heir, who had subconsciously taken a step back due to the intensity of his gaze. After saying his parting words, William turned around to enter the purple portal behind him. He didn't look back as he resolutely left the battlefield. Right now, his newly obtained powers were unstable. His patched-up soul still needed some time to adapt to its new form. Forcing himself to fight would only damage his soul and allow the corruption of the darkness to take over it completely. Also, he knew the price he had to pay in order for him to use his powers. Right now, he didn't want to lose any more precious things. He had already lost enough. Shannon watched his back with reverence as she too stepped towards the portal. However, before taking the last step, she turned her head around as she gazed at the green-haired demon who was wearing a crimson crown on his head. I thought that having a crown on someone's head made them look like royalty, Shannon said as the corner of her lips curled up into a smirk behind her fox mask. But when I look at you, all I see is a pig that is about to be slaughtered. Shannon giggled before entering the portal, leaving Felix gnashing his teeth in anger. The black phoenix turned into a beam of light and shot towards the purple portal before it disappeared completely. The primordial goddess had tasked it to remain by William's side and ensure his safety until his powers had awakened fully. As a phoenix, it was immortal. So, even if its body was destroyed, it would only take a little while before it recovered and could once again spread its wings to fly through the sky. Felix stared at the portal with a grim expression on his face. Although he didn't want to admit it, William's words had left a very deep impression in his heart. Interesting development, Josh thought as he stealthily left the battlefield to head towards the Forterre Desert. He knew that William would be there, so he increased his speed to get there as fast as possible. He wanted to personally talk to the prophesied prince of the elves and ask him about the details of his revenge. Josh was confident that the two of them could work together in order to reach each other's goals. The Black Dragon's target was Lucille, and William's target was Felix. Since they were on the same side, he was sure that they would be able to come to an agreement in order to take revenge upon those who had wronged them. This is way better than I imagined, Josh mused as he smiled evilly. The Prince of Darkness versus the Heir of Darkness. This is simply too good to be true. The Black Dragon wasn't too worried about Lucille becoming completely corrupted by the power of darkness. Every demon lord received Ahriman's blessing, so the power of darkness flowed in their body. This was why Felix was born with the power of darkness, which allowed him to become Ahriman's heir. Because of this, Josh's revenge would only be delayed until William decided that the right time had come to fight against the green-haired demon, who played a part in the death of the half-elf's wives and lover, as well as the deaths of his friends. Forterre Desert. Celeste, Princess Ayla, Shannon, and the others all sat in the living room of the temporary residence that was provided to them by Zeph. As soon as William arrived at the SandClan's residence, the first thing he did was to return to the Thousand Beast domain to take care of the bodies of Kasaganaga, Soglav, and Jareth who had fought for his sake. William pieced Jareth's body back together using life magic before sealing it in a block of ice. He did the same for Kasaganaga and Soglav because he had no intention of resurrecting them as undead or revenants. For now, he placed them inside the cave filled with magic crystals, where the lifeless bodies of his wives were enshrined. William looked at the ice that enclosed Ash, and pressed his hand over the gem in her chest that had turned dark gray. He then pressed his lips over the ice to kiss her lips for a few seconds before backing away. He did the same for Princess Sydney and Chiffon. Lilith watched this scene while biting her lip. The William she knew had changed completely, and yet, his love for his wives remained the same. Although his eyes looked cold and unfeeling, his actions proved that he still treasured those who held him dear. After backing away, William moved towards the exit of the cavern. However, just as he passed Lilith, he reached out to hold her hand and gave it a light squeeze. The Amazon princess flinched because William's hand was cold. Although it wasn't ice cold, it was still enough to make her look up to him with concern. "I'm fine," William replied as he led Lilith out of the cave. "I just need some blood." As he pulled Lilith alongside him, the half-elf said something unusual that made Lilith wonder if she had misheard him. "Times like this I wish Kathy was here," William said. "She had an inexhaustible supply of blood. With her around, I can drink to my fill." Lilith didn't know if William was joking or not, but she had a feeling that the half-elf was saying these things in order for her to not be too worried about him. Although she still hadn't married him, she was already one of his lovers, and it was her duty to help him with his needs. "Will, if you need my blood, you can take it," Lilith said as she increased her pace to match William's stride. "Take as much as you want." "Okay," William replied. His words was still cold, but Lilith was able to detect a trace of affection in them. After exiting the cave, the first thing William did was to summon the elves, so he could heal their injuries. Charmaine and the others were in a very sorry state after their battle against those whose rank surpassed theirs by a huge margin. "All of you drink these potions and rest for now," William ordered. "Tomorrow, I will drink your blood, so make sure to rest properly and recover your strength." "Yes, master," Charmaine replied as she drank the potion until none of it was left. She then went straight towards her room to rest. In truth, she was already using all of her willpower to stay awake. The other elves were in the same boat, so they took their leave after bidding their goodbye to William. The half-elf then faced Lilith as he looked her straight in the eye. His golden eyes made Lilith think that he was looking straight into her soul, which made her shudder. "Am I that scary?" William asked. If one were to look closely, the corner of his lips was raised slightly as if he found Lilith's reaction quite funny. "Yes," Lilith replied honestly. "Your eyes scare me, your touch makes me feel cold, and your voice makes me feel weak." Lilith then cupped William's face as she stared back at him with a steady gaze. "Your gaze has lost its tenderness," Lilith added. "Your touch has lost its warmth, and your voice is no longer affectionate. Tell me, Will, must you stay like this forever?" The half-elf didn't answer right away, for he did not know the answer to Lilith's question. "Perhaps," William replied after a minute of pondering. "I don't think I will be able to go back to the person you once loved, Lilith. Not until I hold Felix's severed head in my left hand, and Armin's on my right. Not until my hands regain those that I have lost, and can hold my wives in my embrace once more. Perhaps only then will I be able to feel the same thing I felt back then. But, Lilith, right now I only want revenge." William's golden pupil glowed briefly as he looked at Lilith's amber eyes that were filled with sadness. "If you can't bear to see me like this, you can go," William said softly. "Return to the Amazon Empire until I settle my business with Armin and his puppet. For I will not rest until only one of us remains." "I understand," Lilith replied as she moved closer to rest her head on William's shoulder. "I feel the same way as you do. I also want revenge, but I'm too weak to do it." The Amazon princess body shuddered as the tears that she had been holding back fell freely. It was at this moment when she felt a cold hand hold the back of her head and pull her closer to him. That gentle motion was enough for Lilith to throw caution to the wind and wrap her arms around William before sobbing uncontrollably. Deep inside, she felt very ashamed of her actions. First and foremost, she was a princess and a warrior. As a member of the Amazon race, they would not openly show weakness to others. However, right now, she knew that her lover was suffering more than she was. Unfortunately, William refused to cry. He no longer had tears to shed, which made Lilith feel that she needed to cry for both of them. "Will, promise me that you will not give Felix and Ahriman a quick death," Lilith said through her sobs and tears. "I promise," William replied as he wrapped his left arm around Lilith's waist. Lilith then looked up at William before pulling on the back of his head to kiss his lips. Just as she expected, William's lips were cold. However, she had no intention of backing away. Right now, what her beloved needed was her warmth, and she would give it to him. It was Lilith who took the initiative to offer the nape of her neck, for William to drink her blood. The half-elf obliged and, for the first time in a long time, the sweet and euphoric sensation washed over Lilith's senses. However, she found no joy in it, for she knew that things would never be the same again. After pulling his fangs out of her lovely neck, William carried Lilith's exhausted body towards their bedroom. He then covered her with a blanket before planting a kiss on her forehead. "Sleep for now," William said. "I still have business to take care of." Lilith nodded before closing her eyes. She could feel her consciousness falling into sleep's embrace, and she could no longer fight it. William closed the door behind him before opening a portal to return to the Sand Clan's residence. He still had important matters to take care of, and sleep could wait until he finished tying up the loose ends. Just as the primordial goddess had said, now was not the time to fight Ahriman and his forces. William had an idea about what he needed to do, but, for that to happen, he would need to sink his fangs into those who wished to tie their destiny with his own first. William sat on the couch as he eyed the people that had waited for his return. Princess Ayla, Shannon, Celeste, Chloe, Claire, Vesta, Kira, Athrun, and Zeph. All of them wanted to know what William's next plans of actions were, especially Zeph, who was currently feeling anxious about what to do with the approaching calamity that was going to sweep the demon realm from the north. "I plan to return to the central continent and visit the Tower of Babylon," William said with indifference. "Ahriman is greatly weakened currently, and it will take some time for him to gather enough living sacrifices for him to build his shadow army. Naturally, he will use mostly demons for this undertaking, preferably those who will oppose the wishes of his heir." William gave Zeph a sidelong glance before shifting his attention to Celeste. "First and foremost, I will tell you straight, I'm not interested in you," William stated. "The one I love is your sister, so you can rest assured that I will not ask you to do anything against your will. I will not humiliate, nor degrade you. You can return to Hestia Academy where you can be safe, at least for the time being." Celeste returned William's gaze with a calm expression on her face. However, deep inside she was feeling relieved and disappointed at the same time. Relieved because she would not be forced to do anything against her will, and disappointed because she felt as if she was being tossed aside like a useless tool that had no value whatsoever. William then glanced at Kira and Athrun, making the two of them subconsciously flinch because of his cold gaze. "No demon clans will be safe from Ahriman. You are either with him or against him," William explained. "Those against him will be turned into shadow demons that will fight for him, regardless of whether they want to or not. If you side with him, your clan will be safe. However, know that once we meet on the battlefield, I will not show any mercy." "But we don't want to participate in this mess," Kira replied. "I'm sure that this is what everyone in our clan feels." Zeph, who was standing not far from Kira, was very tempted to ask William if he had forgotten that he was the patriarch of the Sand Clan. Kira was only his grandson, so William should be discussing this matter with him. But, out of fear, he kept his mouth shut and just listened on the side. "Then flee," William shrugged. "Take your clan with you and go to the southern fortress. Perhaps, Josh will give you passage to flee to the central continent." Vesta, who was just listening on the side, could hear the trace of sarcasm in William's voice. Even so, she chose not to say anything because the current William was not the same red-headed teenager that she had traveled with not too long ago. She was afraid that if she said something that might anger him, he might punish her without caring that her father was one of the demigods of the demon realm. "See, can't we just go to your 1,000-beast domain and wait things out?" Kira inquired. The corner of the half-elf's lip raised slightly after hearing Kira's question. Wait things out. William shook his head. You only have 3 options here. Side with Felix, side with me, or flee. If we flee, where should we go? Kira asked in desperation. He didn't want to side with Felix, but siding with William would just put the lives of their clan members in danger. Since that was the case, he wanted to know what place was going to be safest for their clan to go to. William snorted as he shifted his gaze to Zeph, who had his arms crossed over his chest and had his brows knit together. What do you plan to do? William asked. Zeph, who finally realized that the black-haired teenager was addressing him, immediately sprang into action. Your Excellency, as you said earlier, we only have 3 choices, Zeph replied. The Sand Clan will never side with the Heir of Darkness, so our only choice is to side with you or flee. As the patriarch of the Sand Clan, I've decided to side with you instead of running away. William raised an eyebrow as he looked at the old fox of the Sand Clan. The reason? William asked. It's because I believe that you will triumph over the Heir of Darkness. Of this I am sure, Zeph answered in a confident tone. If possible, we would like to join the other clans that have sworn allegiance to you. We are willing to enter your domain and fight for you when the moment of truth has arrived. What about your true lord, Lorcan? Now that my wife, Sydney, is dead, the charm on the 2 other patriarchs who rule the Forterre Desert will have lost its power and they might side with the Demon Lord. What is he planning to do? I have already talked with Lord Lorcan, and he said that he also plans to join your side, Your Excellency. William then closed his eyes as if pondering his next course of action. A minute later, he gave Zeph an order. Tell your clan as well as Lorcan that I am only giving you 3 days to prepare for a migration, William ordered. Exactly 3 days from now, I'll be leaving the Demon Realm and going back to the Central Continent. Yes, Your Excellency. Zeph bowed down and left the room. A migration was not an easy thing to do, and 3 days was barely enough time for his people to prepare themselves physically and mentally for relocate to a new home. Do any of you still have questions? William asked. Shannon immediately raised her hand and looked at William with anticipation. William briefly nodded in her direction to acknowledge her presence. Lord William, do you plan to ask for the help of Hestia Academy when the time comes to fight against Felix? Shannon asked. If yes, I can help you negotiate with them. Celeste's ears perked up after hearing Shannon's question. Due to the loss of her twin sister and William's current state, she had completely forgotten that Hestia Academy was also planning to fight against the Heir of Darkness. Will, I think we should return to the Academy and have a conversation with the headmaster, Celeste said. I'm sure that he will be more than happy to work with you to fight against the forces of darkness. William's gaze landed on the beautiful elf where it was met with Celeste's steady gaze. I think you are forgetting something, Professor, William stated. I am one of the forces of darkness. Since Hestia Academy is going to fight against it, why should I ally with them? And no, that's not what I meant. I mean, we will fight against Armin and Felix together. Celeste tried to correct her earlier words, but all it did was make William shrug. I have no intention of working with the Academy, William replied. I do not trust Byron enough for that. Celeste tried to make a final appeal in order to make the black-haired teenager reconsider his decision. How about me? Celeste asked. Don't you trust me? I trust you, William replied. His reply shocked Celeste because she thought that William would say that she can't be trusted. Then why? Because I don't trust Byron. William's tone was firm, and even if Celeste wanted to tell him that the headmaster of the academy could be trusted, she understood that the half-elf would not change his stance no matter what. What makes you sure that he can't be trusted? Celeste asked. After her initial surprise, curiosity took over her, and she was serious about finding the answer to her question. Instinct, William answered. You're too naive, Professor. Do you think just because someone fights against evil makes them good? Celeste. Call me Celeste. Understood, Professor. Although William had already declared it earlier, it really seemed that he was hell-bent on distancing himself from her. A complicated feeling flashed through her heart as William stood up from the couch and walked towards the door. However, just before he left the room, he said a few words of parting. which made a certain princess stiffen after hearing his words. Ayla, I will meet with you tomorrow night. Wait for me in your room. Those were the last words that William said before he closed the door behind him, making everyone in the room look at the angelic princess, whose face had already turned beet red. Nighttime. Chloe sighed as she looked at the 2 full moons in the distance. It was a few hours after William had ended his talks with them and disappeared without a trace. Chloe assumed that the half-elf went back to the Thousand Beast domain in order to prepare for the mass migration that would be happening in 3 days. Also, she kept thinking about the words that William had said before he left the room. He will meet with Ayla tomorrow night? Chloe mused. I wonder what they will talk about. Chloe was currently in her 19-year-old form, and stunningly beautiful. Unfortunately, she had a melancholic look on her face as she stared at the beautiful starry sky, which would make any stargazers on Earth squeal in happiness. She was no longer able to return to her fairy form, and her days were numbered. The beautiful blonde elf thought that if she saw William again, she would be able to talk to him and encourage him, so he knew that everything would turn out well. However, she didn't do that. Chloe may be stubborn and often thought of as an idiot at times by some of the students in the academy, but she wasn't stupid. She knew that no words of encouragement would work on William right now, because his heart had turned cold, like the obsidian gem that was embedded in his chest. For days, Chloe softly muttered. I can only stay in this world for 4 more days. Conan, maybe you shouldn't have extended my stay. Maybe it would have been better if I disappeared alongside you. Are you saying that what he did was useless? No, I'm thankful for what he did. It's just the... Chloe blinked before turning her head to the side. There, standing not far from her, was William, who was also staring at the 2 moons in the sky. An awkward silence passed through them because Chloe didn't know what to say, and William was not in the mood to continue the conversation. Minutes passed in silence as Chloe lowered her head and hugged her knees. She was not expecting William to appear while she was stargazing, and it made her feel nervous. Sixth Master, please, stand up. William's voice that suddenly came from behind her almost made her jump up in fright. Fortunately, she was hugging her knees at that moment, or else she might have fallen off the roof of the residence. Stand up, you say? Chloe stuttered. Yes, William replied as he walked in her direction and offered his hand to support her to stand up. Chloe looked at the pale hand that was offered to her, and hesitated for a while before placing her hand over it. With a little tug, Chloe found herself staring back at William's golden eyes that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Your golden eyes looked majestic right now, but I still prefer your green eyes, Chloe said subconsciously. I see, William replied as his hands moved in front of Chloe's dress. Before Chloe could even understand what was happening, her clothes had already fallen beside her feet, and her beautiful and delicate body was revealed in front of the person she loved. At least that was what was supposed to happen. However, instead of seeing a beautiful body that would make all the single boys in Hestia Academy turn red as a tomato, what William saw was a body covered with cracks. It was just like a vase that had fissures all over it. Don't look, Chloe said as she tried to cover her body with her hands. It looks ugly. Please, don't look. William was unperturbed as he appraised Chloe's body that was in danger of shattering at any moment. Chloe was about to run away due to her embarrassment, but for some reason, she was unable to move her body. It was as if she was frozen in place. She could only helplessly endure the shame and embarrassment as William's gaze wandered over every inch of her being. After several minutes had passed, the black-haired teenager shifted his attention to Chloe's flushed face and asked her a question. Sixth Master, do you wish to live? William asked. Stupid disciple. Are you planning to kill me with embarrassment? Chloe answered in anger. Of course I want to live. Who wants to die? I don't want to die. Chloe's shout was so loud that it would have been enough to gather the attention of everyone in the residence. Fortunately, William had placed a sound-proofing barrier around them earlier to prevent anyone from hearing the commotion that was currently happening on the rooftop of the residence. Chloe had completely forgotten her previous nervousness towards William because of her embarrassment and angrily replied to his question. William stared at her glaring eyes with indifference before continuing to say the things he wanted to say. I can save you, but after that, you will never be the same again, William stated. You will become stained with darkness, and your soul corrupted by me. Are you sure you wish to take this path? Will Celeste be affected by this? Chloe asked. She knew that if something happened to her soul, Celeste would receive a backlash, just like what happened to William when Elliot and Conan died. She couldn't bear to watch as her master suffered pain due to the consequences of her decision. She will be, William replied. But it is still better than the backlash she will receive after you die. Will it hurt me? Perhaps. This is the first time that I am going to do it, so I can't answer your question. Chloe closed her eyes as she took a deep breath. A minute later, she opened them and faced William's golden gaze with determination. I want to live, Chloe stated. I also want to stay by your side. You can treat me as a tool if you like. But please, don't toss me aside like you are doing to Celeste. Very well, William replied as he held her chin and raised it up. Just don't regret your decision later. I won't, Chloe said softly. William could see how serious she was, so he no longer hesitated. In truth, even if Chloe refused his offer, he would still force her to make a pact with him. He no longer wanted to lose those that were important to him, especially those who had fought for his sake. Fortunately, Chloe agreed. So William lowered his head and kissed Chloe's lips, making her shudder due to how cold his lips were. However, the coldness only lasted for a moment before she closed her eyes and accepted the kiss that William had given her. It was at that moment when she felt something invade the core of her soul. At first she was going to resist it, but she remembered that William was trying to save her. Although she still felt afraid, she surrendered her body and soul to the person that she trusted the most, second only to her master, Celeste. Slowly, but surely, the cracks all over her body started to disappear. Chloe felt her body and soul being remodeled into something else, but for some reason, she didn't dislike it. It was as if William was marking her as his own, which made her heart feel warm inside. Also, the connection between her and Celeste was still there. She could tell that her master was feeling a slight discomfort at the moment, but she wasn't in pain, which made Chloe feel thankful to William. Her long and beautiful blonde hair that was tied in a ponytail slowly turned black, and a pair of short horns grew out of the top of her head. Suddenly a pair of black angelic wings sprouted behind her back, and a tail with a spade-like end extended from behind her backside. Chloe didn't know how long it was before William took a step back, stopping the kiss that filled her entire being with warmth. Just like a newborn foal, trying to take its first steps on the world, Chloe walked towards William with shaky steps. She no longer cared that she was practically naked, as she walked towards her new master with a longing gaze. You did well, Chloe, William said as soon as the beautiful succubus wrapped her arms around him. You did well. William raised his right hand to lightly pat the top of her head, while his left hand held her waist to support her. The beautiful succubus tried to bury her head deeper into William's chest, as if wanting to become a part of him. Chloe sighed in pleasure after being held by the man she loved. Not long after, she lost her consciousness while leaning against William's body. Her transformation might have gone smoothly, but her soul was still adapting to the changes made in her body. The half-elf held her firmly and allowed Chloe's head to rest on his chest. After making sure that the beautiful lady in his arms wouldn't slip from his embrace, he glanced at the 2 full moons that illuminated the night sky for a brief moment before shifting his attention to his 6th master, who had decided to bind her destiny to his. Thank you, William said softly as he kissed Chloe's head. Thank you for not leaving me behind, Chloe. William then held her in a princess carry, before turning into a black mist. He returned to the room that was given to him by Zeph instead of returning to the Thousand Beast domain. Right now, he was still on high alert, just in case Armin made his move. Although he knew that it would take a while for Felix and his army to know where he was, he decided to play it safe and remain in the Forterre Desert, to ensure that he would be prepared for any situation. Celeste's room. Celeste had her hands placed over her chest as she panted for breath. She had felt the sudden change that came over Chloe's soul, but aside from a slight discomfort, she didn't feel anything too serious. Deep inside, she knew that William might have done something to her familiar, but for some reason, she felt that the half-elf would never harm Chloe, so she endured the anxiousness that she felt as she endured the coldness that washed over her body. This lasted for several minutes before coming to a complete stop. Claire, who was also clutching her chest, was lying beside her on the bed. Just like Celeste, what she only felt was a discomfort that she couldn't explain. After it receded, she finally found time to breathe and to stabilize her condition. Celeste and Claire knew that Chloe's soul was no longer in any danger of dispersing. Both of them could feel the strong power that was coming from her connection to them. This gave the two of them some peace of mind because they were also at a loss about how to save Chloe from dying. "Are you fine with this, Celeste?" Claire asked. "Although I can still feel Chloe's connection to us, I also sense something else from it." "I'm fine with it," Celeste replied after she regained her composure. "William will not do anything to harm Chloe. So regardless of what he did to her, I can only thank him for saving her life." Claire nodded her head in agreement. More than anything else, she didn't want her twin to die. Truth be told, after Elliot and Conan died, she finally realized how much she took life for granted. Claire and Chloe had died several times in the past, but Celeste was able to summon them back because they hadn't used their full powers in battle. Now that she had seen what true death was like, Claire finally understood how precious life truly was. The only thing that she hoped for right now was that William would take good care of her sister. This was her honest wish for her twin, who finally had her wish granted by the person whom she treasured the most. "I've waited for this moment, and yet, it was snatched away from me," Princess Sydney said with a pout as she pinched William's cheeks. "Why didn't you protect your first time from that elf? I don't care if she is your master. I already called dibs on your first night." William wasn't able to look at the beautiful princess straight in the face because he was feeling very guilty. Truth be told, he had already agreed to make love with Ash and Princess Sydney on his 18th birthday in order to lose his V-card in real life. Unfortunately, the early bird got the early worm, and Celine managed to bite little Will before the others did. "Calm down, Sydney." Ash tried to pacify the pouting princess as she lightly pulled on William's ear. "I'm sure William didn't plan to break his promise with us, right, Will?" "Of course," William replied in a heartbeat. "I swear I didn't expect that Master would make love to me. She said that we will just do training, and before I knew it, you could have resisted." Princess Sydney pinched both of William's cheeks before rubbing his face with both of her hands. "Admit it, you wanted her as well, right?" "Why, yes," William admitted. The red-headed teenager didn't want to lie in front of the two girls that loved him, and admitted that he also wanted it to happen. Celine had been his very first crush in the world of Hestia. He would be lying if he said that he didn't dream of doing this and that with her. "Coo! I should have become suspicious when she appeared here." Princess Sydney lightly hit William's chest with her first. "That thieving cat! I will not forgive her." William sighed as he placed his hand at the back of Princess Sydney's head and pulled her close to him. "I'm sorry," William said as he kissed her forehead. "I know that I should have resisted, but I still went ahead and did it with her. How can I make it up to you? Make love to me with everything you have." "Okay." "How about me?" Ash asked as he lightly patted William's head. "Am I not included in this?" "Of course you're in it too," William replied as he pulled Ash close to him and gave her a kiss on the lips. "Tonight, I will make up for all the wrongs that I have done to both of you. HMP, you're not sleeping tonight, darling. Celine might have taken your first in real life, but I was your first in your dream world, right?" Beads of sweat formed on William's forehead as he looked back at his beautiful mermaid lover, who had a tender look on her face. Actually, my first time was with Wendy in my dreams," William stuttered. "We even did 30 rune awe." After several minutes of trying to pacify his two lovers, Princess Sydney's and Ash's sighs echoed within the walls of William's bedroom. Both ladies were clinging on to William as he kissed and sucked their proud peaks that they had offered to him. His hands were busy kneading the soft and willing jade rabbits that his lips weren't servicing, making the two beautiful ladies cling to him tighter. The red-headed teenager pinched, rubbed, flicked, and played with their firm tips, making both ladies sigh. He was currently using his incubus job class and used his powers to increase their sensitivity. Because of this, they were feeling every kiss, every caress, and every playful bite in a heightened state, which was not possible normally. William allowed both ladies to catch their breaths. For a brief moment as his hands trailed down from their breasts, down to their bellies, all the way to their lower abdomen. Ash and Princess Sydney were both maidens, so William made sure to prepare them properly for their union. Minutes passed as the two ladies shuddered together after reaching their climax. Their breaths along with William's was ragged, especially the half-elf who was doing his best to control his urges. Soon, Princess Sydney, the one who was said to be the most beautiful in the world, laid on all fours on the bed. She raised her hips as she waited for William to plunge into her depths and make her his woman. Her wish came true not long after as William lowered his hips and pushed past her maidenhood. A gasp escaped the beautiful princess' lips as the power of her divinity activated. At the same time, her chastity was taken from her. Instead of pain, she only felt pleasure. Genuine pleasure from the man whom she had chosen as her significant other. A pair of horns grew out of her head, a black pair of wings unfurled behind her back, and a tail with a spade-like tip at its end extended from her backside. Finally, Princess Sydney sobbed, not in pain, but in happiness after William had made her his woman. "I've waited for this for so long." William felt a fire burning in his chest as Princess Sydney's lust passed through their joined bodies. Soon, the sound of skin slapping skin echoed in the room as William tried to fight the nearly overwhelming feeling for conquest from taking hold of his senses. Princess Sydney was sinfully beautiful, and now that her power had awakened, her beauty became more profound. It filled William with the urgency to fill her up with his seed, to mark her womb as his. Ash was also affected by Princess Sydney's divinity and moved towards William to offer her breast to him as he continued to make love to the beautiful princess, whose power was slowly dispersing throughout the room. Soon, Princess Sydney felt something hot shooting inside her. Her body subconsciously trembled as William's life force washed over her senses. For a brief moment, she blanked out, savoring the afterglow of her first time. "My turn next," Ash said softly, and yet, her voice held an urgency that couldn't be denied. She pushed William, making the half-elf fall down on the bed, looking up at her. Princess Sydney felt a sense of loneliness the moment William pulled out of her. Her succubus senses craved for more, but she held herself back. She knew that she was not the only one that loved Will, so she decided to be patient as she waited for her turn again. Ash's beautiful body, whom William had held several times in the past, was just as smooth and as captivating as he remembered. Perhaps due to the effect of Princess Sydney's divinity, Ash took the initiative to hold William's manhood and guided it to her entrance that desperately wanted to have him. In one swift motion, Ash moved her hips down, feeling both pain and pleasure after the deed was done. The color of her purity dyed the white sheets with red as her hips moved up and down to satisfy the craving that had taken hold of her body. Ash was bold, but she was never that bold. The sudden change in her character, due to Princess Sydney's divinity, was such a contrast that William was greatly turned on by her current behavior. The half-elf didn't become passive for long as he raised his hips to meet Ash's rhythm, allowing him to reach the depths of her womanhood, and making her tingle all over. His hands reached out to fondle her breast as she moved with more intensity. She could sense that William was about to reach his limit, so she lowered her hips and shook her waist in a circular motion that made William grunt, releasing his essence deep inside her. William felt a heartfelt pleasure when Ash moved her hips in order to encourage him to release his seed at the entrance of her womb. It was as if she was begging for him to get her pregnant, and it made his climax so strong that he wondered if he really did succeed in making her conceive his child. "Darling, I hope you didn't think that this would be over after 2 rounds. Morgana," who had suddenly materialized after Princess Sydney lost her consciousness due to the pleasure, said with a smile. "Sydney is just resting. She will be up after you finish making me feel good." The lusty succubus, who had the exact same face as Princess Sydney, kissed little Will before putting him inside her mouth to clean him up. "That's right, Will," Ash said lovingly as she placed her right hand over her abdomen. "The night is still young. You went 30 rounds with Wendy, right? I want to experience that as well." William sighed as she reached out to lightly pat Morgana's head, who was currently in the middle of rejuvenating little Will to make him fight for another 30 rounds. His other hand then held into Ash's arm as he pulled her close to him to give her a loving kiss. "Very well," William said after his kiss with Ash ended. "I hope you girls are ready. All 3 of you will not be getting any sleep tonight." "Darling, that is my line," Morgana replied after giving little Will one last kiss. "You don't have to move. All you need to do is keep it up for me." "Will, I love you," Ash said as she lowered her head to initiate a kiss on William's lips. That night, all 4 of them didn't stop until dawn. Only when the sun started rising from the east did they fall asleep, while holding each other in a loving embrace. William abruptly opened his eyes and saw a black-haired beauty lying next to him. She had a peaceful look on her face as she slept soundly without a care of the world. The half-elf frowned as he propped himself up the bed. He had no intention of sleeping, but for some reason he fell asleep beside Chloe. After she finished her transformation into a succubus, William watched over her to ensure that he would be able to deal with any possible side effects that might arise in the first few hours of her new life. Fortunately, nothing happened. Perhaps it was that feeling of relief that had prompted him to relax his guard and fall asleep beside her. "Times like this, I wish I could have kept dreaming," William thought as he looked outside the window of his room. Although the sky on the east was starting to lighten, the sun was still not up. He had dreamt of his first night with his wives, Ash, Princess Sydney, and Morgana. It was a memory that held significance in his heart because it had happened on the night of his 18th birthday. William closed his eyes briefly to savor these memories before he walked towards the bed. He covered Chloe's beautiful naked body with a blanket. Although most men would lose control over such sights, the black-haired teenager wasn't even affected by it. The half-elf didn't cover her the night before because he was paying close attention to any changes that were happening to her body. Also, Chloe was now a creature of the night. Her resistance to cold was higher compared to most mortals. William wasn't worried about her getting sick and catching a cold. After checking her condition one last time, William flew out of the window. He flew higher and higher until he was several miles off the ground. Crossing his arms over his chest, he gazed towards the north where he had lost many important things to him. William wanted nothing more than to grind Armin's flesh and bones until there was nothing left of him. But he knew that this was an impossible endeavor, at least at this point in time. It was at that moment when William saw a black speck over the horizon that was flying in his direction. The black-haired teenager arched an eyebrow because he recognized the identity of the creature that had locked onto his location. William didn't move and simply waited for the unexpected guest to arrive. Although he had no idea why the black dragon was looking for him, he knew that the latter was currently in a rough spot due to the changes that were happening in the north. "It's been a while, William," Josh said as he stopped a few meters away from the half-elf who had an indifferent look on his face. "Has it?" William asked. "Did you grow bored spectating from a safe distance?" "I did," Josh replied. The black dragon didn't even bat an eye and admitted that he had observed the events as they had transpired in front of him. "This is why I came to find you. I don't want to be a spectator any longer." William eyed Vesta's father. He didn't find fault in Josh's decision to be a bystander because he didn't owe the half-elf anything. They were not allies or collaborators. The two of them were just doing what benefited them. That was the extent of the relationship they had. "What do you want?" William inquired. "An alliance," Josh answered. William nodded. "Tell me the specifics of this alliance. I will decide once you give me the clear-cut details of how you plan to cooperate with me." Josh remained calm as he observed the black-haired teenager whose presence had completely changed. If in the past he could still gauge William's combat strength, now he couldn't. Although he had a feeling that the half-elf was still weaker than him, the black dragon dared not take his chances and offend him. The southern stronghold was not only built to keep the forces of the Central and Silver Moon continents away, Josh explained. It was also made with the intention of mounting an offensive towards the demon capital, and ensuring that there was a stable fortress that could block most armies. Can it block pseudo-gods? William asked with sarcasm. Perhaps, Josh answered with a smile. There hasn't been an opportunity to activate the stronghold's defenses, but I am confident that it could block Tarask even if it used its full strength against it. Oh! William's interest was piqued by Josh's confident words. Tarask was the strongest demigod of the world. It could be considered a pseudo-god because no demigods could beat it in battle, even if they all worked together against it. It was the ultimate protector of the world of Hestia, which allowed it to go anywhere it wanted, as long as it wished. None of the demigods feared it, for it didn't actively seek them out. In short, Tarask was a pacifist. Even the mortals of the world would come to look for it to ask it to share its vast knowledge with them. Since there was no opportunity to activate the stronghold's defenses, how did you know that Tarask couldn't break through it? William wasn't too convinced by Josh's explanation, but because of how confident the black dragon looked, he still gave him the benefit of the doubt. It's because I asked it personally, Josh replied. After asking Tarask if it could breach the stronghold's defenses within a day, it said no. Okay, let's say that it couldn't breach it for a day. How long would it take Tarask to tear your fortress to the ground? 2 months. Tarask knows that the fortress stands on one of the ley lines in the demon continent. Only when the ley line dries up will its defenses shatter. Even the strongest amongst us knows that it is a daunting task to drain a ley line completely. 2 months? William muttered before shaking his head. It's not enough. Sooner or later, the forces of darkness will break through your stronghold's defenses. Josh nodded his head to acknowledge William's words. I know that it will not be enough to stop their advance. Its purpose is only to stall them for time. Then, what do you plan to do in those 2 months? Wait for you to become stronger. I will only use the full might of my forces once I am sure that there is a chance at victory. William scoffed at the black dragon who was relying on him to turn the tables around. Even so, he didn't dislike the plan. What he needed the most was time. He couldn't use his full powers because it would completely wipe out the remaining memories he had of Belle from his head. He had a feeling that once he lost them as well, he would never be the same again. Tell me, William von Ainsworth, how much time do you need? Josh asked with a serious expression on his face. Right now, he was relying on the power of one prophecy to beat another prophecy. Although it sounded ridiculous, this was the only way for him to have his revenge against Lucille, his evil spawn, Felix, as well as the Gremory clan, who had all played a role in the death of his wife. I don't know, William replied. All I know is that before I fight against Felix, I need to awaken my full powers. Also, I will need an army to fight him. You can use my army, Josh volunteered. William shook his head. It's not enough. Hestia Academy will also come to our aid. Not only them, but I'm sure that the human kingdoms and empires will not stand by and allow their lands to be conquered by the demon race. If we pool our forces together, then we can push them back. Perhaps. William didn't deny or confirm Josh's words. He didn't know how powerful the army of each kingdom was, but he was certain that together, they still posed a threat to the demon army's expansion. Do what you must, William said as he glanced at the rising sun in the east. I will be returning to the central continent 2 days from now. May I know where exactly in the central continent you are going? I can tell that you don't plan to go back to Hestia Academy. I'm going to the Tower of Babylon. I need to talk with someone there. Josh nodded in understanding. William, I will leave my daughter in your care, Josh said. I hope you don't mind. Sure. I will keep her around so you can watch my movements. I also hope you don't mind if I have my way with her when I get bored. I don't mind. I'm sure my daughter wouldn't mind that either. William snorted before flying back towards the SandClan's residence. The sun had finally risen in the east, spreading its light to the world. Even so, The black-haired teenager knew that the light would soon disappear from the face of the world. A new era of darkness was upon the world, and no light would be able to pierce through the veil of darkness that would soon descend upon the land. Josh watched Williams retreating back with a solemn gaze. The black dragon knew full well that if any of them had a chance to turn things around, it would start with the half-elf who was forced to embrace the darkness, so that others may see the light. "Do you understand, Vesta?" Josh asked. "I will be busy doing many important things, and I have no time to look after you. It will be safer for you to stay with William." "Safer?" Vesta asked back. "I don't think being with him is safer. Father, let me stay by your side. I can help you with any." "No. You'll just be a hindrance." Josh looked at his daughter coldly. "I don't have time to babysit you. Now is a very crucial time, and I don't have the time to spare to make sure that you are behaving properly. William has no intention of fighting against Felix right now, so being with him is the safer option." Vesta felt her heart tremble inside her chest because this was the first time that she had seen her father look at her so coldly. It was as if he was looking at a complete stranger, and not his own daughter whom he had loved and raised for the past 19 years. "I understand," Vesta replied as she lowered her head. "I will do as you say, father." "Good." Josh moved closer and gave his daughter a tight hug that lasted only for a brief moment before pulling back. Without another word, he turned his back to her and walked away. Vesta could only watch her father's back until it disappeared from her view. She didn't dare call out to him because she knew that she would only be disappointed. The only thing she could do was lower her head and bite her lower lip. "You liar," Vesta muttered softly as a drop of tear fell from her eyes. With the current state of the demon realm, it was hard to say who was friend or foe. She knew that her father truly wanted to protect her, so he decided to let her stay with William. That way, Josh would be able to focus more on the things he needed to do without worrying for her safety. "Look after her for me," Josh said as he walked past William on his way out of the Sand Clan's main residence. "Okay," William replied. "She'll be my emergency food when I run out of things to eat." Josh didn't bother to reply to William's words as he flew towards the sky. The black dragon headed towards the south where his fortress was waiting for him. 2 months? William muttered as he put his hands behind his back. "That is far from enough." The half-elf shook his head before returning to his room. Along the way, he met Princess Ayla and Shannon, who were headed to the dining area. "Are you not going to eat, Lord William?" Shannon asked. "I'm not hungry," William replied. Princess Ayla didn't say anything and simply stood to the side with her head lowered. She couldn't look at William, especially since tonight was the night that he would visit her in her room. This was the second time that they would be sharing some private time together, and the angelic princess couldn't help but worry about what the black-haired teenager planned to do with her. Suddenly, Princess Ayla felt a finger press upward on the bottom of her chin, raising her head so she would look at the black-haired teenager, whose golden eyes made her heart skip a beat. "Am I so scary that you won't even look at me?" William asked as he stared into Ayla's clear, purple eyes that showed her true emotions. "And no," Princess Ayla replied. I am just nervous." "And why are you nervous?" Because tonight." A light cough stopped Princess Ayla from continuing her words. Shannon immediately moved in to hold her body and make her take a step away from the half-elf who made her feel very nervous. "Lord William, please don't bully Ayla," Shannon said as she hugged the angelic princess from behind. "Can't you see that she's scared stiff of you right now?" "Is that so?" William asked back. "And no, that's not it," Princess Ayla stuttered. I just don't know what to wear tonight." "Yes, that's it." William nodded before walking past the two girls without another word. Princess Ayla and Shannon watched him go with complicated expressions on their faces. One of them wanted to reach out to him and help heal his sadness, while the other wanted to find ways that she could be useful to him. Right now, William was like an iceberg. What they could see was merely its tip, while the rest of it was hidden under the freezing surface. Both ladies knew that William was still grieving for his loss. Even so, a part of them wanted to be part of that cold world in order to help thaw some of the ice that covered his obsidian heart. Inside Celeste's room. Yes, he doesn't plan to return to the academy, headmaster, Celeste said as she stared at Byron's projection. All the professors in Hestia Academy carried communication artifacts that allowed them to talk directly to Byron in case of an emergency. Is that so? Byron asked. A pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. Professor, when will you be returning to Hestia Academy? Now that the heir of darkness, as well as the Prince of Darkness have arrived, it will be time to gather the members of the Holy Order of Light. The Pope contacted me earlier and said that she had already sent notices to all the virtues to gather at the Palace of Light. She expects you will go there as well. Celeste shook her head. I can't go, Professor. I am tied to William right now, and without his orders, I can't leave his side. Can't you convince him to let you go? I tried, but he said that he needs me by his side. Actually, Celeste was lying. William had already told her that she could return to Hestia Academy anytime she wanted. She was the one who didn't want to leave the black-haired teenager for reasons known only to her. Just do your best. Byron pinched the bridge of his nose before shifting his gaze back to the beautiful elf, who was currently beside the prophesied Prince of Darkness. Head straight to the Palace of Light when you get the chance. Understood, Headmaster, Celeste replied. The connection ended a minute later after Byron told Celeste about the current movement of their forces. Byron had already informed all the kingdoms and empires in the central continent about the recent developments in the demon realm. Although he didn't say anything more than that, she understood that this news would definitely cause a ripple effect and shatter the peace that everyone had enjoyed over the past 2 decades. Are you sure about this, Celeste? Claire asked as she landed on Celeste's shoulder. You went as far as to lie about your current situation to the headmaster. Are you perhaps worried about Chloe? Celeste nodded. Of course I am. How can I not be worried about her? But that is only half the reason. The other reason is William, yes? Celeste sighed as she poured herself a cup of tea. After taking a few sips, she returned the cup on top of the table and sighed a second time. I want to be with him right now because I'm afraid that if I keep my eyes off him for a few seconds, he might do something reckless. I will not be able to sleep at night knowing that my negligence caused him to take the wrong path. Celeste, don't you think it's already too late for that? He has already chosen to become the Prince of Darkness. Sooner or later, he will stand on the opposite side of the Holy Order of Light. Also, I'm sure that Chloe would be fine. Even though William looks like that right now, he will not allow my sister to come to any harm. Celeste also shared Claire's opinion. She had seen how William cared for the people around him, so he would definitely take care of Chloe and not allow her to endanger herself. Celeste, I think you are forgetting something important, Claire said with a serious expression on her face. Being near William is the most dangerous thing you can do right now. Not only does he have control over you through the mark on your body, your virtue is also in danger. Celeste chuckled as he covered her eyes with a hand. Yes, my virtue. The always pure maiden, Celeste commented with sarcasm. The untainted, the chaste, and similar other titles. Throughout my life, I've seen the looks of the men who have coveted this chastity of mine. All of them wanted me to become their greatest conquest. They wanted to know what it will be like to make me their woman and take my virtue away from me. I've known this all my life, and yet, I didn't dislike it. In fact, I've long wanted to know what would happen once my pureness was sullied. Would I lose my powers? Would I become an ordinary woman? I don't know the answer to these questions. All the virtues before me stayed chaste throughout their lifetimes. All of them lived sad and bitter lives, just because this virtue was given to them the moment they were born. This time, it was Claire's turn to sigh as she gazed at the beautiful elf's face. And yet, the most chaste and most sought-after woman in the world is being neglected by the man who was prophesied to become her prince, Claire said, imitating the sarcasm in Celeste's voice. Celeste, I think you're playing with fire. William is very unstable right now. One wrong move, and he will eat you up, drink your blood, and make you unable to live without him. If only he would do that, Claire, Celeste replied. But he won't. Even if I offered myself to him on a silver platter, he wouldn't even bother to touch me. Chloe has a higher chance to end up in the same bed with him than I do. It's because the two of you don't love each other. Yes, we don't love each other. And that is the reason why I'll be safer with him than anywhere else in the world. Claire frowned, but she no longer tried to persuade Celeste to change her mind. If being in the most dangerous place allowed her to be safe, then she would accompany her master even if it meant being in the eye of the storm. Just don't regret your decision later, okay? Claire said as she lightly caressed Celeste's beautiful face. I will keep that in mind, Celeste replied. Thank you, Claire. You're welcome. The green-haired fairy smiled sadly before closing her eyes. I've already lost Chloe. I don't want to lose you as well. Princess Ayla soaked in the scented bath filled with flower petals. This was the second time she had done this, and both times were in preparation to meet William at night. The first time William stayed with her, she fell asleep and had no recollection of what happened afterwards. Even so, she knew that William didn't do anything inappropriate to her. Back then, she felt both relieved and disappointed at the outcome of their first night together. Relieved because nothing happened while she was sleeping. Disappointed because a part of her longed for William's warm embrace. In the dreams she had, it had always been like that. The silver-haired William would make love to her and hold her as if she was the most precious thing in the world. That feeling of love and intimacy that had crossed over space and time had reached her heart. The angelic princess would be lying if she said that she didn't long for William's touch. Just like the one that held her, whenever she closed her eyes to sleep. Perhaps it was due to her wish to see that silver-haired William, or perhaps it was due to her anxiety throughout the entire day. Princess Ayla fell asleep due to how comfortable the bathwater felt. An hour later, a dark mist appeared beside the bathtub, and transformed into the black-haired teenager who had asked to meet with her tonight. William looked at the angelic beauty that was sleeping peacefully inside the bathtub. Her face rested over the back of her hands, as she dreamed of the brave Einherjar in her memories. The half-elf arched an eyebrow as he used his ability to look into her dreams. A moment later, the black-haired teenager raised his hand, lifting Princess Ayla's body with his magic, so it floated above the bathtub. He then summoned a bath towel and covered her body snugly with it. Using a bit of wind and fire magic, William dried off her body as she carried her towards the bed. Princess Ayla was in the middle of her passionate dream when her mind caught hold of the fact that something was touching her face. At first, she tried to swat it with her hand, but it didn't change anything. Instead, the touching even increased, and it no longer focused on her face, but her body. Feeling alarmed, Princess Ayla opened her eyes, only to find herself lying on her bed, staring at a handsome, yet cold-looking young man who was holding a bath towel in his hand. Are you finally awake? William asked as he casually wiped Princess Ayla's chest using the towel in his hand. You shouldn't sleep in the bathtub, you know? What? Princess Ayla felt as if her brain had lost the ability to form coherent words at the moment. The only thing she could do was stare at William, who was still drying her body with the towel as if it wasn't a big deal. What's wrong? William asked. The corner of his lips were slightly raised, and there was a hint of mischief in his eyes. Oh, do you mind lifting your leg a bit? I need to wipe that place. It's still wet. Because she was still in a daze, she obediently lifted her right leg and allowed William to wipe her thigh. Only when he was finished did she finally come to her senses, which made her entire face turn beet red. I can wipe myself. Princess Ayla grabbed the bath towel in William's hand and used it to cover her body. You don't have to do this, Lord William. I'm no longer a child. Of course I know that you are no longer a child, William replied. You've grown in the right places. If only Brianna's older brother, Connell, could see you right now, he would definitely regret not being able to marry you. Princess Ayla's cheeks turned a shade redder when she remembered her almost husband to be back in the Kirinter Mountains. If not for the fact that William had intervened back then, she might still be there right now, and perhaps a mother of 2, perhaps 3 children already. The angelic princess body subconsciously shuddered after thinking about such a possibility. Although it had been many years since that fateful day, she still wondered what her fate would have been if not for William's timely interference. "Do you regret it?" William asked as he stared down at the angelic beauty on the bed. "Do you regret not being married to Connell?" "I don't regret it," Princess Ayla answered firmly. "I didn't want to marry him in the first place." "Then, who do you want to marry?" That. Princess Ayla had recovered enough wits to stop herself from blurting out, "I want to marry you," in front of the black-haired teenager that was making her heart beat wildly inside her chest. Before she could even think of anything else to say, William abruptly stood up and walked away from the bed. He then crossed her arms and turned his back on the princess, who had a confused expression on her face. "Playtime's over," William said. "Please put something on, so that we can talk about a serious matter. Of course, I don't mind if you plan to stay in your birthday suit. Either way is fine with me." It took the angelic princess a few more seconds to register the words that William had just said. When she realized that she was practically but naked, she immediately took a nightgown out of her storage ring and wore it properly. She was in such a hurry that she had completely forgotten about her undergarments, but she no longer cared about them. Princess Ayla knew that if William really wanted to do anything to her, there was no way she could resist his advances. "I'm done," Princess Ayla stated after she had calmed the beating of her raging heart inside her chest. "What do you wish to talk about, Sir William?" William turned around to look at the beautiful lady in front of him. He once again walked towards the bed and sat on top of it. His gaze landed on Princess Ayla's still blushing face as he told her why he asked to meet with her. "Do you still have the power to erase memories?" William asked. "Erase memories?" Princess Ayla stuttered. "Yes, I can still erase memories, but there is a condition." "Condition?" "Yes, the one whose memories I will erase must agree to have their memories erased. Then and only then can I erase their memories. I could no longer do it one-sidedly like I did to you in the past." "Oh!" William found this condition quite interesting. Back then, the Ayla, who was also a Vanir, had one-sidedly erased all of his memories of their time together. For this very reason, the half-elf couldn't remember her, even after he had seen the dreams that the princess was having. For him, the time that he shared with the Ayla of the past no longer existed. Although he felt pity for his previous lifetime, the one who chose to end things was Ayla and not him. "I think this new condition is good," William said after looking at the princess, who was looking back at him with a sad expression on her face. "Consent is important." Princess Ayla nodded. "I agree." William then moved closer to the princess until their faces were only a few inches away from each other. "When you erase people's memories, do you store them somewhere or are they completely erased?" "I can do both, but the methods that are used are different from each other." "Explain it to me." Princess Ayla nodded. "When I need to erase someone's memories, I will need their consent. When consent is given, I only need to press my palm over their forehead and the memories they want to be erased will instantly disappear without a trace. These memories can no longer be recovered. The second method is taking their memories from them and storing it in my own memory. In order for this to happen, I will need the person's consent, then I will have to. "Have to?" William asked because Princess Ayla's entire face had turned beet red once again and was unable to continue her explanation. I will only be able to take their memories from them and store it in my own memory if I kiss them." "Only a kiss? With how deeply you are blushing. I thought that it was something more serious." Princess Ayla pouted after seeing that William was making fun of her. "I haven't kissed anyone before," Princess Ayla said. "So this is a first for me. The memory transfer is quite complicated. Depending on how many memories that you want me to erase, we might need to do it a couple of times until all traces of it disappear completely. Is there something specific that I must do in order for you to take specific memories?" "Yes, you need to think of that particular memory. It will be easier if the memory you wish to erase is about a person. All you need to do is think of that person, and I will do the rest." "I see." William closed his eyes as if fighting an internal struggle inside his head. 5 minutes later, The black-haired teenager looked at Princess Ayla with a determined gaze. "Let's do it," William stated. "Take my memories and store them in your own. There will come a time when I will ask you to return them to me. Can you do that?" "I can." "Promise me." Princess Ayla placed her right hand over her heart and made a heartfelt pledge to return William's memories, if ever he wished for them back. "There's one more thing that I'd like to add," William said. "No matter what happens, don't remind me of the memories that you've taken from me." "May I know why?" Princess Ayla inquired out of curiosity. "If you do, I don't know what will happen. It is possible that I might try to kill you because of it." "Seriously?" William nodded with a serious expression on his face. Because of this, Princess Ayla felt that she was about to carry a great burden. A burden that William had carried for a very long time. A minute later, after sorting out her feelings and preparing herself for the task she was about to do, Princess Ayla cupped William's face. She was still blushing because instead of William kissing her, she would be the one to kiss him instead. Also, it was her first kiss. The mental hurdle was simply too high. Even so, seeing the sadness in William's eyes, her curiosity got the better of her. She wanted to know what kind of memory the half-elf wanted to be erased so badly that he specifically asked for her help. The moment her soft lips pressed over William's, she saw fireworks illuminating the dark sky. A scene of two teenagers kissing within a field of flowers appeared in her head. While the angelic princess was immersed in the feeling of love and warmth that emanated from William's memory, she didn't notice the single tear that streamed down the side of William's face. Not long after that, more tears followed as William lost one of the most precious memories in his heart. Unfortunately, it would not be the first, nor the last one that he would lose tonight. As if she had tasted something very sweet and delicious, Princess Ayla sought William's lips and took those wonderful memories from him. Soon, only the sound of kisses could be heard in Princess Ayla's room. She had lost herself in the sensations that accompanied William's memories and pressed her body against his, forgetting the fact that she had been too embarrassed to even look at him a few minutes ago. There, in the arms of the angelic beauty, William wept silently. He wept for the memories that he had lost, and the love that he had tried so hard to protect. William knew that when morning came, he would no longer remember Belle. This was the price he had to pay, in order to truly awaken the power of darkness that had already taken over half of his soul. Princess Ayla had lost control of her senses. The only thing she could think of was to take all of William's memories that belonged to the black-haired beauty that the half-elf wanted to entrust to him. After absorbing William's first memory, the angelic beauty was bathed in warmth, love, and happiness that she hadn't felt in her current lifetime. It was so sweet and so intoxicating that she couldn't stop herself from wanting more. With every memory she took from him, her addiction grew. With every kiss, she felt herself falling helplessly in love with him. It was as if his memories of Belle were affecting her emotions, making her feel that the feelings of love were being directed to her, instead of the beautiful wife that William had left back on Earth. Several minutes later, William was lying on the bed, with Princess Ayla pinning him down. Their roles had been reversed, and the princess was now like the groom who was planning to make love to his newlywed wife on their honeymoon. The half-elf could no longer resist because he had fallen unconscious at this point in time. Only Princess Ayla's kisses could be heard in the room as she took everything that the black-haired teenager held sacred. Half an hour later, a pleasure-filled sigh escaped Princess Ayla's lips as she basked at the afterglow of the warmth that William had given her. Only after looking down did she realize how forceful she had been, while she was absorbing William's memories. The half-elf had only been wearing a loose sleeveless black shirt and pants when he went to Princess Ayla's room. Now that shirt had already been ripped apart, showing William's lean and toned body that made the angelic princess blush until the tips of her ears were red. I, Princess Ayla muttered as she looked at the aftermath of her passionate pursuit of the sweet feeling that had taken hold of her senses. Soon, the angelic beauty's gaze landed on the black obsidian gem that was embedded in William's chest. Her hand subconsciously moved towards it and caressed its surface. "It's cold?" Princess Ayla said softly, as she touched the black gem that she believed served as William's heart. "It's so cold." The princess couldn't help but be surprised at the coldness she was feeling. It was as if she was touching a block of ice that would never melt. For some reason, the angelic princess felt sadness wash over her body. The warmth that she felt earlier instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a discomfort that made her shudder. "Don't tell me I took the last shred of warmth he had left in his heart?" Princess Ayla's eyes widened in shock when this realization hit her. For a brief moment, she almost returned the memories she had taken from William. The only reason why she was barely able to stop herself from doing so was because the memories were something that the half-elf had entrusted to her. If not for that, then she wouldn't hesitate to return the precious memories that she had taken from him. While the angelic princess was still thinking of what to do next, William's eyes slowly opened. Since the princess was paying close attention to him, she immediately noticed that he had awoken. "How are you feeling?" Princess Ayla asked. "Hungry," William replied as she looked at the beautiful lady in front of him. "What am I doing here again? And why are you pinning me down?" Princess Ayla blinked once then twice before she understood the meaning behind William's question. The half-elf not only lost his memories of Belle, but also the reason why he met with her in the first place. The angelic beauty's thoughts went blank for a brief moment because she didn't know how to explain the current situation to William. "Well, it doesn't matter," William said as he held Princess Ayla's arm. "Ayla, your body is overflowing with life magic. Can you share some with me? I'm feeling really hungry right now. If I don't sate this hunger, I might lose control of myself and do something crazy." Princess Ayla nodded her head as she looked at William's face, who was no longer indifferent and cold. In fact, there was nothing different from one of the usual expressions he always had before he became the Princes of Darkness. It was as if the dam finally broke, and he was able to act normally without restraining himself. "Thank you," William smiled as she pulled the princess close to him. For some reason, Princess Ayla felt that she was being drawn into his smile. A moment later, she felt William's lips press over her own. A few seconds later, the half-elf pulled back as he smacked his lips together. "So delicious," William said as he caressed the side of Princess Ayla's face. "I'm afraid that if I continue to do this, I might eat you until only your bones remain." Princess Ayla was about to ask if William had taken enough life force from her, when her world suddenly spun around her. "Careful now." William held the angelic beauty, who was now feeling weak. "Don't worry, I only took a quarter of your life magic. It will restore itself when you wake up tomorrow." He then lay the princess on the bed and covered her with a blanket. After that, he planted a kiss on her forehead before moving away from the bed. "Ayla, let's talk about us tomorrow," William said. "I will give you the answer that you were looking for. But before I give you my answer, can I ask you a question?" "Yes." Princess Ayla had circulated her life magic around her body in order to remove the discomfort that she was feeling. "Are you sure you want to be with me in my current state?" William asked in a teasing tone. "Do you really want to become my woman?" I don't know," Princess Ayla replied. "To be honest, I am afraid of you right now." William chuckled as he nodded his head. "Good answer." William nodded his head. "You can come and find me when you decide to become mine. However, I will tell you this. Once you make your decision, there will be no turning back. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes." "Good night. I'll see you tomorrow after the migration of the Sand Clan and the Rains Clan is finished." William didn't wait for Princess Ayla's reply before turning into a black mist and exiting through the window. The window closed by itself after the half-elf left, leaving the angelic princess alone inside the room. Her heart was still beating wildly inside her chest because the current William's charisma was so strong that she felt that she could only say yes to whatever demand he asked of her. Fortunately, the half-elf seems to have noticed this and held back his charm to allow Princess Ayla to retain her willpower. "Shannon might be pleased with the new changes in William's personality," Princess Ayla muttered. "I'm sure that if he asked her if she wanted to become his woman, Shannon would definitely jump at the opportunity." Princess Ayla patted her chest as she tried to understand her current feelings for William. In truth, she really liked him and she was willing to be with him, but she was afraid. Very afraid that William's seductive words of love would make her fall in his embrace and bring her to the heights of pleasure until she wouldn't be able to live without him again. After leaving Princess Ayla's room, William was still feeling hungry. However, he felt a sense of freedom that he had never felt before. It was as if a great burden had been lifted off of his body, and he was now free to do whatever he wanted, without worrying about the consequences. William rubbed his chin as he pondered this incredible sense of liberation that he was feeling at the moment. For some reason, he felt as if he had forgotten something important. Well, if I can't remember it, it mustn't be anything important. William shrugged as he walked down the hallways without his shirt on. He was only wearing black pants and walked barefoot. Right now, he was craving blood and life, but had no urge to randomly attack people just to satisfy his cravings. After making a turn, he came face to face with Celeste, and Claire, who was seated on her shoulder. "You're still here?" William asked with a smile. "I thought you returned to the academy." The half-elf walked towards Celeste in a casual manner that confused not only the beautiful elf, but also the little fairy on her shoulder. "I'm worried about Chloe, so I'll be staying with her for the time being," Celeste replied as she eyed the black-haired teenager closely. "You seem different." "I also feel the same," William nodded. The smile never left his face as he continued to look at the beautiful elf in front of him. "Actually, I feel very hungry right now, but aside from that, I feel giddy for some reason. Also, I didn't notice this before, but you look incredibly delicious right now." William grinned, showing his fangs. This scene made Celeste's body shudder as her hands subconsciously moved to touch the tattoo that had appeared on her lower abdomen. The half-elf noticed this subtle gesture, but he only smiled and walked towards Celeste. However, before he went past her, he whispered something in her ear. "Don't worry, I won't touch you," William whispered. "I have many willing women who would surrender themselves to me with just a single word. Also, I now have Chloe with me. She would happily take your place as my bride, so you can rest assured that your precious chastity will remain intact. I have no interest in it." William walked away from Celeste while humming. He really didn't feel anything for the beautiful elf who looked exactly like his master, except for the fact that the color of her hair was different. Celeste looked at William's retreating back and felt a dull ache in her chest and in her womb. His casual words seemed to have affected her to a certain extent, making her breathe heavily. Claire, who was seated on Celeste's shoulder, patted her chest. During the half-elf's exchange with her master, the little fairy felt a very strong attraction towards William. It came to the point where she almost flew towards him and knelt in submission. This feeling scared her, because she never felt something like this before. Fortunately, William was already gone. If he had remained a minute longer, the little fairy shuddered. "I'd better stay as far away from him as I can get," Claire thought. "Celeste should do the same as well. If not, I'm afraid that the two of us will fall for his charms. The current William is like a walking poison that intoxicates those around him. If we are not careful, we might turn into his slaves, willing to do anything for him." Claire thought of her twin sister, Chloe, who had decided to stay by William's side. The half-elf had already said that he would substitute Chloe for Celeste and make her his bride. Although she was very happy for her twin, the same couldn't be said for Celeste. "I think I should try my best to convince her to go to the Palace of Light," Claire thought. "That way, we will be far from William's influence." Claire didn't know if she was saying these things in her head for Celeste's sake, or for hers. The only thing she knew was that they should leave William's side while they could before they fell completely under the power of his charms. After leaving Celeste behind, William came face to face with Shannon on his way back to his room. The young lady, who was still wearing her mask, was standing in front of William's room and seemed to be waiting for him to return. The moment their gazes met, Shannon looked closely at William's bare upper half, and for some reason, it awakened the artistic side of her. "Lord William, what a coincidence. I was just taking a casual stroll and found you here," Shannon said. "This must be fate at work." William rolled his eyes at Shannon's nonsense excuse. Yes, it must be fate, William replied with a smile, turning a blind eye to Shannon's sorry excuse for trying to meet him. What can I do for you, Miss Shannon? Miss Shannon sounds so distant. Just call me Shannon. Sorry, but I don't stick it in crazies. Huh. Shannon tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean, Lord William? William walked towards Shannon until he was only a meter away from her. He then lightly poked the mask on her face in a teasing manner. Girl, don't make me use donger on you, William stated. You might find him to be a mouthful. Lord William, I don't understand. Don't worry, I'm just talking nonsense. So, what do you want from me again? William crossed his arms over his chest as he eyed the eighth sin, who was quite smitten with him. After finally awakening the power of darkness, now that his memories of Belle had been taken from him, the half-elf was able to identify things with a single glance. This was how he was finally able to know the power that resided inside Shannon's body, and why it had made things difficult for him when they met for the first time. I just wanted to ask if I could become one of your lovers, Lord William. I'm very tempted to take donger out right now, so I can test it on you. Excuse me? William chuckled. Right now, he was really in a good mood, which made him want to tease the young lady in front of him. You want to become my lover, right? William asked. Shannon nodded. All right, I'll think about it, William stated. Let's talk after we return to the central continent. For now, make sure to keep that mask on in order to prevent people from dying. Okay. Understood, Shannon replied with a serious expression on her face. Now that her prince had promised to think about her proposal, she no longer felt anxious about being around him. Good night, Lord William. Shannon walked up to William and gave him a hug and breathed in his manly scent. Shannon looked like every other human girl, with the exception of the two fox ears on the top of her head. As a fox lady, she was quite familiar with the power of charms. Right now, William's body was oozing with it. However, she was not affected by it. William, on the other hand, felt a bit helpless about how he should treat the young lady who was hugging him at the moment. Just like how he found out what divinity Shannon had, he also found out who her mother and father were. If not for the fact that Amen had not made things harder for him and unsealed the curse on his Est's, Isaac's, and Ash's bodies after his battle with Morix in the Deadlands, he might have used Shannon to blackmail the god in order to make him lift the curse on their bodies. However, since his issue with Amen was now over, he no longer felt the need to flatter the god who was also Shannon's father. The only problem was Shannon's mother. William didn't want to antagonize the goddess, not because he was afraid of her, but because they were on the same side. Doing so would only sour their relationship, and he didn't want that to happen. This was also why he was keeping Shannon at bay in order to prevent misunderstandings between them. Although William was fond of women, that didn't mean that he would just take any beautiful women he saw and throw them on his bed. Are you done? William asked. He had kept his arms on his waist to not give the young lady any reason to continue hugging him. I still have things to do. I'm almost done, Shannon replied as her hands moved all over William's upper half, as if she was an artist inspecting an artwork by hand. William endured the young lady's sexual harassment for half a minute, before holding her shoulders and gently pushing her away from him. Good night, Shannon, William said as he moved towards the door. I'll see you tomorrow. He didn't even bother to wait for Shannon's reply before firmly closing the door behind him. As soon as he entered the room, a giggle reached his ears. William glanced at the beautiful lady with long black hair that was leaning against the wall near the entrance of his bedroom. That girl is trouble, Chloe said as she looked at William with a grin. Much more trouble than I will ever be. You're not trouble, William replied as he walked towards the beautiful succubus. You're mine. William kissed Chloe's lips, which made the latter's body stiffen. I'm still not used to this, Chloe said softly after William's kiss ended. But I don't dislike it. William smiled as he wrapped his arms around the beautiful succubus who had risked her life for him. Don't worry, I will teach you everything you need to know, William replied. But first, I need to go back to the Thousand Beasts domain. I need Charmaine and the others. I am really hungry. Okay. Chloe nodded in understanding. I am going with you. MMM. William held Chloe's hand as he opened a portal in front of him. Soon, William found himself being kissed all over by the elves that had taken good care of him for the past few years. The half-elf accepted their advances and returned their gestures in turn. Although he refrained from making love to them, especially to Charmaine, who had already surrendered her heart and body to him, his affectionate touch had left her a promise. Soon, William whispered in Charmaine's ears, before lowering his head to kiss her right breast. I understand, Charmaine replied as William sank his fangs into her tender breast, drawing blood from it. That night, Charmaine and the other elves fell helplessly under William's soft kisses and pleasurable touch. Not only did they feel the euphoria of having their blood taken from them, the unexpected intimacy left them craving for more. William satisfied their desires until they lost consciousness one by one. In the end, only Charmaine remained. She leaned her head on William's chest and kissed the obsidian gem in his chest with love, over and over again. The black gem that once was ice-cold now felt warm to the touch. William hugged his personal maid that had served him faithfully for many years before closing his eyes to sleep. Now that his hunger had been sated, he was finally able to relax and allow himself to fall into sleep's embrace. As the half-elf dreamed a dreamless sleep, the laughter of the primordial goddess echoed in the darkness. Although things didn't turn out the way she wanted with Belle's memories, she found William's compromise a step towards the path that she had paved specifically for him. William stood before the shrine that he had made for his wives and friends in the center of the magic crystal cave. He had been gazing at them for almost half an hour, while Lilith and Chloe stood a few meters behind him. Suddenly, a sigh escaped William's lips as he rested his hand on Princess Sydney's face, who was protected by a thick layer of ice. Looking at all of this, I finally realized that something is very wrong with me, William said softly as he reluctantly took his hand back from caressing Princess Sydney's beautiful face. I should be feeling sad and heartbroken, and yet, right now, I don't feel anything. I guess I have really turned into a monster. William then turned around to look at Lilith and Chloe, who both had sad expressions on their faces. Are both of you disappointed in me? William asked. It's fine. Just tell me what you think. Lilith shook his head. I think you misunderstand the situation, Will. Chloe nodded in agreement to Lilith's words. I think the real you has just retreated to the deepest part of your heart, Chloe replied. If you are really as indifferent and unfeeling as you claim to be, then you wouldn't be crying right now. Crying? William asked in confusion. He then wiped the side of his face with his right hand and felt something wet. The half-elf then summoned a mirror to have a better look on his face. In the reflection on the mirror, he saw a black-haired teenager with tears streaming down the sides of his face. Although he didn't look particularly sad, the tears continued to fall without any signs of stopping. What a sorry sight, William said as he wiped away the tears in his eyes. But this is also a good thing. At least I know that I am still able to feel sadness, even though it doesn't show on the surface. Then, how do you feel about Felix and Armin? Lilith asked. Oh, them. William's overall atmosphere immediately changed after hearing Felix's and Armin's names. Black lightning crackled around him, as a powerful pressure excluded from his body. However, it only lasted for a brief moment before everything disappeared like a dream. That was close, William said as he patted his chest. I am still not stable right now. I almost destroyed this place because of my overflowing emotions. William hurriedly walked towards the exit of the cave without looking back. He was afraid that if he continued to stay inside the cave, his power might slip out of his control and destroy it completely. The bodies of his wives were currently preserved in a thick layer of ice, and seemed to only be sleeping. Deep inside, William knew that if he accidentally destroyed their icy prisons, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Only when he was at a safe distance from the cave did he finally stop and place both of his hands behind his back. Truth be told, he liked nothing more than to step on Felix's body and grind all of his bones into mush. As for Ahriman, he wanted to drink all of his blood until none of it was left. After that, he would burn his body in holy flames, so that he could suffer for eternity. It was at that moment when a great and murderous anger surged up from the very depths of his heart. The half-elf closed his eyes as he embraced the heartbreaking hatred that was rising from his body. "Don't worry. I promise that I will avenge them," William said softly as he coaxed the half of himself that was grieving in the deepest part of his heart. After all of his memories of Bel were taken away from him, the dam that was preventing the darkness from corrupting the other half of his soul had broken. Free from its prison, the darkness started to corrupt the other half of his soul in order to become whole again. It was at that moment when the half-elf's instinct kicked in, and he summoned the silver bell that resided in his heart, to prevent his soul from being corrupted completely. William was only able to safeguard a quarter of his soul from the corruption, due to the power of Bel of Anthanasia, that Ella had left him before she disappeared. Ella knew that the primordial goddess wanted to corrupt William's entire soul, and make him fall completely into darkness. Although a part of his soul was bound to be taken over, she still strived to save a part of it to retain William's essence. That was the only thing she could think to do to prevent the primordial goddess from having her way with her adopted son. William was a special existence. Because of this reason, she decided to become a constellation and wait for the right moment to guide him down the right path. Unfortunately, the primordial goddess discovered his true identity as well, which made her covet him completely. After the anger in his heart subsided, the overpowering pressure that William was releasing also disappeared. His sharp eyes gazed in the distance as the power inside him circulated to every part of his body. "Lilith, Chloe, I am returning to the Sand Clan," William said without turning around to look at his two lovers. "What are your plans?" "I'll go with you." "Me too." "Okay." William opened a portal in front of him and walked through it. Lilith and Chloe glanced at each other before following behind him. Today was the day when the Sand Clan, as well as the Rains Clan, would migrate to his Thousand Beast domain. The black-haired teenager had prepared everything beforehand, and positioned the two clans on the opposite side of the domain, away from the other clans that served under him. Cassie had returned to the Raja clan to prepare her people for an evacuation. She had already told William that she planned to join him in the fight against Felix and Ahriman, so the half-elf agreed to have her entire clan migrate to the Thousand Beast domain as well. Athrun's clan had strong connections with the Demon Lord, so he knew that they wouldn't budge no matter what he told them. However, he asked William to allow the members of his merchant guild to seek refuge inside his domain to escape the conflict that was about to sweep the entire demon realm. William accepted Athrun's request because he considered the demon who had accompanied him on his journey a friend. This was the least he could do for him. He also didn't mind having connections with a merchant that had a good head on his shoulders. Even though the world was about to descend into chaos, thinking about what the future would hold when everything was over was important as well. "Somewhere in Hestia." "Celeste said that?" A middle-aged woman, who was wearing a papal robe, asked. "Are you sure that the Prince of Darkness is preventing her from leaving?" "Yes," Byron replied. "She said that William had ordered her to stay by his side. I guess this is only natural because she had somehow become his bride, and her sister the bride of the heir of darkness. Such pitiful sisters." The middle-aged woman frowned. "However, this is truly a problem. Celeste's virtue is in danger of being tainted by that foul man's touch. She needs to be returned here to the Palace of Light. Only when all the virtues are present will we be able to give our warriors the highest blessing that will enable them to better fight against the forces of darkness." "Will the blessing work even if she's not there?" "It will work, but it will not be as powerful as when all the virtues are gathered together. Having her here is a must. Do your best to bring her back before that man takes her chastity away from her." Byron sighed as he nodded his head in understanding. "I'll do everything on my end, so make sure to finish the preparations on your end." The middle-aged woman nodded. "May the light shine upon you." After the connection ended, the middle-aged woman stood from her throne and teleported to the highest vantage point of the Palace of Light. Filthy creatures, the middle-aged woman muttered as she gazed in the direction of the demon continent where the power of darkness was gathering. I'll make sure to erase each and every one of you and rid this world of your evils, even if it's the last thing I do. The middle-aged woman then looked at the giant statue that stood behind their palace, which had weathered the storm of Hestia for thousands of years. Your Excellency, the time is nigh, the middle-aged woman said. Twilight falls and the enemies await. The giant statue briefly glowed in a radiant splendor as if acknowledging the middle-aged woman's words. The time had come for the forces of light to gather and stand on the opposite side of darkness, like they had done once before, during the era of the gods, when the entire world was covered in darkness. Inside William's villa, the different patriarchs of the clans that had decided to side with him had gathered in his conference room. So, are there any problems with your new homes? William asked with a smile. If you have any concerns, don't hesitate to tell me, or Charmaine when I'm not around. I will try to accommodate your requests if it is possible. In regard to that, Lord William, the One-Horned Clan has no complaints whatsoever. Polox, the patriarch of the One-Horned Clan, replied. We are very satisfied with the accommodations that you have given us. Kareth, the patriarch of the Nightshade Clan, nodded his head in agreement. We were prepared to endure any harsh living conditions, but compared to what we imagined, this place is simply paradise. I agree with Kareth. Merton, the patriarch of the Steel Fist Clan, commented. Our living conditions are really great. Also, the Dungeon of Atlantis gives us the opportunity to train our warriors, so that they don't lose their battle instincts. In fact, some of them even improved after challenging the lower floors. Cassie, who had reverted to her male form, Caspian, also voiced out his satisfaction to the accommodations that he received from William. I wish I had a portable domain just like this, Caspian said as he rubbed his chin with a smile. This makes living very convenient for everyone. Zeph and Lorcan also nodded their heads in agreement. They had been used to the harsh conditions of living in the desert. William's Thousand Beast domain was paradise compared to that dry and unforgiving place. That's good to hear, William stated. However, as you know, I am currently at war with Felix and the god of demons. There will come a time when I will need your assistance to fight against him. Of course, I won't force any of you to do battle. If any of you didn't want to be dragged into this conflict, they may stay on the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. The floor of Asgard will safeguard all of you. All the patriarchs thanked William for his grace and benevolence. After making small talk for a while, Polox lightly cleared his throat as he looked at the black-haired teenager with a serious expression on his face. Lord William, we have held meetings these past few days and thought of ways we can help you fight against the heir of darkness, Polox stated. Aside from sending our warriors to battle, we also thought that we could do more for you by helping you deal with your bloodthirst. My granddaughter, An, had told me that she would be willing to let you drink her blood whenever you wished for it. I hope that you won't turn down her offer, Lord William. Several of the young ladies in our clan also know of your condition, and asked me to tell you that all you need to do is ask, and they will willingly offer their blood to you. My clan is also willing to serve you in this manner, Lord William, as is our clan. Even if it is only a small matter, we wish that you rely on us more, Lord William. The patriarchs all voiced their concern to help William with his need to drink blood on a regular basis. Even Cassie teased him that she would be more than willing to spend the night with him if he wished. William chuckled because he didn't mind accepting this kind of proposal. In truth, his need for blood was just a part of what his body needed right now. Aside from the rich blood of others, he also needed to absorb life magic and life essence. While he could take the blood and life essence of others at the same time, it would weaken them terribly and it might cause them to get sick if he took both of them from their bodies. This was why having a steady supply of ladies who were willing to give him blood and life essence would certainly help him stabilize his soul, which still needed some time to adapt. As for life magic, I promised to have a talk with Ayla later, William thought. I hope she agrees to help me replenish my life magic by allowing me to absorb some of hers every day. William's musings were broken when he once again heard Polox's voice, who was seated in front of him. Lord William, what do you think of our proposal? Pollux asked. I will gladly accept your proposals, William replied. Truth be told, I really need all the help I can get. So, allow me to be shameless and ask the young ladies of your clans to help me reach my peak strength as soon as possible. As you wish, our lord. When the meeting ended, William went to Princess Ayla's room, where the latter was waiting for him. He didn't knock and simply opened the door, and saw the angelic princess looking outside the window as if lost in thought. The half-elf felt that it would be bad if he snuck up behind her, so he decided to knock on the open door to catch her attention. I'm sorry, Princess Ayla said as she snapped out of her daze. I was just thinking of a few things. It's fine, William replied as he closed the door and walked towards her. When William was only a meter away from the angelic beauty, he stopped walking and placed his hands behind his back. I came here to talk about what you wanted from me, William replied. After careful consideration, I decided that what happened in our past lives shouldn't bind us in our current lives. Of course, I will admit that one of the reasons I decided to do this was due to the fact that you gave up on me. That Princess Ayla wanted to reply, but she couldn't think of anything good to say about what happened in the past. In the end, she lowered her head and bit her lip because she understood what William was trying to tell her. You're too kind, Princess Ayla said after a minute had passed. Instead of saying I betrayed you, you only used the phrase, gave up on you. You're right. Someone like me who betrays others doesn't deserve to be taken seriously. You think too much, Ayla, William said as he rested his hands on her shoulders. Raise your head and look at me. I can't look at you right now. If you don't look at me, I will kiss you. Ha! Princess Ayla abruptly raised her head because she didn't expect William to tell her of such a thing. That is when she came face to face with William's smiling face, which made her heart skip a beat. Her gaze landed on his lips, which had been cold when she first kissed him, but later grew warm the more she pressed her lips over them, as she took his memories away from him. His golden eyes that looked at her were free of lust, but there was a trace of mischievousness in them that made Ayla feel that William was about to really kiss her if she didn't take him seriously. First, I think you're making a very big misunderstanding, William said as he looked straight into her eyes. It's not that I don't like you, Ayla. In fact, I like you very much. Because of this, if ever the two of us really do become lovers, I don't want to use the reason that we were lovers in the past, so we should become lovers again in this lifetime. If we are going to do this, let's do it right. Let's start as friends and slowly build our relationship to that level. What do you say? Princess Ayla's gaze never left William's eyes, and from what she could tell, the half-elf didn't have any falsehood in his words. Are you not mad that I betrayed your trust in our past lifetime? Princess Ayla asked. I would be lying if I said no. But, remember this, Ayla. William lightly caressed the side of the angelic princess' face. That would make any man want to lay down their lives in order to protect her smile. I will not forgive you a second time. If you betray me in this lifetime, I will make sure that you regret it. Although William's words were soft, gentle even, Princess Ayla felt a chill run down her spine as she stared at his golden eyes that seemed to see through her soul. I will not betray you, I promise, Princess Ayla said as she held William's gaze. I hope you don't, William said as he placed his hands on the princess' waist. Ayla, in truth, there is something that I need from you, and I need it badly. It's my life magic and life essence, right? How did you know? Princess Ayla bitterly smiled because it seemed that William had forgotten that he had kissed her to gain some of her life magic. In the end, she nodded her head and pulled William towards the couch. Don't take too much, okay? Princess Ayla said as the two of them sat down on the couch. Although I have abundant life essence and life magic, I might fall into a coma if you take too much of it. I know. William nodded his head in understanding. I will do things in moderation. Do you mean moderation? Yes, moderation. Princess Ayla giggled because of William's silliness. She didn't know if the half-elf was doing it on purpose to make her less nervous, or not. However, it still worked, and she was now feeling more at ease as he stared at the man whose face plagued her sweetest dreams. William lowered her head and kissed the angelic beauty's lips. The kiss was sweet and made him want to ravage her, but he held back. He knew that the princess would suffer a lot if he took more than he needed, so he took his time to give her tender kisses. Ayla, on the other hand, was feeling a little lightheaded due to William's continuous absorption of her powers. Even so, she didn't back down and allowed him to take as much as he needed. When their kissing session ended, the princess weakly leaned on William's body as she panted for breath. The half-elf had taken less than she anticipated, which proved that he was holding back. "Take a nap for now, Ayla," William whispered as he cast a dream magic on the princess who had accepted his one-sided request. Soon, Princess Ayla breathed softly as William carried her towards her bedroom. In her dreams, she once again found herself in her villa where the silver-haired William was waiting for her. There, they made love under the starry sky as they held each other in a passionate embrace. William tucked her in her bed and wiped the single tear that fell at the corner of her eye. "I wish you a wonderful dream," William said softly. "Thank you, Ayla." The half-elf left the room and closed the door behind him. He didn't know if he and Ayla would really become lovers in this lifetime, but he still decided to give it a chance. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ayla's memories of him made him long for that memory that he had lost long ago. Although he couldn't see it in his dreams, the proof that she still dreamed of him meant that her feelings, which had lain dormant for thousands of years, were still as strong as the first time they fell in love. For that reason, William was willing to give her a chance. However, even he didn't know if his current state was capable of loving her. In fact, he didn't know if he was capable of loving anyone, aside from Chloe and Charmaine, who truly made him feel loved, before he became the Prince of Darkness. A black Chelan soared through the sky and headed towards the main city of the Raja clan. After the Sand clan and the Rains clan finished their migration, William left the Forterre Desert without turning back. Naturally, he took the Forterre Deathworm with him, and let the monstrous myriad beast feast on the monsters that were located on the 61st floor of the Dungeon of Atlantis. As a creature that now belonged to William's King's Legion, it had gained the skill underwater breathing. Because of this, it was able to terrorize the ocean floor and hunt down the underwater monsters that inhabited the floor that was made up entirely of water. If not for the fact that William could bestow the underwater breathing skill to his subordinates, clearing the 61st floor would have been a very time-consuming endeavor. Optimus, how far has the exploration of the Dungeon of Atlantis progressed? William asked. After leaving Ahriman's domain, his connection with the system was once again established. The half-elf had tasked Optimus with the expansion of the Thousand Beast domain to make room for the forces that had decided to serve under his banner. For some reason, William found himself with a surplus of god points that he had received out of nowhere. All in all, he had 100 million god points that were sent to him by the primordial goddess who he now served. There was even a playful note in the mail that said, "Feel free to spend all the god points at your leisure. I'll be sure to replenish them again once they are gone. Also, my avatar will be meeting you soon. Let's talk more when that time comes." William couldn't help but think that he had somehow gained a sugar mama with enough god points to drown him completely. The image of the otherworldly beauty with long black hair and golden eyes appeared in his mind. For some reason, he wanted nothing more than to lay down in her embrace and feel the warmth of her body over his. The half-elf's musings were suddenly broken when he heard Optimus report on their current status in the Dungeon of Atlantis. "We are stuck at the 78th floor right now. There is simply no way for our forces to proceed because every creature there is at the peak of the millennial rank. We lack manpower strong enough to be able to challenge them in group battles." "I see." William nodded his head in understanding. William's main vanguard in the dungeon exploration was Kasaganaga's team, which comprised of Urkitu, Soglav, and Jareth. Now that the four of them are dead, all further progress in the dungeon had come to a complete standstill. The half-elf then glanced at the mark on the back of his right hand. There, a black phoenix tattoo could be seen, allowing William to summon the pseudo-god to aid him in his battle. Unfortunately, the Black Phoenix had sustained serious injuries during the battle in Ahriman's domain. According to Optimus' calculation, It would take a month for the pseudo-god to completely recover from its injuries. Although he didn't know if the Black Phoenix would be able to fight properly in underwater battles. It was currently the strongest creature in William's arsenal, aside from the Forterre desert worm, that could bulldoze through the obstacles that stood in his way. As the Black Chelan flew towards their destination, William noticed something strange ahead of him. Someone was leisurely sitting on top of what seemed to be a flying kettle, while holding a mug of mead in his hand. The corner of William's lips twitched because he had recognized the half-elf, who was known to chase the skirts of women when he was not doing his job as an alchemist in the Creator Empire. "Yo, Will, been a while," the handsome half-elf said as he casually waved to the black-haired teenager who had decided to pay his respects to him. "It has indeed been a while, Fifth Master." William gave the half-elf, who was known as the Full Kettle Alchemist, a respectful bow. "What brings you to the demon realm?" "I came here to see my dear disciple, of course," Albert Anstein said as he eyed the half-elf from head to foot before taking a sip of the mead in his mug. "Seems like a lot of things have happened to you." "A lot is an understatement, Fifth Master." "Indeed. My bad. I'm sorry for your loss." William arched an eyebrow. "What loss are you talking about, Fifth Master?" Albert took another sip from his mug before giving William a sad gaze. His beautiful gray eyes, that could instantly captivate a chaste maiden into spreading her legs for him, were filled with pity, which gave William a strong urge to slap him in the face. Of course, he didn't do that. Although Albert may be like a loose man chasing after skirts every single day, he taught William a lot of things when he decided to take him in as his alchemy disciple when he was still in the Creator Empire. "Gavin told me," Albert replied. Those 3 words made William's casual expression change drastically as a serious expression appeared on his face. "You mean to say that you are I am your senior brother. I was Gavin's only follower before you arrived here in Hestia." William blinked once and twice before looking at Albert from head to foot, and back again. He didn't know that his senior brother, who was said to also be in Hestia, would end up being his 5th master who had taught him alchemy. "What a small world," William said with a complicated look on his face. "Indeed, but there is one more thing that I need to tell you," Albert replied before drinking everything in his mug. After giving out a loud belch, the blonde-haired half-elf took a red gem out of his storage ring and casually tossed it to William. The black-haired teenager caught the gem and appraised it before looking back at Albert in shock. "I know it's a little late, but I am also your father's best friend," Albert stated. "I am here to help you unlock the full power of the Dungeon Conqueror and allow you to follow your father's footsteps." "Ha! If only you had come a little sooner, 5th Master." William sighed as he held the gem in his hand firmly. "Things might have ended differently." "I know." Albert nodded his head in agreement. "I thought that you were still too young to hold such a responsibility, so I decided to wait a year before I passed your father's memento to you. Looking back, it was me being petty for not being able to woo your mother like your father did." Excuse me? You also had a thing for my mother." "Yes, I am more handsome than your father, but he's just more bold than I am. I mean, even I didn't have the guts to sneak to where the world tree was and confess my love to your mother, after she found him peeking at her while she bathed in one of the hot springs around the world tree. I mean, bruh, what the fuck?" William rubbed his temple because the info dump was too much for him to handle. Aside from the projection, he hadn't been able to ever meet Max in his lifetime, so he didn't know what kind of man he was. "So, did my mother beat him up after she caught him peeking at her?" William asked out of curiosity. "Ha! I wish she did. But no. Arwen was too kind for that," Albert said with great regret and disappointment. "Anyway, let's not talk about your father. I'm here to help you break the restrictions on the Dungeon Conqueror class. I'm sure that you need this more than anything right now, no?" William nodded his head firmly. Indeed, what he needed right now was a power that would shake the world to its very roots. Unlocking the powers of the Dungeon Conqueror would help him take the next step in his revenge, so he definitely wanted to use the inheritance that his father, Maxwell, had passed to him. "Understood, but we need to return to the central continent and find a safe place for your breakthrough," Albert commented before looking at the darkness that was expanding from the north end of the demon realm. This is not a good place to do that. Okay, but there are still some places that I need to go, Fifth Master, William replied. How about we meet up on the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon? I will wait for you there. Albert shook his head. No, I'm going with you. Although I don't like conflicts very much, I can't sit idly while my junior brother is getting bullied by a god. William smirked. Very well. Let's go, Fifth Master. Both of us are going to be busy. I knew you'd say that, Albert sighed before nodding his head. With William in the lead, the two traveled southwards towards the territory of the Raja clan. This was William's last stop in the demon realm before he went back to the central continent to unlock the powers of the Dungeon Conqueror prestige class. News of Ahriman's appearance, as well as the birth of the heir and Prince of Darkness, had already spread all over the central continent. The powers of the world were now moving behind the scenes. Those who didn't wish to be swept away by the waves had no choice but to escape, or be drowned by the approaching conflict that would shake the foundations of the world and shatter the peace that they had taken for granted. After leaving the villa, William headed straight to the magic crystal cavern where he had enshrined his wives. When he arrived at his destination, he found Medusa, Gullinbursty, and Scherer leaning against Chiffon's ice block and crying their hearts out. This was the first time that he had seen the trio together since the battle in the north. William observed them from afar, and wished that he could cry the way they did. The little Gorgon had spent many days with Chiffon, and the pink-haired girl had taken good care of her. She never allowed Medusa to go hungry, and would always take her to the theme park to have fun. Chiffon confided to him once, after one of their love-making sessions, that she had grown very attached to Medusa. At first, she treated the little Gorgon as a pet, but soon, their relationship became more close. In the end, although Medusa was older than her, Chiffon treated her as a little sister that she needed to take care of. Perhaps, Medusa also felt this change in her relationship with the pink-haired girl, and also treated her like her family, aside from her two older Gorgon sisters that she had left behind on the island of Seriphos. It's fine. Medusa felt a hand lightly pat her head as she hugged Chiffon's icy prison. Although the hand patting her head was a little cold, a warm feeling started to spread inside her chest. Promise me that you'll let me smash that bastard, Scherer wailed as it pressed itself against its master's body. I was supposed to protect her, but I failed. I failed her. Okay, I promise you, William replied as he also patted the crying Mace who always kept his wife company whenever he was away. I'll let you smash his face 1,000 times. Yes, I will. Smash him good, Scherer replied in between sobs. The little golden piglet also squealed as it rubbed its little head against William's foot. It greatly missed its master who always carried it around and treated it well. William picked up Gullinbursty and patted its head, while the latter buried itself in William's chest, bawling its eyes out. I'm sorry, Chiffon, William said in his heart as he looked at his wife who had died for his sake. For the time being, these three will cry in my place. However, I will promise you I will avenge you. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but it will happen. William then reached out to caress the side of his adorable wife's face with as much love as he could muster in his current state. After everything is over, I will come to find you, William said softly. Sydney, Ash, and Celine, I will come to find all of you. So until then, please wait for me. Medusa turned around to hug William as she buried her face in his chest next to Gullinbursty. Scherer also leaned its body on William, and bawled like there was no tomorrow. William closed his eyes as he allowed his wife's loyal companions vent out the sadness in their hearts. For he knew that when all of their tears had dried up, it would be their enemies' turn to cry for forgiveness. Albert drank his mead as he lay on one of the branches of the tree that belonged to the hungry birds. The rainbow-colored birds, of course, didn't like what this uninvited guest was doing, but due to his relationship with William, they didn't attack him. They simply looked at the half-elf and cursed him, which the latter listened to with great interest. Wannabe playboy. Dick face. Small dick bastard. Fucking simp. Albert laughed as he looked at the colorful birds who didn't hold back their curses for him. "Go on, little birdies. Give me your best shot." Albert teased the birds as he saluted them with his mug. "I can do this all day." B1 and B2 exchanged a glance at each other before having a go at the arrogant half-elf, who thought that he was immune to insults. "There was a time when I read one of the letters that Lady Arwen had sent to William," B1 said as he talked to B2, who was looking at him with great interest. "What did the letter say?" B2 asked. Albert, who was drinking the mead from his mug, perked up his pointy ears because anything related to Arwen was important to him. "She mentioned her husband's best friend, the half-elf one," B1 continued. "However, she said something that left an impression on me." "Oh? What did he say about that half-elf?" B2 inquired. "Come here. This is something that I can't say in public." "Really? How curious." B2 moved closer to B1 as the latter whispered something in its ear. Even though Albert was a half-elf and had very good hearing, he wasn't able to decipher the gibberish words that the two dumb birds were whispering to each other. "She said what?" B2 exclaimed before laughing out loud. "I know, right?" B1 said as it too laughed and joined his friend. "How can that be possible? Even my is bigger than his." Ha ha ha. Not only that, she even said that whisper. Holy crap. So that's why Lady Arwen didn't choose that half-elf? It seems that he was whisper. Albert knew that the two dumb birds was just making things up. However, deep inside, he still held a tiny suspicion that what they were talking about was true. However, before he could press the two birds for answers, he sensed William's presence headed to his direction. A minute later, the half-elf landed on one of the branches with a smile on his face. "Fifth Master, what are you doing here?" William asked with curiosity. "Well, I just wanted some company," Albert replied. "You could have visited the other clans and talked to them if you wanted company." "Well, I don't like that kind of company." William nodded in understanding because his master had times when he just wanted to be alone to drink while reminiscing of old times. "Fifth Master, we will be arriving at the Tower of Babylon in 2 days. Do I need to prepare anything for the unsealing of my powers?" "No. I've already prepared the things you need. All you need to do is go through the motions." William smiled as he sat on the branch. The hungry birds decided to quiet down to let their master have some peaceful moments because they knew that he had been through a lot over the past few days. Albert glanced at his junior brother as he drank the mead from his mug. Truth be told, when Gavin told him that he now had a junior brother in Hestia, he was quite surprised. However, his shock knew no bounds when he discovered that his junior brother was also the son of his best friend and his unrequited love. At first, he thought that Gavin was just joking, but after seeing William in the Creator Empire, Albert knew that his patron god had told him the truth. In truth, the alchemist was feeling very guilty about what happened to William and his wives. On his way to the demonic continent, he blamed himself for not taking care of the task that was given to him by his best friend, to pass his legacy to his son. Perhaps, it was also due to his jealousy of Maxwell that made Albert delay the unsealing of the black-haired teenager's dungeon conqueror class, preventing him from finding an alternative to the dire situation that he had experienced. Because of this, Albert was doing his best to make up for his shortcomings. For the time being, he decided to stick with William until he fought against the heir of darkness and the god of demons who was prophesied to cover the world with darkness. However, Albert believed that the black-haired teenager who was lying peacefully on the branch opposite his was the one who posed the greatest danger to the world. Even so, he liked to believe in the boy who had become his disciple, as well as Gavin's follower. Because if his worst fears came to light, forget about Felix. Forget about Ahriman. William could single-handedly make all the nations of the world kneel before him in submission. "Say, William, do you wish for dominion?" Albert asked in a casual manner. He wanted to know the answer to his question. "Dominion," William chuckled. "I never cared about it in the past. Even now, I don't care about it." "I see." Albert sighed in relief as he drank the rest of the mead in his mug. The corner of William's lips curled up into a smile because he found Albert's question quite funny. He never wished for dominion because from the moment his soul was torn in half and corrupted by the power of darkness, the world was already his for the taking. Medusa's soft sleeper breaths echoed in the bedroom. After her last episode inside the magical cavern, she usually visited William's bedroom to take an afternoon nap. William lightly patted Medusa's head, while the latter held his shirt, as she slept peacefully with tears in her eyes. Gullinbursty was sleeping on William's belly, because it now accompanied the purple-haired girl wherever she went. Medusa and Chiffon were like sisters, because their height and build were the same. This was why Gullinbursty was always with her, because she reminded it of its master, Chiffon. Scherer had decided to stay inside the magical cavern to protect Chiffon's body from any harm. The half-elf knew that the mace was feeling guilt-ridden over what happened to his pink-haired wife, so he didn't try to convince it to stop its vigil. "You're still as kind as you were back then?" Chloe said as she walked inside the room with a teasing smile on her face. "Can't let the young ones cry themselves to sleep?" "Young ones?" William shook his head. "Both of them are older than me. I'm supposed to be the young one here." Chloe giggled because she couldn't refute William's words. "Still, it relieves me that you care for them." William smiled. "This is only natural. After all, it is a master's duty to take care of his pets." The half-elf patted the sleeping Gorgon and the golden piglet as they slept soundly. Both of them were in deep sleep, so they didn't hear William refer to them as his pets. But Chloe's gut instinct was telling her that Medusa, as well as Gullinbursty, wouldn't mind being referred to as pets by William. "Did something happen?" William asked. "You wouldn't find me at this time if nothing out of place happened." Chloe nodded her head to acknowledge William's words. She then gave a report of what was happening in the outside world, after she did a bit of investigation. "I don't know if this report is credible, but according to what Zeph and the rest have gathered so far, Felix had moved back into the demon capital to prepare for the crowning of the next high priestess of the demon realm." "Oh!" William arched an eyebrow. "That sounds interesting, but what does that have to do with us?" According to Zeph's spies in the demon capital, the next high priestess is a little girl, not more than 10 years old. Is Felix that desperate? Why can't he find a proper woman to become their high priestess? I'm sure that there are plenty of candidates in the demon realm for that. Is that his new fetish after becoming Ahriman's heir? William had a mocking look on his face as he looked at Chloe, whose expression had turned serious. "If the report that reached us is true, the little girl is said to have very high spiritual powers, and has been blessed by the heavens themselves," Chloe said. "She has long red hair that goes down to her waist. Her clear blue eyes are said to make even the demons, who hate humans, unable to bear the thought of hurting her." The hand that was lightly patting Medusa's head stopped. William's countenance changed as his expression became cold and deadly. "Her name?" William asked. "Eve," Chloe answered with a complicated look on her face. "Eve von Ainsworth." A week before Chloe received the news from Zeph's spies who were stationed in the demon capital, Ariadne panted for breath as she attempted to heal her injuries. Icarus and Daedalus lay not far from her, and both were seriously injured. If not for David's, the god of shepherds, intervention, all of them might have died when they tried to protect Eve from the green-haired demon and the pseudo-gods that ambushed them out of nowhere. They had just finished visiting the last temple of their pilgrimage in the demon continent, and were about to return to the southern continent, when the powerful individuals came out of nowhere. Although they did everything in their power, they were simply no match against pseudo-gods, whose powers far exceeded even that of demigods. "Your Excellency," Ariadne said as she endured the pain in her chest, "please protect Eve." Ariadne prayed with all of her might to the god whom she served. When they were bathed in radiant light and teleported away from the battlefield, she knew that David had descended upon the land to save them from harm. Although she didn't know what happened after they were forcefully spirited away from death's door, she was confident that Eve would be safe since David had come to protect his young high priestess from harm. "I'm sorry," Ariadne said softly. "I wasn't able to protect your cousin." "David, you have good eyes. Ahriman said as he looked at the unconscious little girl that was lying on the palm of his hands. She's a good seed. Enough rubbish, David stated. Give me back my priestess or I will kill this heir of yours. The god of Shepherd's foot was currently pressed over Felix's head. The green-haired demon didn't dare to voice out the pain that he was feeling because he was afraid that the being that was stepping on his head would smash it like a watermelon. That is indeed troublesome, Ahriman replied as he eyed his heir who was at the god of Shepherd's mercy. He knew that David would do as he said and crush his hope of getting unsealed if he didn't return the girl that had caught his fancy. The bull demon king, Princess Iron Fan, as well as the six-eared macaque were lying on the ground with grievous injuries after facing David's wrath. If they knew that the girl that they had kidnapped was already promised to a god, they wouldn't have kidnapped her against her will. Give her to me now, David demanded, and a crisp, cracking sound resounded underneath his foot. Felix cried out in pain as part of his skull cracked due to the increased weight on the old man's foot that was stepping on his head. Even the crimson crown of darkness had started to chip, and was on the verge of breaking. The frown on Ahriman's face deepened, as he looked at his heir who was at death's door. In truth, the only reason why he became aware of Eve's presence was due to the phenomenon that appeared in the demon realm, after the young girl received the blessing of the temple of the gods that was residing inside his territory. The temples of the gods that had no exclusive patrons could be used to channel the power of different deities, so their followers could communicate with them. Since those who lived in Hestia worshipped several different gods, these temples were scattered all over the land to allow their believers to worship them, despite being of a different race or culture. Ahriman coveted Eve's spiritual powers because the power of faith allowed the gods to gain tremendous powers. If he chose the right priestess to serve under him and gather the worship of the demons, his power would recover at a faster rate. When David descended in Hestia to save Eve, Ahriman used his authority in the demon continent to instantly teleport the little girl to his location. Although he knew that this would be a troublesome matter, Eve's spiritual power was simply too good to ignore. David, I think the two of us should compromise, Ahriman said with a calm expression on his face. As you already know, I have already placed the necklace of darkness on her neck, making her one of my followers. You know that if I forcefully took it off, she would suffer terribly, right? David didn't reply. Instead, he increased the pressure his foot was giving to Felix's head, making the latter scream like a pig about to be slaughtered. It seems that you really want to stay in your prison for eternity, David stated. I am part of the neutral faction, and never interfere with the petty squabbles of the dark and light factions, but since you want to include me in this conflict, I will make you pay. Half ownership, Ahriman stated. This is my last compromise. She is already wearing the necklace, and you already know that even if I take it off, she will lose her sanity. Even with your divine powers, you will not be able to restore her to what she once was. Ahriman hadn't hesitated to bestow the necklace of darkness on Eve, even though it weakened him terribly because he knew that the trade-off would be worth it. Right now, he had the little girl as his hostage, and knowing David's personality, he wouldn't be able to endure harming the girl he had chosen as his priestess. Half ownership? David laughed out of anger. Do you know who she is? She is an Ainsworth and William's cousin. Do you really think that things will be that simple? Ahriman's third eye widened in shock after knowing the little girl's true identity. Even so, this surprise only lasted for a brief moment before Ahriman's calm voice echoed inside his domain. Fate sure knows how to play with people and gods, Ahriman commented. But, regardless of what her background is, the fact still remains that she is still wearing the necklace of darkness. I've already told you my terms. If you wish to kill my heir, then go ahead. Although you control half of this girl's spiritual powers, the other half now belongs to me. If you really want to play tough with me, then let's see who breaks first. Bastard! David was really tempted to smash Felix's head then and there. He was already angered about what had happened to William, and would gladly kill the person that was responsible for the half-elf's suffering. David couldn't bear to let another important person in William's life suffer because of his stubbornness. After a great internal struggle, David kicked Felix's body, sending him straight towards Ahriman's face in anger. Ahriman didn't do anything and allowed the green-haired demon's body to hit his face, as a way to pacify David's anger. Make an oath that you will never harm her in any which way, whether it be directly or indirectly, David demanded. Bind your oath with your true name, and I'll agree to her being both our high priestess. Fine, Ahriman replied. He didn't dare to push David's patience to its limit, and made the oath. Ahriman knew that if the god of shepherds really decided to fight him, he could kiss his last chance to regain his powers goodbye. After the effect of the oath bound Eve and Ahriman, David waved his hand and the little girl's body flew in his direction. He then checked Eve's condition to make sure that she wasn't hurt. After healing the minor bruises in her body, David pressed his finger over her forehead, leaving his mark on it. You better take care of her, Ahriman, David said as he covered Eve's body with a celestial robe that was to be her raiment as his priestess. I don't mind using my last chance to descend into this world to go to war with you. Of course I will, Ahriman replied. She is also my priestess now. How can I bear to let her suffer? Believe me, she will be treated like a princess. Not even my heir will dare to lay his hands on her, lest he wants them to be cut off from his body. David scoffed. We'll see if you can back your words, demon. My mercy only applies to her, David. Ahriman's disdainful voice spread inside his domain. But the rest of the Ainsworths are fair game. I will kill all of them, with the exception of Eve, after my revival. Feel free to dream, David sneered. You have no idea of the folly you have made today. The Ainsworth family is not as simple as you think. Your day of reckoning will be the day you understand what it means to touch other people's reverse scale. Then David snorted before turning into particles of light to return to the temple of 10,000 gods. Ahriman watched him go, unperturbed by the god of shepherds' threats. He didn't believe that anyone in the world could threaten him, especially a family of nobodies. Although William might pose a threat to his heir, the god of demons believed that the half-elf would soon be outclassed by the powers in his disposal. Ahriman's third eye looked at the little girl floating before him as she shone like a beacon amidst the darkness and showed a rare expression of satisfaction within its demonic depths. I'm not a child that you can scare with your petty threats, David. Ahriman laughed internally. What could a bunch of mortals possibly do to me? William's expression became incredibly cold after he had received confirmation that it was indeed his cousin, Eve, that was about to be crowned the high priestess of the demon realm. He was very tempted to barge into the capital city of the demon realm, Astri, to rescue her. But he knew that if he did that, he would just be doing Ahriman a favor by allowing himself to be captured. William had locked himself up inside his room, and no one dared to disturb him. They were afraid that if they tried to talk to him in his current state, he might accidentally lash out at them, and this was something that neither side wanted to happen. When the half-elf asked the spy that was stationed in the demon capital if they saw a veiled woman accompanying his cousin, they only shook their heads and reported that no such woman was seen alongside the soon-to-be high priestess. William knew that Ariadne wouldn't allow anyone to take Eve from her without a fight, so the veiled lady not being around his cousin only meant two things. Either she was killed or was imprisoned somewhere. While the half-elf was pondering his next move, he heard the sound of a notification inside his head. What happened, Optimus? William asked. You have received mail from the god shop. The sender is from the god of shepherds, David. William didn't think twice and immediately read the mail from the god shop. Several minutes later, a frown appeared on the black-haired teenager's face as he clenched his fist tightly. He then created a portal in front of him and walked through it. David had given him a brief explanation about what happened and told him Ariadne's current location. The god of shepherd also assured him that Eve was safe for the time being, so there was no need for him to do anything reckless. William knew that David was not someone who would lie to him, so he decided to rein in his anger and head to Ariadne's location. According to David, she was badly injured, and although she was blessed with a strong constitution, she still received a powerful blow from Princess Iron Fan. If not for the life-saving artifact that she had in her possession, she might have died after taking a direct hit from the all-out attack from the pseudogod. After using his lighting strider skill, William arrived at the location that David had mentioned in the mail. There, he found an unconscious Ariadne lying on the ground. Her priestess robes were covered in blood, and her face was very pale. Clearly, she was still not out of danger after her clash with Felix and his cronies. Icarus and Deadless bodies were not far from her. Both were barely clinging to life and, if not for William's arrival, the two of them might have passed away in a few hours. William scanned the surroundings, but he didn't find the white goose, nor the ducks that followed his cousin around. Knowing David, the half-elf was sure that Eve's small flock was saved from the jaws of death and might even be by her side at this moment. After taking the unconscious priestess, as well as the 2 minotaurs inside his 1,000-beast domain, William immediately called for Princess Ayla to help him heal the 3 injured individuals. William had given the 3 rejuvenation potions in order to hasten their recovery and get a detailed account of what happened from their perspective. Although David had already told him what had transpired, he still wanted to know their version of the story. The first one to recover was Ariadne, whose face was no longer covered by a veil. After becoming the Prince of Darkness, William could now see Ariadne's true face, without worry about forgetting it again. However, for others like Chloe and Princess Ayla, the mysterious lady's power was still in full effect, making them forget her appearance every time they took their eyes off her. "Will, I'm sorry," Ariadne said through tear-filled eyes as she looked at William, who was holding her hand and looking at her with concern. "I wasn't able to protect Eve. They were simply too strong." "It's fine," William replied. "David has already told me that she's safe, so you don't have to worry about her. Tell me what happened." Ariadne wiped the tears in her eyes with her free hand as she narrated the things that happened during their pilgrimage. The half-elf listened until her story was over before he heaved a deep sigh. "Rest assured, I will take her back," William promised. "However, now is not the time to do that. I am still far too weak to fight against Felix and his cronies." "Thank you," Ariadne replied. "If His Excellency has said that Eve is safe, then there is indeed nothing to worry about." William patted her hand to give her some form of assurance. "For now, you should rest. We can talk about your next course of action after you have fully recovered. Ayla, look after her for me. Okay?" Princess Ayla nodded. "Leave it to me. I am also indebted to Sister Ariadne for the help she gave me during my stay in Lant." William smiled before leaving the room. However, as soon as the door was closed behind him, the smile disappeared behind an expression oozing with killing intent. He then closed his eyes and forcefully reined in his anger by taking deep breaths. The next time he opened them, a resolute expression appeared on his face. "In an hour or two, Soleil will arrive in the Tower of Babylon," William thought. "After settling in, Fifth Master will help me unlock the power of the Dungeon Conqueror. After gaining its power, there are a few places I need to visit before I go to the Silver Moon continent." The black-haired teenager had used his time in the 1,000-beast domain to map out his course of action after returning to the central continent. He was in a race against time before the entire world was embroiled in a war against Armin's forces. Eve's kidnapping almost threw a wrench in his plan, but due to David's assurance, he decided to continue along the path that he had decided to take. William knew that if his doting grandfather found out that his granddaughter had been kidnapped by the god of demons, the old coot would not hesitate to charge into the demon capital headfirst and start a bloodbath in order to save her. "Gramps, times like this, I wish you were here." William rubbed his face with his hands as he thought of his grandfather, who had disappeared to who knows where after he presided over his marriage back on Earth. He was sure that not only his grandfather, but his uncles Mordred and Morgan would do the same, and neither of them would stop until they had rescued their family member from those who were foolish enough to touch their reverse scale. "Optimus, once we arrive in the central continent, make a detailed search for all the locations of Class S dungeons and above," William ordered. "Understood." William looked at his synchronization rate with Optimus that had stopped at 70%. This setting had turned gray, which meant that he couldn't continue to upgrade this feature at this point in time, due to his soul being corrupted. Optimus was not the one that had sealed this function, but his patron god, Gavin. The god of all trades may not have fully recovered, but he was aware of the things that were happening to William. Gavin was afraid that if William unlocked the system's full power, while under the influence of darkness, a calamity might befall in the world. He also knew that William's current state of mind wasn't stable. William had a hunch about what Gavin was doing, so he no longer worried about it. Right now, what he needed to do was build an army that would march for his cause, and one that would never betray him. The primordial goddess had also told him that if he wanted the bodies of his wives to recover their peak condition, he needed to go to the spring of life that was found underground, where the roots of the world tree gain their sustenance. The goddess also told him that her avatar would wait for him on the floor of Asgard, and meet with him after he had unlocked the power of the Dungeon Conqueror job class. For some reason, William was looking forward to this meeting because his heart ached to be with his goddess. Although Gavin was still his patron god, half of his soul now belonged to her. It was only natural for him to feel love and affection for the otherworldly beauty who would sometimes visit his dreams at night, and speak soothing words to him as she held him firmly in her loving embrace. Eve sat cross-legged on top of the bed with her eyes closed. Several ducks lay down around her with their eyes closed as well. A white goose lay on top of a chair and looked at Eve with concern. After its master was abducted, he along with the ducklings were sent to the little girl's personal domain, where they had been spared the attack of the enemies. As David's chosen one, the god of shepherds had also given Eve a portable domain that she used to house her ducks, as well as the white goose, who was also one of her guardians, whenever she needed to perform rites in the temple of gods. The white goose thought that its master was currently worried about her current state, and it had every right to think that. Not only were they captured by powerful beings, its master was also forced to become the high priestess of darkness, and her coronation would be held when morning came. This is too terrible, the white goose thought. Unfortunately, escape is impossible. Although the white goose had no complaints about the princess-like treatment that Eve was receiving from the demon race, it still couldn't come to terms with the current situation. Felix, the green-haired demon, who had been so arrogant in front of her in the past, had gone above and beyond to make sure that the two of them didn't meet each other. After being traumatized by David's one-sided beating, the heir of darkness knew that there were certain existences that mustn't be crossed, even with Ahriman backing him. Because of this, Felix stayed in the west wing of the demon palace, while Eve was in the east wing. He had also sent people to watch her every move to make sure that their paths didn't cross no matter what. Although he was very tempted to make William's cousin suffer, his near-death experience taught him that the girl was off-limits. Even Ahriman had made him understand that Eve's position in his eyes was equal to Felix, which solidified her position as an untouchable. Not only that, the six-eared macaque had volunteered to become her personal bodyguard. Ahriman didn't see anything wrong with this proposal, so he agreed to it without batting an eye. Truth be told, the six-eared macaque was a very cowardly pseudo-god. Since his original home was the celestial realm, making a god his enemy was out of the question. This was why he intended to score some brownie points with David, so the latter would turn a blind eye to his transgressions when the time came for him to return to heaven. Even the bull demon king, Princess Ironfan, and Depong had become very courteous of Eve, in the hope that David would also spare them once they returned to the celestial realm. In short, no one in the demon realm dared to even touch a strand of Eve's hair, out of fear of facing the wrath of two gods. Although this was a very wonderful position, the white goose couldn't find it in itself to be happy with their current situation. "Don't worry so much, Xander," Eve said as she opened her eyes to look at her guardian beast, who was only at the peak of the millennial rank. "I'm fine. Also, His Excellency David talked to me just now. Big Brother has saved Big Sister Ariadne, along with Icarus and Daedalus. They are now recovering well." "I see," Xander replied after breathing a sigh of relief. Icarus and Daedalus had broken through the myriad rank, after getting the blessings from the Temple of the Gods, for protecting Eve and making sure that she completed her pilgrimage. Back then, the white goose was so smug because it felt that they were invincible. Although it knew of the existence of demigods, the chances of meeting one were so little that having two myriad beasts as bodyguards ensured that they could go anywhere unhindered. In a way, Xander was spot on. No demigods came to look for trouble for them. Unfortunately, pseudo-gods did. Xander still couldn't believe that its adorable master would be coveted by existences never before seen in the world of Hestia. Eve smiled as she lightly patted one of the ducks by her side. "Don't worry about me. Everything is fine." "If you say so, mistress," Xander replied as it closed its eyes to rest. Judging by Eve's current expression, she had meant every word that she said. If she was saying that she was fine, then it must be the case. Eve disliked lying. In fact, whenever she lied, she felt that she had committed a terrible sin, which Xander found funny. For him, lying was as easy as breathing, so doing it didn't require too much effort. In the end, the white goose thought that Eve was still too young and innocent. She was still not aware of the darkness of the human race, the ruthlessness of the demon race, the arrogance of the elves, the stubbornness of the dwarves, as well as the different shortcomings of all the other races in the world. For the most part, Xander was indeed correct. Eve was still young enough to not fully understand the complex world that she lived in. However, Eve was certain of one thing. If anything bad happened to her, her family would part the seas and move mountains in order to save her. This was something that she believed to be true, a belief that was embedded in the very core of her being. This was also why she wasn't afraid. Even though she had parted from her caring and doting big sister Ariadne, due to circumstances outside of their control, she was still hopeful that they would be reunited again in the future. The six-eared macaque who was guarding outside her door scratched one of his ears. "If other girls were in her place, I'm sure that they would be crying and panicking right now," the six-eared macaque said softly. "It seems that their bloodline is quite formidable to produce a talent like this that is coveted by the gods." The six-eared macaque had never seen such a child like Eve, and wondered if there was another one like her in the world of Hestia. If there was, the pseudo-god was sure that they would also be treated as a special existence by the beings that stood above the heavens. "Still, I wonder if that boy William will really be able to stand against Felix." The six-eared macaque rubbed his chin as he pondered the future clash between the two. On one side, Felix was now the supreme ruler of the demon realm. Behind him was a primordial god that had made the world tremble when he was still at his peak. On the other side, the black-haired teenager, who was now the Prince of Darkness, had no one to rely on. He found this matchup simply too one-sided and wondered if there really was a need to be too wary of such existence. "I guess I'll know this when the two of them meet again," the six-eared macaque stated before scratching his ears. "I just hope I chose the right side to join. If not, well, I can always seek asylum as Eve's current protector. This would give me something to lean on when things go south. I'm such a genius." The six-eared macaque flipped his hair like a gangster who was filled with confidence before it was caught by the cops. Even so, he believed that as long as he stuck with Eve, no matter which side won, he would still be safe from any repercussions. This was the mentality it had developed long ago. As long as the possibility of survival existed, all bases must be covered to live that life peacefully. This was to ensure that even if the sky were to fall down when morning came, the six-eared macaque would be able to stand tall and laugh towards all adversaries, knowing that it had prepared for the worst. "It's time," William said as he opened his eyes and lightly kissed Lilith's forehead that was resting on his shoulder. The two were sharing a rare moment of intimacy after William had calmed down after learning about Eve's kidnapping. "Soleil has arrived in the Tower of Babylon?" Lilith asked as she looked at the black-haired teenager's handsome face. It just arrived." "Understood." The Amazon princess stood up from William's lap and allowed him to stand. She knew that William needed to leave the Thousand Beast domain, so that he could instantly teleport to the Tower of Babylon, bringing all of them with him. In truth, Lilith was very curious about the floor that William had conquered. Back then, she thought that she was the strongest prodigy of the youngest generation after winning the Tournament of Champions. Unfortunately, on that very same day, William's achievement gave her a slap on the face, overshadowing her victory, and making the entire tournament a lackluster event. Back then, she didn't feel any resentment towards William. Instead, great curiosity welled up in her heart. The thought of giving birth to the strongest prodigy, as well as sharing him with her Amazonian sisters, was the goal that she had set for herself when she went to find William. Unfortunately, after encountering their future daughter in the Deadlands, Lilith scrapped her initial plans and decided to monopolize William, no longer willing to share him with the friends she had left back in her home country. Lilith watched him go with a calm expression on her face. Although William had changed a lot after losing half of his soul and becoming the Prince of Darkness, the love she felt for him remained the same. For the Amazon princess, that was all that mattered to her. When William returned to the real world, he didn't waste a single second and instantly teleported to where Soleil was. The spear hovered hundreds of meters beside the tower, allowing William to see the sprawling city below it. The half-elf was currently standing on top of Soleil's body, using it as some kind of floating platform. He looked down at the mortals that were happily living their lives, free from the knowledge that a powerful and unstoppable wave, called war, would soon be sweeping over the land, making their happiness disappear like a fleeting dream. "Ignorance is bliss," William muttered as he observed the people under his feet. "Enjoy it while it lasts." Using his authority as one of the people who had conquered a floor of the tower, William instantly reappeared on the floor of Asgard. There, he found himself staring at the Bifrost Bridge, which led to the marvelous city that he had created from his memories. "I'm home, Asgard," William said softly as he stepped on the Bifrost Bridge. Instead of flying or hurrying towards the castle, he took his time and walked on the shimmering bridge that had allowed him to meet Wendy, Chiffon, and Princess Ayla in his past life. Although 2 out of the 3 women had become his wives, and the last one was still undecided, the half-elf was quite thankful that he was able to be with them in his current life as well. "Me in my past life believed in happy endings," William muttered as he walked steadily over the Rainbow Bridge. "Where did that lead me? A front row seat to the end of the world. Thinking back, I don't know if I was lucky or unlucky. Being the last one to see the world burn until nothing was left was certainly a privilege that not many could witness." The black-haired teenager chuckled after remembering that particular scene. He was dying in the arms of a beautiful blonde elf, whom he promised to reunite with, but failed to do so because he died an early death. "Astia," William sighed. "That is certainly one regret that I should correct in this lifetime. So, you are waiting for me at the roots of the World Tree. What a coincidence. I plan to go there as well." The primordial goddess had told him that the spring of life was located at the roots of the World Tree. There, he could place the bodies of his wives and allow them to become revitalized. Although she didn't say anything else, the unspoken promise between them made William believe that all was not lost, and he could reunite with his beloved wives once again. "But, for that to happen, I need to kill Felix first," William said in a cold and indifferent tone. "Ahriman will not be spared either. I wonder what the blood of a god tastes like. It must be very nutritious, to say the least." It was at that moment when a teasing tone reached William's ears. "It seems that your appetite has grown a lot. Now, you're thinking of drinking the blood of a god. Are you not afraid that all of your teeth will break if you attempt to do that?" William smiled as he caressed the obsidian gem on his chest. "Regardless of the outcome, it is still a worthwhile thought. Don't you think so as well, Your Excellency?" William asked as he continued to walk towards his destination. "Perhaps," the primordial goddess replied, not agreeing to nor denying William's words. "Well, I don't know about the part of allowing you to drink my blood. But, my avatar will be more than willing to offer you her blood. She is already in the city, but she will wait until you finish your awakening. Business before pleasure, my prince. You can have all the pleasure you want once your business is finished." The smile on William's face grew wider as he took the last step on the bridge, reaching land. "Then, I look forward to drinking the blood of your avatar, Your Excellency," William replied. "I'm sure that it will be a sublime experience. I am already looking forward to it. As am I, my prince, as am I." William's smile widened after seeing his Uncle Morgan waiting for him at the gates of Asgard. It seemed that the current commander of the Red Plague had sensed his arrival, and immediately came to meet him. Morgan's eyes observed his nephew from head to toe before nodding his head in greeting. He was not aware of what happened in the north, and didn't know why William's hair color had changed. All he knew was that his nephew had returned to the floor of Asgard, and his responsibility as its steward would now be over. Morgan's face was filled with fury after finding out what had happened to William in the north. However, the killing intent that oozed out of his body after he heard that Eve had been captured, and was now about to be crowned as the High Priestess of Darkness, was like the final tug that broke the limit of Morgan's patience. I understand what you're feeling right now, Uncle, but in our current state, we are not a match for them, William said as he looked at his Uncle Morgan, whose eyes screamed of murder. Don't inform Uncle Mordred for now, because I am sure that he will do something reckless if he knew of what happened to Eve. For now, we should wait for Gramps to return. Eve is currently safe and is being treated as a princess in the demon capital. Rest assured that her life isn't in any danger. Morgan clenched and unclenched his fist before taking a deep breath, in order to calm himself. A minute later, calm had returned to his face, but the killing intent that was being radiated by his body didn't diminish even a single bit. What are your plans? Morgan asked. Inherit father's legacy and build my own army, William replied. An army that this world had never seen before. Morgan nodded his head in understanding. He had seen his brother at his peak and understood how domineering he was as he commanded his army of dungeon monsters that numbered in the millions. How about you, Uncle? William asked. Do you have any plans? Morgan stared at his nephew before crossing his arms over his chest. I will need to leave the Tower of Babylon. If what you said was right, then I also need to replenish my army. Good. William smiled. The next time we strike at Felix and his army, he will be in for a very nasty surprise. Morgan only briefly nodded his head before standing up. I'll leave the floor of Asgard in your hands, Will. When the time comes, make sure to inform me when you plan to strike. Morgan threw a golden crystal at William, and the latter caught it without fail. Understood, Uncle, William replied. It might take a while, but please, bear with it. Morgan turned his back on his nephew and casually waved his hand as if telling him that he had nothing to worry about. The black-haired teenager watched his uncle go with a smirk on his face. The reason why Morgan was exiled from the southern continent was due to how powerful and destructive he was. The Red Plague, or the Ainsworth family's private army, was composed of thousands of men. However, the real reason why their names became notorious was because of the four individuals that held its foundation. James the Overlord, Maxwell the Conqueror, Morgan the Plague, and Mordred the Dragonborn. James and Mordred were the tamest of the four, but the twins, Maxwell and Morgan, were very bold and aggressive people. Maxwell used his Dungeon Conqueror job class to strike terror into his enemies' hearts by using brute force to trample them under his feet. Morgan used plague and pestilence-bearing insects to strike his enemies with diseases until not even the land itself could grow any crops that were needed to sustain life. Whenever these four people moved, the lands were dyed with the blood of their enemies. This was why they were called the Red Plague, a plague that no kingdom, nor empire, wanted to see knocking on their doorsteps. After Morgan left, William went to the throne room. The spacious hall was immaculately designed, and very spacious. There, standing proudly at the end of the hall, was a magnificent throne, where the mighty All-Father Odin sat during the Council of the Gods. There was not a time when William dared to sit on that throne, out of respect for the All-Father that ruled to protect the peace of the Nine Realms. Even now, the half-elf still didn't dare to sit on it. Yep, Gramps should be the one to sit over there. William chuckled as he remembered dressing up his grandfather, James, with an eye patch as he sat on the throne like some kind of esteemed ruler. William had a good laugh back then because of James' awkward appearance as he sat on the throne of Asgard. Gramps, hurry back home, William said softly. Crushing Felix won't be the same without you here by our side. While William was thinking of his grandfather, a light cough came from behind him and broke him out of his daze. Albert, William's fifth master and senior brother, stood with his hands behind his back. I've finished my preparations, Albert stated. We can perform the ceremony to unlock your powers anytime. Can we start now? William asked. Of course. Good. Let's do this. William faced Albert with a mischievous smile on his face. I am already looking forward to seeing the day where I will have an army that will surpass the one my father had. Albert looked at the black-haired teenager with a bitter smile. He knew that what the half-elf said wasn't an impossibility, but a reality that was just waiting to happen. If that day really comes, I pray that whoever ticked you off has prepared his coffin, Albert replied. Your father at his peak was more demonic than the demon lord. Lucille was no more than an impostor when compared to him, but, even then, I was still more handsome than him. This was something that Maxwell wasn't able to beat despite how strong he was. William was very tempted to tell his senior brother that maybe his narcissism was the reason why his mother, Arwen, didn't find him to her liking. However, for the sake of world peace, he just kept this thought in his heart. Finally, the time has come, William thought as he followed behind his fifth master, who chased the skirt of girls left and right in the Creator Empire. The path of conquest is already here. Somewhere on the floor of Asgard, a woman with long black hair, and a veil that covered her face, sat on the balcony of the room she was staying in. After William left the floor of Asgard, James had struck a deal with different businessmen to help make the city prosper. Although it was only in its infant stages, a small city had already been formed on the 51st floor. With the castle of Asgard in the backdrop, the city had attracted many hopeful individuals that had climbed the tower to challenge the floors of Babylon. As the floor that held the path that led to the 52nd floor, those who once had lost their will to climb the tower again felt their blood boiling in anticipation. There was a 1-year grace period before the floors beyond the 50th floor would open after it was captured. 6 months remained before the doors of the 52nd floor opened, and many people had already gathered on the 51st floor in preparation for their next adventure. Who would have thought that the prophecies from the Demon Continent and the Silvermoon Continent were not the same as people believed it to be? The veiled woman said softly. Fortunately, my gut instinct told me to wait and prevented my organization from siding with the heir of darkness. Back then, the veiled woman felt that Felix was not the person that they were waiting for. She didn't understand why she felt that way, but due to her hesitation, her subordinates felt that they were just wasting time by not making contact with the green-haired prince that was prophesied to rule over the world. Even so, because of her authority as the supreme pontifex, her word was law. Even though they felt disgruntled about her decision, they did not dare to voice their opposition. Only fools would do that, and they were no fools. Strange, for some reason, I am feeling excited to meet this boy called William. The veiled woman couldn't understand why she was feeling such powerful emotions of longing for someone that she had only heard of in the past. Her name was Nisha. She hailed from one of the empires in the central continent. Although she was only of common birth, her beauty had caused many people to target her and her family. She was a half-elf born from an elven father and a human mother. Although they tried to live an almost hermit life, free from the troubles of the common folk, trouble seemed to follow them wherever they went. One time, when she was young and still naive of the world, she defied her parents' reminder to not leave the mountains and go to the nearby town. She didn't know that this single moment of rebelliousness would cause her to be kidnapped and almost sold as a slave. Her parents were able to save her in time and flee the town. However, the slave traders' organization hunted them down. Due to this, her peaceful and happy life was ruined. Her parents died while fleeing with her to the next empire. Although they were both strong adventurers, the slave traders hired some powerful mercenaries that killed both of them without any mercy. When it was Nisha's turn to be captured, she blacked out. A few hours later, she woke up surrounded by the corpses of her parents' killers, as well as those who had ordered her capture. She didn't know who killed them, but growing up, she had similar episodes of losing consciousness and waking up only to find that her enemies had been killed. In time, she built Deus with the noble cause of helping the oppressed and to strike back at those who wish them ill. Unfortunately, as time passed, the noble cause disappeared and was replaced by the desire to bring chaos to the world and watch it burn from the sidelines. It's too late to go back, Nisha muttered as she stared at the castle of Asgard in the distance. I hope that you don't disappoint us, my prince. William sat cross-legged in the center of a magic circle. Smoke was oozing out of his body as several runic characters appeared on its surface. Albert watched this scene from the side with a calm expression on his face. Soon more runic symbols materialized around William and danced around his body. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as the unsealing ceremony reached its critical phase. Half a minute later, the sound of pealing bells echoed inside the room. One by one, the runic letters dancing around William embedded themselves in his body until none were left. Albert rang the bell in his hand several more times, and a distinct cracking sound reverberated inside the surroundings. Golden chains appeared around William, and cracks appeared on their surface. Soon, all the chains shattered like broken glass and fell to the ground, where they disappeared into nothingness. Then it happened. A miniature shockwave, with William at its center, swept through the room, making the clothes on Albert's body flutter. "Congratulations, you are officially the only dungeon conqueror in Hestia," Albert stated. "How do you feel?" William opened his eyes and looked at his fifth master with a smile that showed his fangs. "Hungry," William replied. "Very hungry. Sorry, but my blood is very precious to me. Go bite someone else." "Master, I only drink the blood of women. You're not even in my strike zone." William and Albert stared at each other for a while before chuckling at the same time. Both of them were in a good mood because they finally accomplished the things that they needed to do. "You go do your stuff," Albert said as he shooed William away with his hands. "I will go to the town at the base of the tower to find something good to drink. Only find me if you are planning to leave the floor of Asgard. I will come with you." William rolled his eyes because he knew that his master wasn't only leaving the tower to go find himself something to drink. He was also leaving to go look for some women as well. "Well, it's not like I'm any better," William thought wryly as he went to the Thousand Beasts domain to quench the sudden thirst he felt after unlocking the power of the dungeon conqueror. Right now, William could sense the location of every dungeon within a 1,000-mile radius around him. Also, for some reason, he could feel that these dungeons were feeling wary about him. It was as if they were afraid that he would choose to visit them and make them submit to his will. "So, this is what it feels like to have power over the lives of others," William thought as he walked towards his villa. Not bad. As soon as he entered the room, he found Vesta, talking to a pretty lady with light brown hair and green eyes. The single horn on her forehead was enough to tell her what clan she belonged to. So you're here, perfect," William said with a smile as he addressed Pollux' granddaughter. "I need your help with something." "Of course, Lord William," politely bowed her head. "As long as you wish for it, is willing to do anything I can to help." Vesta eyed William with a frown. "You reek of bloodthirst. Is it that obvious?" William sniffed the air around him because he didn't know how Vesta was able to tell that he was indeed feeling bloodthirsty. "It's not about the smell," Vesta replied before covering her lips in disdain. "It's about the look in your eyes when you look at us. Clearly, those are the eyes of someone who wishes to eat something. Since the only thing you consume is blood, it was quite obvious what you need." "Ah, so that's it." William nodded his head in understanding. Vesta, do you mind if I taste your blood too? I've always wondered what you taste like." "In your dreams." Vesta rolled her eyes. "Do you think I'm that cheap?" "TSK. You're just a freeloader and you think you're some kind of a big shot." William snorted. "Come on. Let's leave this menopausal lady here and go to my room. Don't worry. It will only hurt at first. Charmaine and the others will attest that it will feel good later." Anne nodded her head with a smile. "Fret not, Lord William. I am here to serve you, so you don't have to be overly courteous with me." Anne understands her position. William scratched his head because Pollux's granddaughter had always been like this. She placed herself in a lower standing whenever she was in front of the half-elf, making him unable to know what to do with her. "Charmaine, come with us as well," William said as his personal maid appeared in the living room. "Should I call the others?" Charmaine asked with an expression that was filled with anticipation. "No," William replied. "It is Anne's first time. I don't want her to be too conscious of her surroundings. Let's get her used to it first before we let the others join her. Understood. Charmaine nodded as she walked towards Anne to hold her hand. Come with me, Lady Anne. I will guide you to Lord William's room. Thank you, Charmaine, Anne replied as she allowed William's personal maid to guide her. William followed behind the two pretty girls, but stopped after taking over a dozen steps. Why are you following us? William asked as he turned his head to look at Vesta, who was right behind his back. I'm just going to observe, Vesta replied. Charmaine would often say that having her blood drunk felt good, so I wanted to see if her claims were true or not. You're just going to spectate, right? Yes. You're not going to join us, right? I won't join. Okay. William nodded his head. He didn't mind allowing Vesta to observe because she and Anne had become friends. It was only normal for her to be curious about what would happen to her friend, so William didn't think much of it. As the four people entered William's room, he made sure to close the door shut behind him. Right now, he only wanted to drink blood, and that was the only thing he would do until the thirst he felt had been sated. Anne's body shuddered after William's fangs sank into her neck. This was the first time that the half-elf had drunk her blood, and she thought that it would be terribly painful. However, she was willing to endure it for the sake of her clan. After suffering for many years, Anne had vowed to herself that she would do her best to ensure that her family and her people would live peaceful lives, even if she had to sacrifice herself for it. She had prepared herself for pain, but she wasn't prepared for the unexpected pleasure that washed over her body like relentless waves, making her feel a feeling that she had never felt before. A minute later, she felt and heard William kiss her neck before pulling back. Anne, you are trembling so much that I was afraid that my fangs might go deeper than they should, William said softly as she looked at the pretty demon with tender eyes. Did it hurt you that much? Anne shook her head. No. I only felt pain at the beginning, then it felt really good. I'm sorry, Lord William. In truth, my body is more sensitive than others, so the stimulation made my body move subconsciously. Ah, so that's it. William nodded in understanding. Look, even your clothes are now dyed in blood. The upper part of Anne's clothes had a red stain on it because of the blood that trickled out due to her trembling. Vesta, who was watching from the side, asked her friend if it really felt that good, and the latter nodded her head in affirmation. That must have been the best feeling I have felt in my entire life, Anne said with a face that was already as red as a tomato. Charmaine, who was seated beside Anne on the bed, smiled before taking off her clothes, which surprised Anne and Vesta. It's my turn now, master, Charmaine said with eyes filled with affection. William nodded his head before kissing Charmaine's lips. He had already accepted her feelings for him, and although they still hadn't crossed that line, it wouldn't be long before the black-haired teenager did it with her. After the kiss ended, William lowered his head to kiss Charmaine's right breast and lightly bit the pink tip that had started to perk up due to excitement. Vesta and Anne, who were still chaste maidens, had different reactions to what William was doing to his personal maid. Anne covered her eyes, but her fingers were parted in order to take a peek on what the handsome half-elf was doing to the pretty elf that wore nothing on her body. Vesta, on the other hand, looked without covering her eyes, with a calm expression on her face. However, if one were to look closely, they could see that her cheeks had reddened a bit. Charmaine arched her body back, as if to offer herself to the master that she had served for many years, and the latter accepted her offering with happiness. The two maidens watched how William's fangs embedded themselves on the upper part of Charmaine's right breast and drew blood. The pretty elf sighed as she held onto William's neck, basking in the euphoria that she had grown to love. Anne unconsciously gulped after seeing this scene. As someone that had experienced that wave of pleasure, she understood more than anything how it felt. However, a new thought appeared in the pretty demon's head. If it already felt good being bitten on the neck, would it feel better if other parts of her body were bitten? This thought made Anne shudder because of her sensitive body. She didn't know what would happen if William were to do something similar to what he was doing to Charmaine to her. All she knew was that if it felt as good as what she had felt earlier, she might lose herself in that feeling and clasp onto William, like Charmaine was at the moment. Vesta lightly tugged on On's clothes, catching her attention. Does it really feel that good? Vesta asked. Yes, On replied honestly. It feels really good. The one-horned demon could see that the tips of Vesta's ears had already reddened due to the scene that she was witnessing. After getting her answer, both girls shifted their attention back on the half-elf, who seemed to be enjoying the blood offering that was being given to him. William drank blood for 5 minutes, but for the two maidens it felt like days. Finally, after having his fill, William licked the wound clean before kissing it, healing it completely. "Thank you," William said as he pulled Charmaine close to him to give her a kiss on the lips. The two kissed passionately for a while before Charmaine became bold and pushed William back on the bed. "Master, please," Charmaine said as if possessed. She then cupped William's face and lowered her head to kiss him repeatedly on the lips. "Charmaine, at least, let's make the peanut gallery leave first," William replied with a mischievous look on his face as he used his chin to point at the two ladies whose faces had now turned a deeper shade of red. Charmaine looked at Vesta and On absent-mindedly before an "oh" escaped her lips. She then moved to the side to allow William to prop himself up to a sitting position. "Seen enough?" William asked as he looked at the two girls with a devilish smile on his face. "Are you going to leave? Or do you plan to join the two of us? As you can see, my bed is big enough for all of us. I don't mind teaching the two of you the pleasures of being a woman." Vesta and On exchanged a glance before standing up to go to the door. The two of them left, but On gave William one last glance before leaving the room. Her face was still beet red, but her eyes held a sense of curiosity that didn't escape William's and Charmaine's gaze. "She might really have a sensitive body, Master," Charmaine said as she took off William's shirt. "It might be worthwhile to train her." "I don't know about that," William replied. "Drinking her blood is fine, but doing more than that, I don't think so. Also, Lilith, Chloe, and you are enough for me." The half-elf's voice became deep as she held onto Charmaine's body. "Are you sure you want to do this?" William asked. "You can still turn back, you know?" Charmaine shook her head as she met her master's gaze steadily. "I have waited for many years for this moment, Master. Please, embrace me." William smiled as she laid her gently on the bed. He then showered her with kisses, until every part of her body had been marked by his lips. Soon, Charmaine's sweet sighs of pleasure echoed inside the room. The moment William took her maidenhood, the pain filled her heart with pleasure because she finally belonged to him. As William and Charmaine tumbled on the sheets, the two ladies returned to the living room. The two of them still hadn't recovered from the scene that they had witnessed, and a seed of curiosity had started to grow inside their hearts and minds. It was at this moment when Chloe entered the living room and asked if the girls had seen William. Thinking that it was a good opportunity to set William up, Vesta told Chloe where he was. Chloe thanked her and headed straight towards William's bedroom. The green-haired lady then followed the black-haired succubus in order to see how the situation was going to turn out. Out of curiosity, On followed her as well. When Chloe opened the door of William's room, Vesta and On thought that William would immediately stop what he was doing. But Chloe didn't bat an eye and entered the room, closing the door behind her. Vesta and On exchanged a glance before pressing their ears over the door in order to listen to the commotion that was happening inside. To the two little bunnies that are listening outside the door, you have two choices. William's teasing voice reached their ears. "Either you leave quietly, or I drag both of you here inside the room to join us. I'll count up to 10. 1, 2, 3. Just before William was about to count to 4, he heard the sound of running in the hallways. Chloe, who was seated on the bed beside him, covered her seductive lips and giggled. "It seems that you won't be eating rabbit stew tonight," Chloe said. "I don't mind," William replied as he pulled Chloe close to give her a kiss, while his hips continued to move to bring Charmaine to her limit. "I'll just eat Charmaine for now, and have you for dessert." "Sounds like a plan," Chloe smiled as she hugged William's neck. "It seems that you will be taking our firsts tonight. You don't like it?" "I like." A minute later, a sigh of pleasure escaped Charmaine's lips as William released his seed inside of her. She had been waiting for this moment for many years, and her wish had finally been granted. A wish that William would mark her and her womb as his own. When William opened his eyes the next morning, he found two seductive ladies sleeping naked beside him. The two girls held him in a firm embrace as they slept soundly in his arms. Originally, he hadn't planned to take their first time together, but somehow, one thing led to another and the half-elf was swept away by the flow and the passion of the two girls who loved him very much. The black-haired teenager smiled mischievously as his two naughty fingers explored the forbidden fruits of the two beautiful ladies who were pretending to be asleep. Just as he expected, his naughty fingers were able to get a reaction from Charmaine and Chloe, who had both still been maidens till a few hours ago. It only took William 5 minutes to make the two ladies squirm under his touch, which led to a beautiful spring morning. 2 hours later, William left the Thousand Beast domain with a relaxed smile on his face. As he was about to look for his fifth master, Albert, he found Lilith talking with the Amazon delegation stationed on the floor of Asgard. The Amazon princess had a serious expression on her face as she talked to her people about the current affairs of the Amazon Empire. William thought that something was wrong, so he decided to ask what was happening. It was then when he learned that the Amazon Empire had sent 1,000 of its warriors to the Korra Empire, which bordered several demonic teleportation gates, just like the one William and his entourage used to arrive at Josh's stronghold. I see. William rubbed his chin. Did Josh communicate with the various rulers of the central continent? Lilith nodded. Yes. He also asked us to give his forces peaceful passage once the defenses of his fortress were breached. Although no signs of the demonic army can be seen at the moment, Josh said that it might only take Felix a month or two to gather an army to attack his fortress. William could only smile wryly because he knew that once the fortress was breached, the central continent would be hard-pressed to contain the demonic invasion. Although Josh had already taken control of several teleport stations and assigned his men to guard them, it would still be useless in the end. The demon army had built several hidden teleportation gates that even Josh didn't know about. Even if he were to destroy the ones that were under his control, it would still be in vain if he didn't destroy the hidden ones as well. Josh knew this as well, but there was nothing he could do. Lucille didn't trust him enough to tell him all the locations of the portals that had been secretly built over the years. The only thing he could do was to buy time for the central continent to mount a defensive counterattack in order to push them back. How about you, Your Excellency? Do you have any plans for the demonic invasion? One of the Amazons who had known Lilith for a long time asked. She also knew that their princess was now William's fiancée, and they were serious in their relationship. Of course, I have a plan, William replied, but I can't tell you about it. For now, I will make my preparations, just like everyone else. I wish you all good luck in your endeavors. The Amazon could only nod her head to acknowledge William's words. She and her team then bid their princess goodbye before leaving to send Lilith's message to her mother, Empress Andraste, back in the Amazon Empire. When it was only William and Lilith left in the hallway, the Amazon princess gave the black-haired teenager a hug. It seems that you had fun with Charmaine and Chloe last night, Lilith said as she held William in a firm hug. Yes, William replied. It wasn't my intention, but it somehow ended up that way. I believe you. Thank you. William planted a kiss on Lilith's forehead before looking at her with a serious gaze. Starting tomorrow, I will visit the dungeons around the central continent, especially the ones near the border, William stated. How about you? What do you plan to do? I will stay here on the floor of Asgard, Lilith replied as she lightly touched her earring. Since I can come to the Thousand Beast domain anytime I want, it will be best if I stay here in order to stay updated with the news. That way, I can relay the recent events to you. Understood? William replied as he, too, lightly touched the earring in his ear. Both earrings allowed them to communicate with each other over great distances, and allowed Lilith to freely travel to the Thousand Beast domain. Not only that, they also had other special functions, but they only worked if they were near each other. The two held each other for a few more minutes before they parted ways. They understood that they had their own roles to play, and both were important. The rulers of each floor of the Tower of Babylon had also been informed of the current situation. William thought that it would be better to not leave them in the dark, so they could take preventive measures to keep their domain from being invaded by demons. In the end, the guardians of the tower created a special place where all the leaders were to meet in order to discuss their course of action. William was also invited, and the half-elf happily accepted it. During the meeting, the black-haired teenager was the one who told everyone about what had happened in the demon continent, which made the rulers doubt whether he was telling the truth or not. Frankly, William didn't care what they thought because it was none of his business to know what they planned to do in their own domain. He had already made a declaration that the floor of Asgard would not allow anyone to enter its domain a month from now. This was to ensure that no demon would be able to create problems for his domain while he was away. As long as the floor master willed it, no one could enter his domain unless he gave his tacit approval. Some of the other floor masters thought that this was a good idea and imitated William's declaration. Of course, there were others who thought that he was just spouting off a bunch of nonsense and treated the whole affair as a joke. When the meeting ended, he decided to temporarily pass the authority of the floor of Asgard to Lilith while he was away. After tying up the loose ends, William was about to call it a day when a black bird that materialized out of nowhere landed on his shoulder. William noticed that there was a note tied on its leg, so he took it, making the bird disappear without a trace. The black-haired teenager arched an eyebrow after reading its contents. There were no greetings or any other messages on the piece of paper except for two things: the time and place. William smiled because the primordial goddess had told him this information beforehand. Unlike Ella, the primordial goddess had managed to create her own natural-born avatar in Hestia. If she wished for it, she could descend into her avatar for a limited period of time. She could also use a fraction of her power during her possession, which allowed her to do many things. However, she couldn't push her avatar's limit to that of a pseudo-god, for fear of it breaking. Being able to wield the power of a demigod was a simple matter to her. William was curious about what kind of person the primordial goddess avatar was. The goddess had told him that her avatar had lived a normal life in Hestia, without knowing about her existence. The half-elf found this method intriguing and looked forward to meeting the leader of the organization that had almost pushed the southern continent to the brink of collapse. A woman with long black hair and wearing a veil to cover her face sat on the balcony as she sipped her tea. She was looking directly at the magnificent castle of Asgard that looms in the distance. Although she had seen many castles in the central continent, she had to admit that it was quite a marvelous sight to see. It was at this moment when she saw a black mist fly in her direction. The woman smiled because William had come earlier than their scheduled appointment. "You're quite early, Lord Ainsworth, or should I call you His Highness?" the woman asked in a polite and respectful tone. "Lord Ainsworth." William chuckled as the black mist gathered and materialized to form the handsome half-elf. "This is too formal. Also, if you call me Lord Ainsworth, I feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Just call me William or Will. No need to be formal since we are on the same side." "No, Lord William," the woman corrected. "We're not on the same side. At least not yet." "Is that so?" William smiled as he sat in front of the woman that was wearing a veil. "Since you asked me out on a date, I thought that this is already a done deal." "Hardly. This is just the start of our negotiations." "Negotiations? Go on. I'd like to hear your proposal." The woman stared at the black-haired teenager who had a relaxed smile on his face. Through her veil, she could sense that William was oozing with confidence. Also, he didn't even ask why she was wearing a veil, nor did he order her to take it off so that he could see her face. Usually the rulers, the head of the families, as well as the overlords whom she had met in the past, would always ask this of her. Naturally, she declined their requests because she didn't want anyone to see her face. Even her closest aides in Deus didn't know what she looked like. "First, I would like to hear Lord William's plan," the woman asked. "What is it that you want?" "What I want is really simple," William answered. "The first one is to find a way to revive my wives. The second is revenge. The third? Well, that can wait after I'm finished dealing with Felix and Ahriman." William answered. Unfortunately, the thing I wanted the most is impossible to achieve at this point. That leaves dealing with Felix and Armin first. I see. Love is a wonderful thing, the woman said dreamily as she eyed the half-elf. It is, William replied with a smile. Nisha had been evaluating William with a critical eye. Right now, their organization was torn on whom to support, the heir of darkness or the prince of darkness. Both of their prophecies said that they would conquer the world, but if there are two conquerors, which one would triumph over the other? Tell me, Lord William, are you interested in creating a new world order? Nisha asked. New world order? William rested the side of his face on his right fist. Sounds exciting. Are you planning to be the empress of this world? I don't dare to even consider that, Lord William, Nisha replied. I only want to right what is wrong, and ensure that the innocent will no longer suffer. A world where everyone will be free and no slaves will be sold to and abused by their new masters. I wish for that kind of world, Lord William. I see. William nodded. You must be delusional then. The half-elf chuckled as he took the teacup on the table and took a sip from it. After tasting it once, he returned the cup to its plate and eyed Nisha with eyes filled with mischief. Nisha didn't even bother to look at her teacup that the black-haired teenager in front of her had taken a drink from. A frown had appeared on her beautiful face due to William's words. This was one of the rare occasions that she was thankful that she was wearing a veil to hide her current expression. Delusional? Such a harsh word. Don't you think so, Lord William? Nisha inquired. Not really, William answered with a teasing smile. I'll tell you up front. The world you want is not going to become a reality. Take, for example, Felix and Armin. All they want is to make the entire world submit to their will. Both of them are demons, and their demonic tendencies will be the law that rules this world. That is if they manage to conquer it. Do you honestly believe that someone like you can make them change their minds? You're talking with the primordial god that started the dark era of this world. If you really think that you can convince them to make your dreams a reality, then you should really slap yourself in the face. That way, you will wake up from your delusions. Nisha didn't reply. Instead, she took a sip from the cup that William had drunk from earlier. After emptying the cup, she shifted her attention on the castle of Asgard and sighed. The reason why I wanted to meet with you is because my instincts are telling me that what Felix and Armin can't do for me, you can make it a reality, Nisha commented. But, looking at you, I can already see you just sitting on a throne and ordering people to manage your domain for you while flirting with your wives. Such an irresponsible ruler. You don't have what it takes to rule the world. And that makes me the perfect candidate, right? William asked with a smirk. Since I'm the type that just allows my subordinates to manage things for me, that means that they can do whatever they want while carrying out their goals using my name. That must be a dream come true for you, no? Nisha chuckled before shifting her attention back to William. So, do we have a deal? Nisha asked. That will depend if you can satisfy me, William answered. What can you offer me in return? I can give you everything. Where do I sign? The woman and the black-haired teenager stared at each other. Although a veil stood between the two of them, both understood that each side was only being half serious with their words. I guess it's time for another round of negotiation, Nisha said as she walked back to her room. Come, Sir William. They said that talks of conquest are better discussed in the bedroom. William chuckled as he stood up to look at the lady who had already removed the veil from her face. Whoever said those words should be given an award, William said as he moved towards the black-haired woman, whose beauty could bring down nations. I hope that we will be able to discuss a lot of things. Nisha took off her dress and made an inviting gesture. I hope for that as well, Lord William. William smiled as he held the mature beauty in his embrace. Nisha's right pupil had started to turn a golden color. Clearly, a certain primordial goddess thought that this was a good opportunity to descend to Hestia and have a taste of the fruits of all of her hard work. Celeste and Baba Yaga were currently seated on a bench overlooking the gardens of Asgard. Claire sat on Celeste's shoulder with a solemn expression on her face. After meeting her twin, Chloe, an hour ago, she got wind of the latest changes that had happened to William. When she asked if it was fine if this information was known to her, Chloe said that William allowed it. She added that Celeste should decide if she would leave with him or return to Hestia Academy when morning came. If this question was asked to Celeste a month ago, her answer would definitely have been, "I will go back to Hestia Academy." But now things had changed. After what happened to her sister, she felt that the only one that could find Celine's whereabouts was William. Because of this, she didn't want to leave his side until she confirmed that her sister was safe. Also, she had heard what the cloaked figure had said due to her superior hearing. The information shocked her because she didn't expect her sister to be pregnant with William's child. When she first checked her sister's body, after Celine had given her first time to the half-elf, Celeste didn't find any signs of life in her womb. This meant that her sister conceived after William had met up with her in the demon continent. In a way, Celine defied the prophecy that she was born with. Instead of being Felix's bride, she chose to bear William's child instead. Although, in the end, Celine did become a bride of darkness, the child she kept was not from the heir, whom she was prophesied to be with, but the prince, who was supposed to be Celeste's partner. The Maiden of Chastity fully understood that she was not in love with William. He was a disciple of her familiar, and a student in the academy that she was teaching at. They could be considered colleagues, being two of the only familiomancers in the world. Unfortunately, he lost Conan and Elliot during the battle in the demon continent. This created a terrible backlash where half of William's soul ceased to exist. She couldn't even imagine the pain that he had been through after that half of him died. Chloe's transformation gave her a slight discomfort, but she knew that what she had experienced was nothing compared to what William had gone through. As the beautiful elf thought of the events that had transpired in the demon realm, she was surprised by the fact that the current William was even able to smile, despite losing his wives, friends, as well as half of his soul. "This is madness," Celeste muttered as she clenched her fist tightly. "How can he act so carefree after what happened to everyone? Is this the result of him becoming corrupted by darkness?" Baba Yaga, who was seated beside her side. Darkness, light, truth be told, these two are interchangeable. Those who stand in the light are no different from those who stand in the dark. As long as they are human, demon, dwarf, elf, gnome, or even a fairy, all of them are sinful creatures. You know this very well, since you are part of the Holy Order of Light. They act as though they are the saviors of the world, but underneath that smiling facade lies a darkness that even makes us demons shudder. Celeste couldn't refute Baba Yaga's words because she had seen some of the things that the Holy Order did to their believers. "So, are you saying that Felix and Ahriman are not evil?" "Of course they are evil. The demon god of darkness that covered this world in eternal darkness, which ignited the war between the different races. Now that he has his heir to do the dirty work for him while he recovers his power in the shadows, this world will once again be embroiled in a war that no one wished to see." Celeste sighed before turning to look at the old witch whom her sister had treated as her adopted mother. "Then what should I do?" Celeste asked. "Should I stay, or should I go?" "Silly girl. You already know the answer to that question," Baba Yaga replied. "What you are looking for is someone to tell you that what you are doing is right. Then, am I doing the right thing? Do you want an honest answer?" Celeste nodded. "Yes." Baba Yaga looked at the colorful flowers in front of her before sharing her thoughts. "That boy, William, is headed for destruction," Baba Yaga said. "Underneath his smiling facade is a soul that weeps for the loss of his beloved. Having half a soul is not an easy thing. There will come a time when he will lose control and destroy everything around him. Friend, foe, lovers, he will not be able to recognize any of them. That is the extent of how much damage his soul had received. The only thing that is keeping him together is his wish for revenge. If he manages to win and end Ahriman's tyranny." Celeste subconsciously stopped breathing as she waited for Baba Yaga to finish her words. "The thing that keeps him together will be lost. That is where you come in." "Me?" Baba Yaga nodded. Celeste prophecies aren't set in stone. Even though Celine did what she could to defy the fate that was given to her, the fact still remains that you were chosen to be his bride, not your sister. So I should love him then? Celeste's expression became serious as she looked at the old hag, who only chuckled after hearing her words. Gods, no. Baba Yaga chuckled. William doesn't see you as a lover candidate. Right now, he sees you as a hindrance. But, even so, because you are Celine's sister, you have this protective halo around you that prevents him from tossing you aside. He instinctively knows that if he harms you in any way, Celine will be angry at him. Celeste could only smile bitterly after hearing Baba Yaga's words. I think what you should do is return to the Holy Order of Light for the time being, Baba Yaga advised. Right now, William is going to focus on capturing the dungeons to raise an army for his inevitable battle against Felix's and Armin's forces. You can't do anything for him right now, but you can do something for him later. As if the final piece of the puzzle fell in place, a realization appeared inside the beautiful elf's mind. You're right, Celeste replied. Right now, I really can't do anything for him. But, once I'm in the Palace of Light, I can search for ways to bring his wives back to life, right? The possibility exists, Baba Yaga smiled. Celeste, dear, do me a favor. Celeste nodded. Anything, as long as I can do it. Although this is only a hunch, the god that took your sister, as well as the souls of William's wives, might be the god of death, Thanatos. Look for information about him and, if possible, find a way to reach his domain. If you manage to find anything, share this with William. Perhaps this will help him fight against the corruption that is eating his soul at this very moment. Thanatos, Celeste muttered before nodding her head. I will do my best. Good. Baba Yaga smiled. Doing our best is the only thing we can really do at this point in time. Baba Yaga then looked at the heavens with a bitter smile. Man proposes, God disposes, Baba Yaga said softly. If this is really the will of the gods, then us mortals have no choice but to defy them. That is the only thing we can do, to fight against the fate that toys with the lives of those who want to live a peaceful life, in this world that is on the brink of collapse. For the first time in many years, all the rulers of the different kingdoms, empires, and influential families were gathered in a magical conference, hosted by Hestia Academy. Byron was an influential person, and had left communication crystals with all the leaders of the Central Continent, as well as the Silver Moon Continent. Because of this, he was able to make this grand conference possible. None of the rulers had to leave their respective kingdoms. All they needed to do was activate the artifact that Byron had left them in order to participate in an important discussion regarding the looming crisis that was about to start in the demonic continent. I'm sure that all of you gathered here have already been told that the demonic and the elven prophecies have come to pass, Byron said as countless eyes looked at him through the projections that surrounded him. Although some were still skeptical, Byron's position as the headmaster of Hestia Academy gave weight to his words. All of them listened to him with varying interests as he continued his explanation. The heir of darkness, Felix Gremory, is now in the midst of uniting the demon clans in order to raise an army to strike beyond the borders of the demon realm, Byron explained. There are two possible targets. The first one is the Central Continent, and the second one is the Silver Moon Continent. Regardless of who he plans to deal with first, we should unite under one banner in order to prevent him from getting his way. One of the kings, whose kingdom was located at the southwestern edge of the Central Continent, chuckled. Headmaster, even if the demons did manage to raise an army, I doubt that they would be stupid enough to attack the Central Continent, the king said. Most likely, their target will be the Silver Moon Continent because they are easier to defeat. The members of the Elven Council, who were also invited in the meeting, frowned at the human king who had a carefree smile on his face. I'm sure that you wouldn't be smiling if your kingdom bordered the demon continent. The emperor of the Korra Empire, Fanner Korra, sneered. It must be nice to be so far away from the immediate area of conflict. The king of the southwestern kingdom gave Fanner a teasing smile as he replied to his words. Well, it can't be helped, the king replied. It's not my problem. Fanner snorted at the king who was quite far from his reach. Everyone in the conference knew that if the Emperor of Korra had his way, he would have already made plans to send an expedition to conquer the territory of the arrogant king who didn't know his place. However, before the situation escalated, Byron's steady and firm voice reached everyone's ears. "It is very easy to think that you will not be involved in the war that is about to transpire," Byron said. "However, now is not the time for conflicts. Naturally, I will not force any of you to help if you really do not want to. But know this. Those who will not participate in this endeavor will be ignored by the Alliance, if and when they need help in any form." The headmaster of Hestia Academy smiled as he scanned the faces of the different people that were looking at him at the moment. "Verbal agreements will also not be entertained," Byron added. "During this time, we need sufficient manpower to deal with this crisis. Saying your support and not acting on it will be treated as a major offense in the Alliance. Isn't that right, Your Excellency?" A middle-aged woman wearing a papal gown appeared beside Byron. She was holding a golden staff in her hand as she gave the king, who had a carefree manner, a sidelong glance. "Yes," the middle-aged woman said. "Those who do not fully participate in this grand undertaking will be tossed aside. I will personally deal with them. If and when I deemed that they didn't have any goodwill in regards to the Alliance, they will be labeled as heretics by the Holy Order of Light." The king, who had a carefree smile earlier, suddenly became serious when he heard the Pope's subtle threat. The reason he didn't take the matter seriously was because the demon continent was far away from his kingdom. Also, Byron was only the headmaster of an academy. No matter how great its reputation, his kingdom also had its own academy where the elites of his kingdom studied. He didn't find it worthwhile to flatter the headmaster, who was known to be a pacifist. However, the Holy Order of Light was a different matter. Every ruler knew that under their righteous cause was a darkness that wouldn't lose to the underworld criminals that lurked in their respective domains. Unlike Byron, the Holy Order of Light was not known to show any mercy for those who do not agree with their vision. Of course, during times of peace, their stance was through diplomacy, but during times of war, they could easily send an elite force to assassinate any member of the royal family in order to make them align with their goals. The middle-aged woman's appearance changed the atmosphere of the room, which made the rulers, especially those who were very far away from the borders of the demon continent, take this matter more seriously. Byron took this opportunity to return everyone's attention to the strategy that they wanted to achieve. Right now, several kingdoms and empires have agreed to send reinforcements to the Empire of Korra, which has the highest chance of getting invaded first. Our academy has already fought against the forces of the Heir of Darkness in the north, and I will tell you what kind of enemies we will be facing against. According to the information we gathered, the Heir of Darkness has 4 pseudogods and 2 demigods under his command. Just as the name implies, they are stronger than demigods and are much more dangerous. With them aiding the Heir of Darkness, resisting their advance will be extremely difficult. At the mention of the pseudogods, everyone's faces turned grim. They were well aware of how strong demigods were, and had treated them as the apex creatures of the world. However, after hearing that there were creatures that were stronger than the demigods, they felt that the Heir of Darkness posed a serious threat to the world. "Isn't the hurdle too big?" The patriarch of one of the most influential families in the central continent spoke. "If we are really facing pseudo-gods, then sending our armies to fight against them is a futile endeavor. We will just be slaughtered like pigs." "True," Byron replied. "So, should we just allow Felix to conquer our lands unhindered? Should we just kneel and submit to him? I will assure you that once this is over, there will be no kings or emperors in this world. It will only be the Heir of Darkness who will rule over us all." As everyone pondered Byron's words, a light cough caught everyone's attention. All eyes turned towards the Elven Council, who had remained quiet until now. "We already know about the Heir of Darkness," one of the Elven elders said. "What can you tell us about the Prince of Darkness? Surely, you have information about him, right?" For the elves, the Heir of Darkness was already bad news because the demons had long wished to conquer their domain. However, the Prince of Darkness was a prophecy that was made by their elven oracle. In their eyes, the prince was just as troublesome as the heir, and they needed all available information about him. Byron glanced at the middle-aged woman beside him, and the latter just shrugged. Clearly, she didn't want to be the one to tell the news to the Elven Council. "We do have information about the Prince of Darkness," Byron replied. "Give us his name," the Elven Elder requested. Byron sighed as he looked at the elves who were watching him with serious expressions on their faces. He could understand their concern because they might be facing the brunt of two prophecies at the same time. "The Prince of Darkness is none other than the son of the previous dungeon conqueror, as well as the Saintess of the World Tree," Byron said with a solemn expression on his face. "His name is William von Ainsworth." "I will go back to Hestia Academy," Celeste said as she looked at William with a calm expression on her face. "I see," William replied. "Be careful and make sure that you don't fall into Felix's hands." Chloe, who was seated on William's shoulder, also nodded her head in agreement with William's words. Even though she had become William's woman, she was still Celeste's familiar and cared for her as well. "Will, I'm sure that you already know this, but it's possible that the different kingdoms and empires will target you right now," Celeste stated. "Word has already spread that you are the Prince of Darkness, and some will definitely try to reach out to you for an alliance or aim for your life." William nodded in understanding. "Don't worry, I will keep this in mind. Thank you for the reminder." Celeste wanted to say more, but her words were stuck in her throat. In the end, she decided to just keep her plan to herself because she didn't want to give William false hope. "Chloe, take care of yourself," Claire said as she looked at her sister, although many things had changed in her current appearance. For Claire, Chloe would always be her sister, and the latter knew this as well. Chloe nodded. "I will. Take care of Celeste for me. If something happens, contact me right away. No matter where I am, I will come flying." Claire smiled because she knew that she could count on her sister when things went south. No more words were spoken between them because everything had already been said. "Let's go to the Bifrost Bridge," William said. "I will send you directly to Hestia Academy." As the two left the palace of Asgard, Baba Yaga, who was observing them from her scrying mirror, sighed. She had already decided to follow William because she knew that he held the key in order to find her one and only disciple, Selene. The old hag no longer had any attachments to the demon realm, especially since what was waiting for her back there was forced servitude. She didn't like the thought of being part of an army that would trample the lives of innocent people. All she wanted right now was to find Selene and care for her until she gave birth. For her, Selene's children could be considered her own grandchildren, so she was quite excited to hold them in her arms as well. While the old demigod was deep in her thoughts, a rainbow bridge shot towards the sky, passing through time and space. A minute later, it disappeared, proving that Celeste was no longer on the floor of Asgard. Hestia Academy. The moment Celeste appeared in the academy, several students gathered around her due to the means by which she had reached the academy. Out of nowhere, a rainbow bridge appeared, and from it, the beautiful elf descended like a celestial being visiting from the heavens. Byron, who had sensed Celeste's presence, hurriedly went to meet her in order to discuss the current situation of the continent. He took her to his office and made her narrate everything that happened to her. "So, William is still on the floor of Asgard, right?" Byron asked. "Yes," Celeste answered. "Did he tell you about his plans?" "No." Celeste lied with a calm expression on her face. Due to her divinity, no one would be able to tell whether she was lying or not. Before she returned to the academy, William told her that he didn't trust Byron and would greatly appreciate it if Celeste didn't tell him about his plans for the future. The beautiful elf agreed to his request, so he didn't inform the headmaster about William's plan to visit the various dungeons located at the northern regions of the central continent. This was to prevent anyone from laying a trap to capture William, who was now considered a threat to the peace of the world. "That's quite unfortunate." Byron shook his head in helplessness. "Are you planning to go to the Palace of Light later?" Celeste nodded. "I will go there, but before that I need to visit the library first." "The library? What are you planning to look for?" "The identity of the god that took my sister away." "I see." Byron rubbed his chin as he eyed the beautiful elf who was deeply concerned about her sister's whereabouts. Very well, I will give you permission to visit the restricted area. Perhaps getting your sister back will solve one of our problems as well. Thank you, Headmaster. This is the least I can do for you, Celeste. After Byron took some time to tell Celeste about the plans of the Alliance, the beautiful elf left the headmaster's office and headed straight to the library. Byron seems to be hiding something from us, Claire said as she sat on Celeste's shoulders. He didn't tell us about the Alliance's plan against William. The headmaster is no fool, Celeste replied. Maybe he felt that I sympathized with William and withheld the plans they had for him, but knowing how the Holy Order of Light operates, I can make a guess as to what their next move will be. And that is use William's family in the southern continent as hostages. Claire rubbed her beautiful face with both of her hands after she heard Celeste's hunch. That is the most stupid thing that they can do at this point in time. I know, right? Claire then eyed Celeste, whose pace had started to quicken. Are you not going to stop them? Claire asked. Celeste shook her head. Do you really think that William hasn't considered this possibility already? After what happened to his cousin, Eve, I'm sure that anyone who dares to touch his family right now will regret it for the rest of their lives. Also, I have a feeling that even if William doesn't make a move, no harm will fall upon his loved ones in the southern continent. Celeste didn't know where her confidence was coming from, but she believed that the half-elf had already made the necessary preparations to protect his family. Since that was the case, she would just focus her energy on helping him find information about the god that took the souls of William's wives, as well as Selene, away. A month passed since Celeste had left the floor of Asgard to return to Hestia Academy. So far, her search yielded no results, but she didn't stop searching. After she had read all the books in the restricted area of Hestia Academy, she went to the Palace of Light to seek the answers she was looking for. Somewhere in the central continent. Why, you heretic? Do you really think that the Pope will not avenge us? A Crusader of Light shouted. You should just surrender yourself. Perhaps our Pope will show you Merc Arg. The pained cry reverberated in the plains as William crushed the Crusader's hand with his foot. You devil! The Crusader roared. You will be purged from your sin. The Crusader wasn't able to finish his words before his head rolled across the ground. William then flicked his hand and the corpse was engulfed in black flames, turning it to ash in a matter of seconds. That's the 5th team that they tried to send to the southern continent, Chloe said. I told you they were a nuisance. It's fine, William replied with a smile. Just gather the heads and drop them off at the usual place. Understood. Do you know how many heads are adorning the gate of the Tower of Babylon now? I don't know and I don't care. I want those heads pierced by a stake and displayed for everyone to see. I don't care how many they send. I'll just kill each and every one of them. Just as Chloe was about to gather the hundreds of heads that had scattered on the ground, she sensed several presences flying to their direction. So you are here. A voice that was familiar to William said with killing intent. Yes, William replied as he turned around to look at the 3 beautiful ladies, as well as the hundreds of flying ships that they had brought with them. Took all of you some time to get here. A young beauty with long purple hair eyed William with a sneer. She was none other than the virtue of justice, Ephemera, who had once joined the Tournament of Champions, but was defeated in the end. The 2 other beautiful ladies standing beside her were the same ladies that had accompanied her to the banquet at the Misty Sect. They were the ones that carried the virtues of temperance and fortitude. Come with us peacefully, and you won't get hurt, Your Highness, Ephemera said in a teasing tone. William ignored her and turned his attention on the black-haired beauty that had busied herself with collecting the heads of the Crusaders that her master had slain. Chloe, did these girls set up an appointment with me? William asked. No, Chloe replied as she picked up the last severed head on the ground. I didn't receive a notice. William nodded his head as he shifted his attention back to Ephemera, who had an arrogant expression on her face. Sorry, but if you want a piece of me, you better get in line like everyone else, William said with a devilish smile on his face. Arrogant heretic, Ephemera sneered. It seems that you still don't know your place. I will give you one last chance. Surrender and come peacefully, or we will make you sorry. William gave an exaggerated sigh as he glanced at Chloe's direction. Don't send anything back to Babylon yet. Let's just collect the heads of the people here first. Understood. Ephemera, who had heard William's words, looked at him with contempt before raising her hand. Capture him, Ephemera ordered. If he resists, it's fine if you cut a limb or two. As long as he is alive, we can drag him back to the Palace of Light. Yes. The Crusaders that were on board the hundreds of flying ships jumped down and flew in William's direction. They were an elite unit that was specially formed to capture William, and the weakest of them had the strength of a millennial beast. Although they were no match against the Prince of Darkness, they knew of a formation that would seal him, and his powers, allowing them to capture him alive. The presence of 4 demigods descended upon the battlefield, and 2 of them had locked on to William's body. They were the demigods that belonged to the Palace of Light, which they had cultivated for hundreds of years. They were not part of the original demigods that were known in the continent, but a secret force that belonged solely to the Holy Order of Light. This was one of the reasons why they were feared by the various rulers in the continent. Any one faction that could control more than 2 demigods was a force that shouldn't be provoked at all cost. Several magic circles appeared in the sky, enveloping an area of 5 miles around William. This was to ensure that he wouldn't be able to escape the encirclement that they had prepared for him. Unfortunately, they made a mistake. William had no intention of running away from them. So, this is where your confidence is coming from. William nodded his head in understanding. Not bad. Chloe had already arrived beside William. However, her expression was still calm, and even looked at the magic circles in the sky with great curiosity. They're quite pretty, Chloe said softly. Indeed, William replied. Ephemera and the 2 ladies that were standing beside her frowned. They expected William to panic after seeing the forces that they had prepared in order to capture him. However, instead of becoming fearful, the half-elf was looking at the 4 demigods, as if they were cattle that were being sold in the market. Suddenly, 2 shadows appeared behind William. Baba Yaga and the parrot monkey, Oliver, came out from it and looked at the members of the Holy Order that had come to capture William. These annoying flies never change, Baba Yaga muttered. Yes, Oliver replied as his body transformed and became a 6-meter-tall chimera. This is why the mistress hates these bastards. The old witch and the parrot monkey unleashed their demigod powers. After losing Selene, Oliver had forcefully broken the seal that had been placed on his body by his creator and unleashed his true power as a demigod. He was supposed to be Selene's protector, but due to the restrictions that covered the entire domain, he was unable to break the seal during that time. This was why he decided to stay by William's side, in the hope that the half-elf would look for his master, who was now carrying his child. Oliver knew that William would stop at nothing to find Selene, so until their fateful reunion, he would protect the half-elf in her place. So what if you have 2 demigods? Ephemera asked. You're still going to submit? All of the magic circles in the sky shone brightly and several golden chains emerged from them, wrapping William's, Chloe's, Oliver's, and Baba Yaga's bodies, preventing them from moving. These were the special formations that the Holy Order had specially designed to capture powerful targets. Even demigods would not be able to break free from these hundreds of chains that had the power to suppress their ranks and bring them down to the millennial rank. You're lucky I have strict orders to capture you alive, Ephemera stated. Otherwise, I have no qualms in bringing back your corpse to the Palace of Light. Let's see how you break free from those chains. Capture them now. William chuckled as he glanced at Chloe. She wants to see how we break out of these chains, William said. Then, let's show her how, Chloe replied as she casually moved her arms to break the chains that bound her body. William smiled and did the same. He then looked up at Ephemera and the rest of the Crusaders who had shocked expressions on their faces. Sorry, your chains are so brittle that even the grandma living in our village can break it easily, William chuckled. He then waved his hand and freed Baba Yaga and Oliver from the chains that bound them. This is impossible. Ephemera looked at the half-elf in shock and disbelief. Those chains hold the power of the 7 virtues. They can't be broken so easily. How can this be? Chloe snorted as she spread her wings wide. Well, Will and I like to break the rules. Now it's your turn to suffer. The black-haired succubus was about to fly towards the sky when a hand held her in place. Don't kill the virtues, William ordered. Everyone else is fair game. Chloe nodded. Understood. The succubus flew towards the flagship where the 3 virtues were located with a fearless smile on her face. She had always liked to fight, so fighting against many enemies made her blood boil in happiness. Baba Yaga and Oliver flew towards 2 of the 4 demigods and engaged them in battle. The 2 remaining demigods on the side of the Holy Order swooped down from the sky and headed in William's direction. Alongside the Crusaders who were determined to capture the Prince of Darkness at all costs. Awaken, William ordered. Flames of darkness. Burn my enemies to ashes. Go forth. Sep Heron. Pitch-black flames emerged from the black phoenix tattoo on the back of William's right hand. Immediately the power of a pseudo-god descended upon every living creature on the battlefield, making their movements sluggish. With a deafening scream of challenge, Sep Heron, the ultimate guardian of the Silvermoon continent, which had been corrupted by darkness, emerged from his hand. Black flames rose up in the sky, and were about to burn the flying ships that were near its master when William's orders reached its ears. Don't burn the ships, William ordered. I can still use them. Just deal with these small fries. Sep Heron screeched in acknowledgement of its master's orders and slapped the 2 demigods with its wings, sending both of them crashing to the ground. The Black Phoenix then looked at the thousands of elite crusaders that had come to capture its master with a mocking gaze. The members of the Holy Order of Light felt their blood turn cold as the Phoenix's gaze landed on their bodies. They knew then and there that they had made a mistake in trying to capture the half-elf who had become the Prince of Darkness. Unfortunately, there was no time for regrets as they desperately flew in different directions in order to escape the monster that they couldn't defeat. At that exact moment, William's laughter reached their ears. They thought that they were the ones that had set up a trap to capture him, but they were terribly wrong with their assumption. It was the Prince of Darkness that had set a trap to capture them, and they had fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. The flagship came crashing towards the ground with a single stomp from Chloe. Ephemera, as well as the 2 other virtues that represented temperance and fortitude, jumped off it and hovered in the air. They stared at the beautiful succubus in front of them with grim expressions on their faces, while a battle raged in their surroundings. You are Celeste's familiar, right? Ephemera asked as she summoned her golden sword. You should be on our side. We are the side of justice. Yes, I am Celeste's familiar, Chloe replied. And I am also on the side of justice. Ephemera stared at Chloe and attempted to use reason in order to make her change her allegiance. If that is the case, then we shouldn't be fighting, Ephemera said. We should work together to capture the Prince of Darkness who will destroy the peace of this world. Ah, that is where we disagree, Chloe commented. My prince doesn't have any intention of destroying this world. The only thing that he plans to destroy are those people who get in his way. That includes the 3 of you and the Holy Order of Light. But Celeste is on our side. So, Chloe gave the 3 beautiful girls a very sweet smile that made them shudder. You shouldn't have targeted his family, or anyone who is important to him. Chloe's voice became cold and deadly. He has already lost so many things, and you people still wanted to take away the people that are precious to him? Unforgivable. It seems that we agree to disagree, Ephemera stated as the golden sword in her hand shone. Very well, I will apologize to Celeste later that I had no choice but to kill her familiar. There's nothing to apologize for, Chloe replied. You don't have the ability to back your words. As soon as she finished talking, the succubus disappeared and reappeared in front of Ephemera with her fist posed to strike. The virtue of justice had already anticipated this move, so she immediately used her sword to slash at the annoying succubus, whom she didn't like the moment they met. A metallic sound rang in the air as Chloe's fist clashed with Ephemera's sword. The purple-haired beauty thought that her sword, which was blessed by the power of her patron god, would send the succubus flying. However, what happened was the opposite. She was the one who was sent flying due to how powerful Chloe's punch was. The two ladies that had accompanied Ephemera also summoned their weapons, but Chloe didn't even glance at them. She merely flew towards where Ephemera was, ignoring them completely. "What should we do?" Temperance asked. "Let's support Ephemera," Fortitude replied. "She's no match against that evil creature." Temperance nodded, but before the two could even support their friend, a devilishly handsome half-elf appeared in front of them. "Sorry, girls, but I advise that the two of you just stay here," William replied. "If both of you are good, I can allow you to return to your palace of light unhurt." "Do you think we will believe your words, you evil man?" Temperance shouted. Fortitude didn't say anything. However, she did something, and that was to unsummon the weapon in her hand, which surprised her friend. "What are you doing?" Temperance asked in frustration. "He is the reason why we came here. All we need to do is capture him and our mission is done." William just smiled as he eyed the lady who carried the virtue of fortitude inside her body. Her divinity had control over the strength of mind. She was someone who was able to face any adversity with a courageous look, but her current expression told the half-elf that she had no intention to fight him. Temperance, whose virtue represented restraint and moderation, was the one who was not showing restraint at the moment. William even thought that their virtues had been swapped, because the two of them were acting exactly opposite of their divinities. "I might be brave, but I'm not stupid," Fortitude replied. "The moment he escaped from the chains and summoned that black phoenix, our fates were already sealed." The sound of screams reverberated in the surroundings as Sep Heron burned the Crusaders until not even their ashes were left. The two demigods were lying on the ground, with their limbs scorched to nothingness. Although the two of them were still alive, they no longer had the power to fight against the pseudogod that was now enjoying a one-sided massacre. Temperance glanced at her surroundings and realized that her friend was right. Dozens of flying ships remained floating in the sky, but there was no one inside them. William had already killed them and left them unmanned for future use. The rest of the ships had already crashed on the ground, unable to fly again. Temperance bit her lip as she looked at the sorry state of their forces. They had left the Palace of Light, filled with confidence that they would be able to capture William with the forces that were with them. However, they had miscalculated how strong he was. They didn't know that he had a pseudogod bodyguard with him, and thought that 4 demigods was enough to capture him. If they only knew that he could break the chains of virtue that they were proud of, they might have borrowed the power of the 2 pseudogods that had descended from the heavens to help them in the war against the forces of darkness. When Temperance finally raised her head to look at the half-elf in front of her, he found the latter looking at Fortitude with a curious gaze. "What is your name?" William asked as she looked at the beautiful lady with long, blonde hair and blue eyes. Fortitude hesitated for a while before introducing herself. "Audrey." "I like you," William said. "Want to switch sides?" Audrey shook her head. "No." William chuckled, but he no longer asked the blonde beauty to change her mind. The half-elf then glanced in the direction where Ephemera and Chloe were fighting. The virtue of justice had already unleashed the full power of her divinity, and was fighting Chloe on equal grounds. Temperance saw this as an opportunity to sneak attack William using the full might of her divinity as well. Holding the 2 short swords in her hands, she stabbed William's back, making the 2 swords pierce through his body all the way. Her ability allowed her to increase or decrease her speed, as well as the speed of her enemies according to her preference. This was similar to Kenneth's power, but Temperance didn't have the ability to stop time. What she could do was slow and hasten things, which made her one of the more difficult enemies to face in battle. Audrey, who was too late to stop her friend, could only sigh helplessly at her recklessness. "It's my win, Your Highness," Temperance said in a teasing tone. "You should have come with us quietly. That way, you might have lived to see the sunrise tomorrow." "Your win? I don't think so," William said as he looked at the 2 swords that had pierced through his chest. You are decisive, and your attack didn't have a shred of hesitation in it. Unfortunately, you stabbed the wrong target. The William that Temperance had stabbed turned into black mists and disappeared. Temperance's eyes widened in shock at the unexpected scene that happened in front of her. Suddenly, she felt something hit the back of her head, which made her eyes roll up into their sockets as she lost consciousness. William grabbed the unconscious lady by the hand to prevent her from falling towards the ground. The half-elf held Temperance with his left hand, while his right hand held a chamber pot. This was the weapon that William used to knock the living shit out of the aggressive girl and make her sleep for a while. The corner of Audrey's lips twitched when she saw this scene. She could tell that the chamber pot was bad news and didn't make a move to imitate her friend's reckless action, which made the Prince of Darkness deal with her personally. "What are you planning to do with her?" Audrey asked. "I'll just teach her a lesson and make her understand her place," William replied in a casual manner. "Can you forgive her for her reckless action and allow me to take her back home?" "No. Bad girls need to be punished. You're a good girl, so I'm letting you off the hook. Also, there is one thing that I need you to do for me." William smiled at the blonde beauty whose eyes were still looking at her unconscious friend. "What is it?" Audrey asked. "I want you to send my message to your Pope," William answered. "This message is very important, so you better say it to her word for word. Do you understand?" Audrey took a deep breath before nodding her head. "Understood. What is it that you want to tell the Pope?" The blonde beauty was also curious on what kind of message William wanted to send to the middle-aged woman who lorded over the Palace of Light. William smirked as he returned the chamber pot inside his ring of conquest. He needed to make sure that the Holy Order of Light understood the consequences of fighting against him. "Allow me to give you guys some words of wisdom that I learned over the years," William said with a smile. "Tell the Pope that a wise shepherd once said, 'Eat shit, motherfucker.'" Ephemera and Chloe exchanged blows without holding back. Despite using the full power of her divinity, Ephemera found herself being pushed back because Chloe was able to break through her attacks using her rule-breaker ability. "You traitor!" Ephemera shouted in anger as she brandished her sword to swipe at the black-haired succubus, whose attacks were becoming stronger and faster every time they clashed. Chloe ignored Ephemera's words as she unleashed a flurry of blows which forced the purple-haired lady to block it with everything she had. Unfortunately for her, Chloe's passive ability, which increased her strength due to the injuries she received during battle, had activated and increased her strength to a level that Ephemera's divinity couldn't cope with. With one powerful punch, Chloe sent her opponent crashing towards the ground. Ephemera spat a mouthful of blood as she glared at the unreasonable opponent in front of her. She had long heard that Celeste's familiars were very powerful. Back then, she thought that this was just hearsay. However, after fighting against Chloe, she realized that the rumors weren't an exaggeration. The black-haired succubus was indeed very powerful, and someone like her wouldn't be able to defeat her even if she put her life on the line. "Are you going to surrender?" Chloe asked as she landed beside Ephemera, who received a serious injury from her punch. "Or do you still want to continue? You heretic. The Pope will deal with all of you later," Ephemera said through gritted teeth. Chloe snorted before kicking the side of Ephemera's face. She made sure to control her strength in order to not break the girl's neck and make her die an untimely death. William had explicitly told her that killing the virtues right now would become detrimental to the bigger picture. The purple-haired lady skidded several meters on the ground and rolled a few times before coming to a complete stop. Chloe's kick had knocked her unconscious, ending their battle. The black-haired succubus then glanced at William, who was high up in the air, and gave him a brief nod. William nodded back before shifting his attention to Audrey, who had a grim expression on her face. "Go back to the Palace of Light and deliver my message," William ordered. "What about justice and temperance?" Fortitude inquired. "If you allow me to take them back, I will convince the Pope to no longer send anyone to attack you or your family. Miss Audrey, although I would love to believe your words, I have to decline your offer." "But why?" "Your Pope is not stupid. If she dares to hurt my family after this, I will just kill these two girls." William smiled as he lightly shook the unconscious Temperance in his hand. I'm sure that she wouldn't want to lose 2 of the 7 virtues at this point in time. After all, the war hasn't even started yet. Audrey glanced at her 2 companions before shifting her attention back to William. What do you plan to do with them? Teach them a lesson they will never forget. The virtue of fortitude wanted to ask more, but she knew that if she didn't leave right now, William might change his mind and capture her as well. After a brief internal struggle, she decided to return to the Palace of Light and pass William's words to the Pope. Is there anything else that you would like me to pass to the Pope? Audrey inquired. William rubbed his chin for a while as he pondered. A minute later he smiled at the blonde beauty in front of him. Tell her that right now, I don't plan to make the Holy Order my enemy, William said. However, make no mistake, I am not afraid of your people. I am just someone who looks at the bigger picture. If she still wants to fight after this incident, I will make sure to visit your Palace of Light and personally kick her out of it. Either you are very brave or very stupid, Audrey replied. Do you really think that this is the extent of the Holy Order's forces? William chuckled. Then let me ask you back. Do you really believe that I give a fuck? Audrey glanced at her comrades one last time before turning her head to fly to one of the flying ships near her. She knew that the time of talking was over, and she needed to leave before William changed his mind. William watched Audrey maneuver the ship away from their location with a smirk on his face. He then opened a portal beside him and tossed the unconscious lady, who had tried to sneak attack her earlier, through it. Chloe appeared by his side and threw ephemera inside the portal that William had created like a bag of trash that needed to be disposed of. Sep Heron uttered a mighty shriek before transforming into a black mist. He then flew towards the back of William's hand, leaving only a black phoenix tattoo that he could activate at any given time. Baba Yaga and Oliver also appeared beside William as the half-elf stared at the devastation around him. Except for the 3 virtues and the 4 demigods, everyone else had been killed. William decided to spare the demigods as well, so they could return to the Palace of Light and be of use in the war against the demon army. The black-haired teenager waved his hand and took all the flying ships that were still operational inside his 1000-beast domain. Since the Holy Order of Light had given him so many wonderful means of transportation, it would be a shame to not use them to his advantage. Although William could travel instantaneously, his army would still be able to put the flying ships to use. Let's go, William ordered as he summoned his black Chelan Raiden. We still have places to visit. William left the devastated battlefield with a sneer on his face. The Holy Order had annoyed him so much over the past few weeks because of their repeated attempts to send people to harm his family back in the southern continent. If not for the fact that the primordial goddess told him their every move, they might have succeeded. Unfortunately for them, William had the lighting strider skill. As long as he had a set of coordinates, he could travel to that location without fail. This allowed him to dispatch the annoying bastards that the Holy Order had sent in order to try to use his family as hostages and make him submit. However, since he was growing tired of their repeated antics, he decided to stage an act where they could ambush him, which allowed him to get 2 valuable hostages. The half-elf knew that it was only a matter of time before the war started. Because of this, he wanted to use his time to conquer as many dungeons as possible. Now that he held the 2 virtues in his hands, if the Pope continued to get on his way, then he would make them his first target once he had gathered his army. I just hope that the Pope is not stupid, William muttered as Raiden soared through the sky. If she is, I'll make sure to bury her and her Palace of Light in filth. When Ephemera and the brown-haired lady who held the virtue of temperance regained their consciousness, they found themselves hanging in the air and tied with chains. The first thing they did was to activate their divinities to break the shackles that bound them, but nothing happened. No matter how hard they tried, their shackles remained firm and didn't break. It's useless. A teasing tone reached the 2 ladies' ears as a black-haired teenager materialized in front of them. A black throne appeared behind him, and the half-elf sat on it in a leisurely manner. He then crossed his leg over the other as he rested the side of his face over his closed fist, while giving the 2 girls a devilish smile. You bastard! Free us right now! Ephemera shouted. You will not get away with this. "You beast! What do you intend to do to us?" The brown-haired beauty screamed in anger. "If you let us go now, we can still turn a blind eye to your actions." William chuckled as he looked at the two beautiful ladies who seemed to not understand the positions they were in. He always thought that the virtues had a good head on their shoulders like Celeste. But it seemed that his wives were far better than the virtues, who had lost their composure in front of him. "I'm going to ask the two of you questions, and you are going to answer them," William replied. "If you do, you will be treated better. If you don't, then I will have no choice but to punish you so you girls can learn some discipline." "We will not tell you anything," Ephemera shouted. "Do you really think that the virtues are the same as those sinful whores that you married?" Temperance shouted. "Don't compare us to those sinners." The smile on William's face widened, but no mirth could be seen in his eyes. Instead, a trace of killing intent passed through them. His wives were a delicate topic, and yet the ignorant lady had dared to call them whores in front of him. This was something that touched the black-haired teenager's bottom line. "Whores? Is that what you think of my wives?" William asked. "Yes, whores the lot of them," Temperance sneered. "Filthy girls who will spread their legs for a bastard like you." William sighed as he shook his head in disappointment. "My wives might carry the sins of the world, but compared to your dirty mouth, they were angels," William stated. "You are one of the virtues, but everything that comes out of your mouth is garbage. Such a shame." William then casually opened his status page and clicked the mailbox of the godshop. "Sorry for ignoring you all this time, Donger," William said with a smile. "It's time for you to be free." As soon as William opened the wooden box, a beam of light shot to the air and circled William twice before merging with his body. William then felt a surge of incredible vitality in his body, making him feel extremely good. With a pulling gesture, the tied-up Temperance moved towards him without the ability to resist. The half-elf eyed the beautiful lady in front of him and used his appraisal skill. However, aside from her race, the black-haired teenager wasn't able to see her name, which surprised him. A half-human, half-angel. William arched an eyebrow. "This is the first time I've seen a Nephilim in this world." "How did you know?" The brown-haired beauty looked at William with shock. "Even the Holy Order doesn't know about it." "Who told you?" Ephemera, who was still tied up in the distance, looked at her comrade in disbelief. She had known Temperance for a few years, but she never expected that the brown-haired beauty had such a background. "Rest assured, your secret is safe with me," William said as he caressed the side of Temperance's face, which made her shudder. "Now, tell me your true name." Just like his wife, Ash, who had a true name, several beings in Hestia also possessed them. It was known that whoever knew of their true names would hold power over them. This was why those who bore it would never tell anyone, aside from the people they trust with their life. There were even those who went as far as to carry their true name to the grave, for fear that after they had left the world, certain necromancers would use their names to summon them back as wraiths, or revenants that would serve them for eternity. "I'd rather die than tell you my name," Temperance shouted. "Are you worried about Ephemera hearing your name?" William asked before waving his hand. "There, I sealed her sense of hearing. She will not be able to hear anything, so feel free to tell me your true name." "Keep dreaming." "Well, I don't mind doing this the hard way," William sneered as he made the brown-haired beauty kneel in front of him. He then grabbed a handful of her hair as he pulled her to him. "Since you don't want to talk, then let's plug up that beautiful mouth of yours first," William said as the clothes he was wearing disappeared. "You called my wives whores, right? Filthy girls who spread their legs for a filthy bastard like me, right? I'd like to see how long a half-angel like you can keep that big mouth of yours from spouting nonsense." Without another word, William shoved his manhood inside the beautiful lady's mouth, while grabbing a handful of her hair. The first thought that appeared inside Temperance's head was that this was the perfect opportunity to make the half-elf suffer by biting his filthy thing that was currently inside her mouth. However, no matter how hard she bit, she couldn't seem to tear off the thing in half. She could only helplessly accept the punishment that the half-elf was giving her as he mercilessly moved her head up and down to suck on his manhood. What's wrong? William sneered. Donger got your tongue? Only gurgling sounds came out of Temperance's mouth as saliva spilled from her seductive lips that would make any man want to kiss them. Ephemera watched in horror at the scene that was happening in front of her. William smirked and returned her sense of hearing to her, so that the purple-haired lady could hear the vulgar sounds that her friend was making, as William violated her mouth. When William's and Ephemera's gaze met, her body uncontrollably shuddered. She knew, then and there, that they had made a mistake in angering the handsome half-elf. William's deadly gaze was more than enough to tell her that their fate was in his hands, and there was nothing they could do about it. Perhaps, due to fear, as well as helplessness, something wet trickled down Ephemera's legs. The half-elf who saw this chuckled as he made a gesture for the purple-haired beauty to come to his side as well. Since the two virtues looked down on his beloved wives as if they were the dirtiest girls in the world, he was determined to make Ephemera and Temperance understand that they should never blaspheme the things that William held sacred inside his tainted heart, which had been consumed by darkness. Ephemera was forced to look at her friend who was currently being forced to suck on William's manhood at a very close distance. The half-elf was holding onto Temperance's head as he moved her head up and down his shaft, while her saliva overflowed from her mouth. "Isn't this nice?" William asked Ephemera, who was kneeling beside her friend. "This is a good way to shut her up, no? What will you get from doing this?" Ephemera asked. She didn't dare raise her voice like she did earlier because she was afraid that William might do the same thing to her. "Can't you see she doesn't like it?" "Why?" William asked in a teasing tone. "This is punishment. Bad girls should be punished, especially this girl who dared to ridicule my wives. It wouldn't be a punishment if she liked it, right? But if you are a good girl, you won't be punished. You don't want to suffer the same fate as her, right?" Ephemera bit her lip and no longer said anything. William's gaze scared her. Although the half-elf had a smile on his face, his golden eyes were looking at her as if he was looking at a toy that he could play with at any moment. "Boring." William waved his hand, forcing Ephemera to stand using the chains that bound her. The purple-haired lady could only helplessly watch from the side as William gave Temperance a breather by pulling his manhood out of her mouth. The brown-haired beauty coughed repeatedly, as if she was trying to take in the oxygen that she had been deprived of due to William's repeated thrusts inside her mouth. "How is the taste?" William asked with an amused expression on his face. "Disgusting," Temperance answered. "Just like your face." William nodded as the smile on his face widened. "Good. It is better this way." William reached out and unceremoniously ripped Temperance's robes, revealing her body, which was free of imperfections. Her white skin was smooth and youthful, radiating a strength that was not seen in mortal women. The half-elf reached out to caress it out of curiosity, which made Temperance's body shudder due to the coldness of his touch. The black-haired teenager's hand moved from her arms, towards her neck, and down to her shapely peaks that stood proudly as if to defy him. The black-haired teenager smirked before he lightly squeezed Temperance's right breast that perfectly fit in his hand, in order to test its firmness. "Not bad," William replied in satisfaction as his hand kneaded it lightly, making Temperance's breathing ragged. "I wonder if the milk you will produce in the future will be tasty." "Get your disgusting hand off me." Temperance finally lost her patience and screamed at the devilish man who was taking advantage of her chained state. William ignored her, and continued to play with her right breast that was now starting to heat up due to the attention it was getting. "Disgusting." William chuckled as he summoned a ball gag out of thin air and flicked it towards Temperance's face. The gag ball automatically forced itself on the latter's mouth, making the brown-haired beauty's eyes widen in shock. "You won't get a boyfriend with how toxic your mouth is," William chuckled. "Come." Temperance's body was kneeling just a moment ago, floated in the air, and moved towards William. The brown-haired beauty's muffled screams spread inside the room, making Ephemera, who was watching her, close her eyes to prevent herself from seeing the fate of her friend. "Don't close your eyes and watch," William ordered. As if he had full control of the purple-haired lady's body, Ephemera opened her eyes and locked at Temperance, who was now straddling William's waist. The brown-haired beauty's body was raised, with her knees firmly holding onto William's left and right sides. The chains that bound her held her in place, ensuring that her well-shaped breasts were only a few inches away from William's lips. "Tell me, what is the Pope's plan for the war against Felix?" William glanced at Ephemera, whose breathing was starting to get ragged. I don't know," Ephemera answered. "She didn't tell us anything about her plans against the heir of darkness. Our goal was to take your family hostage in order to make you submit to our demands." "I see." William then lightly caressed the back of Temperance's body, sending shivers running down her spine. He was raising her body's sensitivity in order to prepare her for what was about to come. Temperance's muffled shouts of protests were the only sounds that were heard inside the room, but William continued to caress her all over. "You don't really have any body hair," William commented as his fingers moved towards her lower abdomen, up to the entrance of her maidenhood, making the brown-haired beauty panic. Although she and Ephemera already knew what was going to happen next, Temperance still couldn't help but feel the sense of dread that was creeping up inside her heart. As if reading her thoughts, William chuckled as he played with her slit with his fingers. He prodded it open and teased its inside. He made sure to not push in too deep to ensure that her chastity would remain intact. Ephemera, who was forced to watch the scene, suddenly shuddered. Although William wasn't touching her, and she was still wearing clothes, she could feel fingers prodding her own maidenhood, while the half-elf was doing so to her friend. William had shared Temperance's feelings with her, using one of the abilities that Donger possessed. As William continued his relentless assault on the brown-haired beauty's entrance, Ephemera felt her own body heating up as well. "How indecent," William commented as he pulled back his fingers. He could tell that the brown-haired beauty's body was now ready to accept him despite Temperance's muffled screams of defiance. "Don't worry," William said as his hands rested on the beauty's backside. "Soon you will be singing a different tune. A tune where you will tell me your true name." William kissed her right breast before opening his mouth, revealing his fangs. "I wonder, what does your blood taste like?" William asked as he squeezed Temperance's backside, making her body arch, pushing her innocent breasts towards him as an offering. "Thanks for the food." Without another word, William sank his fangs on the brown-haired beauty's breast, making Ephemera gasp in fear. Blood trailed down Temperance's white and unblemished skin, streaming down towards her navel. William bit hard, harder than what he did with his wives and Charmaine, sinking his fangs deeper than ever before. The stinging pain made Temperance take in deep breaths, as she felt William's fangs push deep inside her body. Soon, the pain disappeared and what followed next was a sweet and intoxicating feeling of pleasure that made her mind turn blank. William sucked greedily, while allowing a trace of blood to spill out and stream down her angelic body, which was free from imperfections. It was his own way of staining her unblemished body with her own blood, while she was assaulted by a feeling of pleasure that she never felt before. Ephemera's body squirmed as the same feelings of pain and pleasure that her friend was feeling assaulted her body. William wanted her to understand what her fate would be if she opposed him, by sharing Temperance's feelings with her. The purple-haired beauty tried to hold on to what little willpower she had left as she prayed to her patron god. Inside of her heart, she prayed that William would be sated by the blood of her friend, so the half-elf would ignore her completely. However, deep inside she knew, Ephemera knew that in this dark and miserable place, where she was currently chained, her voice and prayers wouldn't reach anyone, except for the black-haired teenager, who held their fates on his sharp and sinful fangs that brought them pleasure beyond their wildest dreams. 5 minutes had passed after William had started to feed on Temperance's blood. A faint trace of her divinity swirled inside William's body as he drank her blood leisurely. After having his fill, he pulled back without closing the wound. He watched as her warm blood streamed out from the 2 puncture wounds that he had created with a satisfied smile. The half-elf then raised his head to see that the ball gag that was on her mouth was dripping with her saliva. Temperance's eyes were unfocused as her body twitched from time to time. William raised his hand and removed the choker from her mouth. To his surprise, The brown-haired beauty seemed to regain her wits at the same time and panted for breath. He smiled with amusement as her chest rose up and down due to her heavy breathing. The half-elf then licked and kissed the 2 wounds on her right breast, healing them completely. Bloodstains could still be seen over her white, angelic body, which was proof that William didn't have any intention of removing them. "You're the worst," Temperance said after she regained her composure. "You'll pay for this." Although she tried to force a disgusted look on her face, she was still suffering from the afterglow of the pleasurable feeling that was still racking her body. William just smiled as he placed his hand on the back of her head and pulled her close to him. He then pressed his lips over hers, but Temperance had her own plans and bit William's lip, drawing blood. Instead of getting angry, the half-elf was unfazed and continued to kiss her, allowing his blood to enter her mouth. As if angered by William's indifference, Temperance bit hard on William's tongue the moment it invaded her mouth. She had intended to cut it off completely, to make the half-elf suffer and get her revenge at the same time. Just as she expected, her teeth drew blood, but it was a shallow cut. It was not enough to sever William's tongue, but it allowed his blood to pour directly inside her mouth, while the half-elf intertwined his tongue with hers. Temperance continued to vehemently refuse to accept his tongue in her mouth and tried to bite William's tongue off with all of her might again, but it was useless. To her surprise, William bit her lips and drew her blood from it. Just as she was thinking about what to do next, the familiar pleasurable feeling assaulted her senses, making her mind blank. During that brief moment of lull in her state of mind, William used his tongue to make the brown-haired beauty stick out her tongue. When her pink tongue was lured out of her seductive lips, the half-elf bit on it lightly, drawing blood. He then kissed her deeply, entwining his tongue over hers, sending the pleasure deep inside her brain, breaking all forms of resistance. Ephemera, who was feeling the same feeling as her friend, became limp, as the pleasure assaulted her as well. She was barely hanging on to her sanity, but William's relentless and passionate kiss had brought both ladies to their breaking point. As if sensing that both girls were at their limits, William reluctantly pulled back, giving them some time to catch their breaths. "Tell me your true name." William was like a devil that whispered in Temperance's ear, while the lady was still not in her right state of mind. However, as if clinging on to her survival instinct, the brown-haired beauty forcefully bit her lip to prevent herself from saying anything. She knew that if the half-elf learned her true name, she might not be able to regain her freedom ever again. "There's nothing to be afraid of," William whispered as his hand moved down to the entrance of her maidenhood and slowly inserted his middle finger inside it. He then moved his finger in and out of her slit, which created wet and indecent sounds, which reached her unstable mind. A sigh of pleasure escaped Temperance's lips, and William took this opportunity to kiss her once again and pry her lips open. His tongue then played with hers, as the thoughts that were starting to form inside her head was dispersed by the pleasure that she was feeling. Although she sobered up, she was still put in a daze by William's tender and passionate kisses that made her earlier disgust and hate for him go away. As William pulled back his head to allow her to get a breather, Temperance reached out to him and wrapped her arms around his head. The chains that bound her disappeared as she pressed her soft lips over William's, taking the initiative to kiss him of her own accord. Ephemera's tongue lolled outside her lips as her brain turned to mush from the incredible sensations that she had experienced. She had already fainted, but Temperance's feelings were still being transferred to her, making her body twitch from time to time. After a few minutes of kissing, Temperance pulled back and looked at William with a complicated look on her face. She knew that she had been freed from her shackles, and yet her body was burning up and aching for William's touch. Although she tried to deny it, her heart, that had not known love, was wildly beating inside her chest. She knew that she was not in love with William, and was simply her body's reaction to the pleasure that it had experienced, but she was at her limit. "You're evil," Temperance said as tears streamed down the side of her face. She then kissed William like the inexperienced lady that she was. The black-haired teenager accepted her soft pecks, and opened his lips to allow her to take the initiative to intertwine her tongue with his own. Right now, Temperance's body had been totally conquered by William's incubus powers, which had raised her sensitivity to the limit, making her crave his touch and affection. Although the brown-haired beauty knew that she could easily break free from William's hold if she used her divinity, she chose not to. This was the first time in her life that she felt so good, and decided to explore these feelings a bit. She thought that she could break free from William's hold any time with her divinity, so she allowed herself to indulge his soft and enticing lips, and his embrace, that made her feel safe and warm. Is this what his wives feel whenever he embraces them? Temperance thought as she ignored the warnings inside her head as she allowed William to puncture her tongue once again to drink her blood, and make her thoughts turn to mush. "I can make you feel better," William said after their kiss ended. "Do you want it?" "Yes," Temperance answered in a daze. "Then, raise your hips," William ordered. Temperance obeyed as she raised her hips, while William used his hand to rub his member at the entrance of her maidenhood. "Do you want this?" William asked. "Do you want this inside you?" Temperance's body shuddered the moment William's member lightly pried open the soft petals of her entrance, teasing her with a promise of pleasure that would make her feel complete. "I want," Temperance said as the warning signs inside her head intensified. "Make me feel good." William pulled the back of her head and kissed her lips, dispersing the thoughts that were starting to form inside her, making her unable to think properly. "Lower your hips," William ordered, "and I will give you happiness." Temperance obeyed and lowered her hips, at the same time that Ephemera regained her consciousness. Just as the purple-haired beauty was about to shout and warn her friend, William silenced her with a spell, preventing her from making any sound. The moment that William's shaft broke past the membrane that protected her chastity, a painful yet pleasurable feeling washed over Temperance's body. Ephemera could only cry out in pain as her friend was deflowered in front of her. Since their senses were linked, she also felt as if her own chastity had been taken away from her. Tears streamed down the sides of her face as William raised her friend's buttocks, slowly moving it up and down. It was as if he was relishing the taste of being able to strip away the virtuous lady's innocence, making her a woman in front of her helpless friend. After seeing the trace of blood on William's manhood, which was proof that he had successfully taken her friend's innocence, Ephemera stopped resisting. She no longer cared and simply endured the feeling of being conquered, as the black-haired teenager pushed his manhood deep inside her friend's body, until her own womb descended into sweet surrender. In my hazy state, I was feeling warm and happy as I was embraced by the handsome black-haired teenager that they called the Prince of Darkness. Perhaps, due to the euphoric sensation after he bit on my breast to drink my blood, I wasn't able to think properly and acted on impulse by kissing him on the lips. It was an act that I had done of my own will, and the feeling of disgust and hate I felt earlier disappeared as my soft lips pressed against his, making my entire body shiver due to how good it felt. "I can make you feel better. Do you want it?" His words held the promise of pleasure, and it was all up to me to decide whether I want it or not. "Yes." That was the reply I gave him through my hazy thoughts. The only thing I wanted was to feel good, to feel safe, and perhaps to feel loved as well. Then, "Raise your hips." Although the words he used to order me were a bit cold, my anticipation took hold of my body as I raised my body as he instructed. It was at that moment when he held his throbbing member and rubbed it against the entrance of my maidenhood, making my heart skip wildly inside my chest. I knew that the moment that thing entered inside me, the chastity that I had protected till now, would be his. "Do you want this? Do you want this inside you?" The thought of saying no passed through my head. The warning bells have been ringing non-stop, telling me to use my divinity to break free from his control and protect my maidenhood from being taken by him. But my desire betrays me as I give him the answer that I wasn't supposed to give. "I want. Make me feel good." The moment the words escaped my lips, I saw the corner of his lips curl up into a smile. I knew that I could still escape from his embrace, but my body didn't move. It only waited for the promise of pleasure that he was going to give me. "Lower your hips, and I will give you happiness." Once again, the choice was mine to make. I could reject his orders or not. The haze in my head disappeared, as if he allowed me to regain my reason to make one of the most important choices in my life. I looked at his handsome face and his dazzling golden eyes. It made my heart melt at the thought of becoming one of his women. Although I had no intention of becoming his wife, as long as he treated me like a lover, I felt that I would be fine even with that much. It was then when I heard a stirring behind me. I had completely forgotten about Ephemera and the vile thing that this man did to her. Sharing our feelings of pleasure. That is downright criminal. That was the thought that passed through my head as I remembered the incredible pleasure that I had felt. Knowing that Ephemera felt the same made me unable to decide whether I should pity her or not. Snap out of it. Don't let him have his way. Those were the words that Ephemera shouted using telepathy. The 7 virtues were able to communicate with each other using telepathy, so we didn't have to talk most of the time. Her words had reached me, and yet, I still decided to follow my desire. With my own volition, I lowered my hips and felt the pain of having my chastity taken away from me. Tears streamed down the side of my face, not because of the pain, but due to the joy that I was feeling. Although this person, whose cold face had started to show what I assumed was love and tenderness, was my enemy, he was able to conquer my heart. Admittedly, he used foul tricks to do it, but in the end the one who decided to make the decision to hand my first time to him was me. If there was someone to blame, I could only blame myself for being lost in the pleasure that he had made me feel. Even though a part of me knew that the tenderness and affection he was giving me right now was fake, and only make-believe, I still longed for it. My body longed for it. He had already conquered my heart, and now he was about to conquer my body, which I willingly surrendered to him. "You won," I said softly as I looked at his beautiful golden eyes that looked at me with pity. I thought that I would see a trace of triumph, arrogance, or disdain in his eyes after making me submit to him by my own will. However, I didn't see any of them. All I saw was pity, and even a faint trace of apology. To my surprise, a single tear slid down the side of his face. I didn't expect that he would shed a tear for my sake, and yet he did. Perhaps, it was the only real emotion that he had shown me until now, and it made my heart ache, knowing that despite being my enemy, he still felt sad for my sake. No good. I am falling for him. This was the thought that passed through my head as I used my lips to kiss that single tear that had been shed for my sake. It tasted a little salty, but I also felt a sweetness inside my heart that I never felt before. It was then when I felt his strong hands hold my buttocks and slowly move it up and down. With every thrust, his hard and throbbing manhood sent shivers down my spine. The pain slowly faded away, and was replaced by a pleasure that far surpassed the feeling of having my blood drunk by him. "Does it still hurt?" the prince asked me softly. His demeanor had changed considerably after I had kissed his tear away. He spoke to me in a voice that no longer held tenderness and affection. It was a cold voice that made my heart tremble. His cold eyes that looked down on my trembling body were betrayed by the look of concern that I saw within their golden depths. Instead of answering, I wrapped my hands around his neck and kissed him. This time, he kissed me back, and our tongues intertwined with each other. His cold body slowly became warm as I moved my body with him and not against him. He never increased the pace of how he thrust his member inside me. He did it slowly and gently, which made me feel the care he was giving me, making my heart feel full, and my body long even more desperately for his affection. However, even if the movement was slow, it was starting to gain momentum. It was like the makings of a storm. I was like a small boat in the wide open sea, and in front of me, a storm was starting to form. The clear blue skies disappeared, and were replaced by dark clouds where thunder rumbled, and lightning illuminated the dark sky. In front of me, the lone boat on that vast body of water, I could see a gigantic wave, that I estimated to be at least 50 meters tall, started to make its way towards me. I knew then and there that when that wave crashed down on me, I would be broken and destroyed beyond repair. With each thrust, the wave drew closer, making me whimper. It was then when I looked up at him with a pleading gaze, and voiced out the words that made me tremble. I'm scared. Only 2 words, and yet it was what I truly felt. My world, and everything I held dear for the past 19 years of my life would be destroyed the moment that powerful wave hit me. Although I'm sure that it wasn't his intention, I knew with all of my heart that if that giant wave hit me, I would fall and be broken completely. I would never be the same again. I thought that he would ignore me and watch me break due to the stacked-up pleasure that he had built up by thrusting his manhood inside me, shaping my insides to his shape. But he didn't do that. He stopped moving and lightly patted my head. I could feel the tip of his member, kissing the entrance of my womb, and my womb kissed him back, not out of love, but of longing for the promise that was still unfulfilled. He didn't say anything, and only held me in a firm and warm embrace. The giant wave in front of me froze completely, as if time had stopped. It was still there, but for the moment I was safe. A tear slid down the side of my face, followed by another. Soon, as if something snapped inside me, my tears came down in full. I wrapped my hands around his neck, rested my head on his shoulder, and cried. I cried for my loss against him. I cried for being played by him. I cried for losing my innocence to him. I cried and cried and cried. No good. I think I have already fallen. As I cried and hugged the Prince of Darkness, his strong arms wrapped around my body in a protective embrace. As one of the ladies that held the virtues of the world, I have no need to rely on others to protect myself. My patron god was always there to give me sound advice, and my ability to increase and decrease my opponents' speed allowed me to triumph over all of my foes. But against him I lost. I lost because I underestimated him. I lost due to my arrogance. And yet, here he was holding me firmly and keeping that giant wave at bay. Although I know that we had already gone past the point of no return, and that wave would come crashing down on me sooner or later, in this brief moment of time I am safe. He was keeping me safe. Several minutes later, I regained my composure and looked at him straight in the eye. Lyra Vi Vevela. My true name, the name that would give others total control over me. A name that I had protected, in fear that I would become someone else's belonging, and become their plaything. However, for some reason, my heart told me that it was going to be all right. It was telling me that my name was safe with him. I was safe with him. With a touch filled with tenderness, he caressed the side of my face and gave me a loving kiss. When the kiss ended, he looked at me and said with eyes filled with warmth, "Lyra, please accept me." As if to answer his feelings, the entrance of my womb that was currently kissing the tip of his manhood opened up. It was no longer afraid of what was about to come, and even welcomed it with open arms. As I leaned on his body, with his strong arms around me, I knew that even if the waves came crashing down, I would be safe. He will keep me safe. Just as I expected, the giant wave in front of me moved once again. It came crashing down with a force that would destroy anything and everything in its path. It was also at that moment when I felt a hot and burning sensation explode inside my womb, making me feel as if I was going to melt from the inside out. Everything around me turned white. My mind blanked out as he released his seed inside me. The thought of becoming pregnant with his child passed through my mind and was gone as swiftly as it came. But, for some reason, I didn't dislike that possibility. As I was about to lose my consciousness, I felt something etch itself in my lower abdomen. Although I didn't know what it was, I felt happy because somehow, it let me know that he had marked me as his own. Even now, I still remember that feeling very vividly. It was the time that I, a child that was born between the union of a human woman and an angel, had been conquered by the man whom I treated as my enemy. It was the day that I had fallen. Fallen for the man, who wept for me when my world and my entire existence came crashing down in a world of darkness, where no light could be seen. William looked at the unconscious Lyra with a complicated expression on his face. His intention was to corrupt her completely, but as he was about to do that, something inside him prevented him from doing so. It's the part of my soul that still believes in happy endings, William thought as he sighed internally. Although his plan to completely corrupt the virtue of temperance didn't succeed, he was still able to get her true name. Even so, for some reason, he felt disgusted at the thought of using her name to make her do vile things for him. His manhood, that was still deep inside Lyra, was still hard, but he no longer wished to make the unconscious lady in his arms fall into depravity. It was at that moment when he heard a ragged cough inside the room. I almost forgot about her, William mused as he shifted his gaze at the purple-haired beauty, whose body trembled uncontrollably a few meters away from him. Ephemera was still suffering from the afterglow of the incredible climax that she had experienced, despite being left untouched by the half-elf who had made her friend a woman. William then used a silence spell over Lyra to prevent her from hearing their voices, and allow her to continue sleeping in his arms. "Oi, Ms. Justice, did I accidentally break you by any chance?" William asked in a teasing tone. Ephemera, who heard William's voice, raised her head, but instead of her usual proud and arrogant appearance, she had a debauched look on her face. Clearly, her body was still suffering from the side effects of the one-sided pleasure that she experienced through her friend's emotions. As William looked at the lady, who had a warped sense of justice, he sensed something inside her that wasn't there before. With a frown, the half-elf waved his hand, and the clothes she was wearing were burned by black flames, until nothing was left. "I see. So that's it," William muttered as he looked at the pink crest that had appeared on Ephemera's lower abdomen. Since William had used the powers of his incubus class, with the intention to corrupt Lyra, he had completely forgotten that its effect also applied to Ephemera. Suddenly, William felt something unusual from the unconscious lady who was leaning against his body. The black-haired teenager held Lyra's shoulders and gently pushed her back to see what was happening to her. Immediately, he saw something golden glowing in the center of her chest. A few seconds later, a small golden flower materialized in front of her and flew toward the black obsidian gem in William's chest and was absorbed completely. Before William could wonder what was going on, a notification message appeared on his status page. "You have received a fragment of divinity from the virtue of temperance. You will now be able to use the ability Exceed Break. Exceed Break allows you to increase your normal speed by up to 500%. Allows you to decrease your enemy's speed by up to 500%. After asking Optimus about the skill, the system informed him that he could now increase his body's overall speed. Whether it be movement speed or attack speed, he could increase it up to 500%, which was quite incredible. Not only that, he was able to manipulate his enemy's speed, making them move slower than they normally do. This was quite crucial during battles, and would completely take his enemies by surprise. "Thank you, Lyra," William said softly as he planted a kiss on her head before allowing her to lean back against his body. "I will put the fragment of your divinity to good use." He had also noticed the pink crest on Lyra's lower abdomen earlier, which was proof that she had surrendered her body to the pleasure that William had given her. "Optimus, do you know why this happened?" The bulk-haired teenager didn't have any idea why he received a fraction of Lyra's divinity, and wanted to ask Optimus if he knew the reason for what had just transpired. "I have a hunch, but I don't have enough evidence to back it up." "Tell me what you think." William urged the system to share his insights on what had happened earlier. "I think this is similar to how you register your wives as your familia members. Since you have registered them as your women, you were able to merge with them and use their powers as your own. I'm guessing that what happened earlier is a similar case. The only difference is that you don't consider Lyra as one of your wives. Because of this, she subconsciously shared a part of her divinity with you, allowing you to use her powers at any given time. Take note that it is only a fragment of her divinity, which allows you to use 1/10 of her full power. Without your ability to break the rules, you would have fallen to her sneak attack back then. Although she doesn't have the power to stop time, her ability has a similar effect, and is very deadly to her foes." William nodded as he lightly petted the unconscious girl in his arms before shifting his attention on Ephemera, who seemed to be just a push away from breaking down completely. Despite being a virgin, The crest on her body was proof that she had fallen from her high horse, and was completely at William's mercy. William waved his hand and the chains that bound Ephemera disappeared, allowing her to stand up, albeit shakily, on her own 2 feet. The purple-haired beauty then slowly made her way towards William, while the latter watched her with an indifferent gaze. When she was only a meter away from him, she kneeled down and looked up at him in a pleading gaze. "Don't worry," William said coldly. "I am someone who looks at the bigger picture. You can keep your maidenhood, and you will be allowed to return to the Holy Order. However, the next time you and your sisters defy me, I will not show any mercy. Do I make myself clear?" Ephemera nodded her head as tears streamed down her eyes. Her anxiousness and fears had all disappeared after gaining William's pardon. "Please, I can't," Ephemera pleaded as she touched William's knees. Her body was still burning up, and she needed to find release. "Please." William frowned, but still decided to take pity on her. He had already declared that he would not take her, and he intended to keep his word. The black-haired teenager knew that his still untainted soul had already used up a bit of its power to stop him from corrupting Lyra. Since that was the case, he would honor his wish and let both of the girls go, so that they could return to the Holy Order. The war against Felix still hadn't started. Keeping the virtues on his side would only weaken the resistance against the demon army. William still had many things to do, and he needed time in order to accomplish his goals. For the time being, he was more than happy to let the Palace of Light fight the Heir of Darkness. In order for them to resist the invasion, they needed Lyra and Ephemera by their side, so William was willing to let them go for the bigger picture. The black-haired teenager raised Lyra's hips, allowing him to pull his manhood out from inside her. Perhaps due to Lyra's wish, William's seed didn't spill from her womb, and was kept in place. Ephemera's breathing became ragged when she saw the thing that was responsible for taking her friend's innocence. It was still covered with William's seed, and blood from Lyra's deflowering. Even so, Ephemera didn't care. She reached out to hold it firmly in her right hand, before lowering her head to give it a kiss. The purple-haired beauty, as well as her friend, Lyra, had never kissed a man before, and yet, both had given their first kisses to the thing that was currently in her hands. Just like a knight, kissing his sovereign's hand as a sign of loyalty, Ephemera did the same. Her soft and seductive lips pressed over the tip of William's manhood, giving it a long and lingering kiss. Suddenly, a golden radiance shone at the center of her chest. Not long after, a small golden flower bloomed and flew towards the black gem on William's chest. Just like what happened to the flower Lyra had given him, the golden flower was absorbed completely. Ephemera had willingly shared a fraction of her divinity to William as a sign of her loyalty, as well as appreciation for the freedom that he had bestowed upon her and her friend, Lyra. When her kiss ended, William extended his hand towards her. Ephemera took it, and she was pulled up and allowed to sit beside William on his throne. The purple-haired beauty then wrapped her arms around William, as well as her unconscious friend before closing her eyes. She had reached her limit both physically, emotionally, and spiritually. A few seconds later, she fell asleep. William glanced at the 2 beautiful ladies who were now seated on his left and right sides, with both of their arms wrapped around him. Although he had no intention of marrying any of them, he no longer treated them as his enemies. From beyond the darkness of the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, a sigh escaped the primordial goddess' lips. This was not the scene she wanted to see. What she had envisioned were both of the virtues falling into depravity and shaking their hips as they cast away their dignity and pride. She wanted them to become William's slaves and allow him to stand above the world, making those under his feet cower in his presence. I guess, not being able to fall completely into darkness allowed him to retain a bit of his heart, the primordial goddess muttered. William had already lost half of his soul, so this half was filled with the power of darkness, which stabilized his body and influenced his thought pattern. The darkness was able to further corrupt the remaining part of William's remaining soul, while the other half had taken refuge inside the silver bell that Amalthea had left. This prevented the corruption from progressing further, allowing William to preserve a quarter of his soul. Still, this is a satisfactory result, the primordial goddess said with a smile. Although I don't want to admit it, I like him to have a bit of kindness left in him. The primordial goddess sighed as she remembered when she had descended into the body of her avatar. She had embraced William back then, and the taste of his soul was just as sweet as she imagined it to be. Deep inside, she was quite satisfied with the time they spent together. The otherworldly beauty was even looking forward to the next time her avatar would meet with the black-haired teenager, whose heart now belonged to her. What did you say? The Pope stood up from her throne as she looked at Audrey in disbelief. The elite forces we sent to capture that heretic have been eliminated, temperance and justice had been captured, and the 4 demigods had been sealed away? The Pope asked as she held her scepter in a firm grip. How can that be possible? Audrey could only smile wryly because in the beginning, she had the same opinion as the Pope. With virtues, an elite army, and 4 demigods, the Prince of Darkness shouldn't have stood a chance. Unfortunately, reality was different. Temperance, whose ability could make her enemies move as slow as a snail, was defeated. Justice, whose power became stronger the more she believed that what she was acting for the sake of justice was also defeated. Audrey, who held the virtue of fortitude that had the power to overcome any difficulty, had been helpless as well. She didn't have the chance to use her virtue because she knew that it was futile. Since Temperance's ability didn't work, her own power would amount to nothing in front of the black-haired teenager whose devilish smile remained in her memory. After gnashing her teeth in anger, the Pope once again sat on her throne. She knew that Audrey wouldn't lie to her because she came back alone. Even the Pope's connection with the demigods had been cut, proving that they were in a place where her powers couldn't reach them. After a few minutes, the middle-aged woman heaved a deep sigh before glancing at the other virtues who were present in the throne room. She had gathered them here so that they could hear Audrey's report and be in the know of the fate that had befallen their sisters. Celeste frowned when she heard Audrey's report. She wasn't aware that the Pope had sent a decree for his capture. If she was there before the order was given, she would have done everything in her power to stop the Pope from committing a grave mistake. Celeste, you were with that heretic for a few days, am I right? The Pope asked. Celeste nodded. Yes. Is it true that you are his chosen bride? Yes. The ladies inside the throne room looked at Celeste with surprise. All of them then subconsciously stared at her abdomen, thinking of the same thing. The beautiful elf had stayed with William for a few days. It was not impossible for William to take her by force, since the Bride of Darkness had no strength to resist her master. He didn't take my chastity, Celeste replied. If he did, I wouldn't have been able to enter this throne room because I would have lost my divinity to him. The Pope nodded her head in agreement with her words. The throne room was protected by a special seal. Only the reigning Pope and the 7 virtues would be able to enter this domain. No one else, not even the heir and Prince of Darkness themselves, would be able to step foot inside their sacred ground. Can you tell me why he wasn't captured? The Pope asked as she shifted her attention back to Audrey, who was currently in the center of the room. The forces we sent were enough to destroy an empire. All of you are competent warriors, so how did the mission fail? The chains of heaven weren't able to bind the Dark Prince, and Celeste's tainted familiar, Audrey said as she gave Celeste a sidelong glance before continuing her report. He casually broke the chains as if they were made of brittle rice crackers. Also, Temperance's ability didn't work on him. Audrey then reported everything that happened without omitting anything. She told everyone about the 2 demigods that protected William, as well as the pseudogod that appeared out of nowhere. When the Pope heard about the pseudogod, her brows furrowed because Byron didn't tell him anything about a being with that power guarding William. If she knew that there was a pseudogod guarding the boy, she would have sent one of the pseudogods of the Holy Order to deal with it. Also, the prince wanted to pass some words to you, Audrey said with a complicated expression on her face. Speak, the Pope replied as she narrowed her eyes. He said, a wise shepherd once said, eat shit motherfucker. Audrey stated, I don't know what motherfucker means, but I'm guessing that it is a derogatory word. The corner of Celeste's and Claire's lips twitched because they were quite familiar with these words. Chloe once told them about the chamber pot William carried, and the nightmare that would be set loose once he activated its hidden code. The beautiful elf subconsciously shuddered at the thought of William facing the Pope with that chamber port in his hand and drowning her in night soil. "Is that all?" the Pope asked. Killing intent could be seen in her weathered face as she stared at Audrey like a hawk ready to strike. "That is all." Audrey nodded. The Pope once again shifted his attention to Celeste and eyed her with a serious expression. "Do you have a way to contact that heretic?" the Pope asked. "Yes," Celeste replied. "Good. Tell him that we are willing to negotiate the terms for the freedom of justice and temperance. We will no longer find trouble for his family, as well as stop our hunt for him. If he has other conditions, I am willing to listen to them." Celeste nodded. "Understood. I will pass your message at once." The Pope knew that she couldn't be stubborn at this point in time, so she was willing to compromise. In order to prevail against the forces of darkness, all 7 virtues must be present. If even one of them was missing, their forces would significantly weaken. William held 2 virtues as his hostage, so this was a significant blow to their holy order. As long as they could get them back, she would be willing to turn a blind eye to the half-elf until she found a foolproof plan to capture him once and for all. The other virtues sighed in relief because, although they weren't close friends with each other, they still thought that their sisters should be freed. That despicable Prince of Darkness, just who does he think he is? A girl with long silver hair shook her head in disdain. "I should have come with you girls. If I was there, I would have cut him up to pieces. Poor Justice and Temperance, both of them might be getting tortured by now." A beauty with shoulder-length blue hair shook her head helplessly. "I'm sure both of them are suffering unimaginable pain. Perhaps they might even end up dying at this rate." "You're right. I'm sure that they are being subjected to the worst torture ever. I feel so sorry for them." A beauty with reddish-brown hair sighed. "I just hope that both of them aren't crying right now." "Close your eyes. I'll wash your hair now." William used water magic to pour water on Lyra's head after he finished scrubbing it with shampoo. He made sure to rinse it properly as the water droplets streamed down her hair and to her angelic body that was free from blemishes. Ephemera watched this scene as she soaked in the bathtub. A day after their grueling experience, William decided to take them to his villa in the Thousand Beast domain, so that they could take a bath and rest properly. Now that he no longer treated them as enemies, he thought that it would be fine if he allowed them to rest for a day before letting them go back to the Palace of Light where they rightfully belonged. After Lyra's body was cleaned from head to toe, William then led her to the bathtub so that she could soak with Ephemera. The purple-haired beauty watched as the beautiful lady with long brown hair and the handsome, black-haired teenager entered the bathtub together. Lyra sighed as she leaned her back against William's body. The half-elf's arms were wrapped around her waist and remained there. In Ephemera's eyes, her friend as well as the black-haired teenager were like newlyweds who were taking a bath together after their honeymoon. "Does it still hurt?" William asked in a cold tone, and yet, the beautiful lady in his arms blushed after hearing the faint trace of concern in his voice. "It no longer hurts," Lyra replied, "but, for some reason, it still tingles. It is as if you are still inside me." The last few words were said in a voice that was almost inaudible, but due to William's excellent senses, he was able to hear it all. "Don't worry," William commented. "After one more day, that feeling will go away. What you are feeling is normal, especially since it was your first time." Instead of feeling relieved, Lyra felt somewhat sad after hearing that the feeling of happiness she was experiencing at the moment would disappear when morning came. William told them that they could return to the Palace of Light after resting for a day in his villa. "I see," Lyra said softly as she placed her right hand over William's hands that were resting on her navel. Ephemera felt her cheeks burning in embarrassment as she looked at her friend whose face was like a maiden in love. The purple-haired beauty couldn't help but remember how she washed herself on her own, as well as soaked alone, while Lyra was given William's undivided attention. Deep inside her, She wanted to voice out a complaint about the vast difference in the treatment that the two of them were getting. She knew that if William wished for it, Lyra, and perhaps her, would find themselves on their knees to service him. They would not resist and would even gladly allow him to have his way with their youthful bodies that could drive any men crazy. Ephemera had already prepared herself for this kind of treatment after receiving the pink crest on her lower abdomen. She had resigned herself to being ravaged until she lost consciousness from the pleasure that their captor would give her. However, William did nothing. The only thing he did was take them to the bathroom, and washed her friend's body without any lustful intentions. Ephemera watched William's every move, and his hands didn't linger longer than it should on Lyra's curves, as well as the part of her friend's body where the two of them had been joined several hours ago. Seeing her friend's sad expression and the hand that was holding William's, Ephemera voiced out her thoughts out loud. "You said that you will let us go, right?" Ephemera asked. "Yes," William replied without bothering to look at her. His eyes were closed as he allowed Lyra to use his hand to gently caress the pink crest that had appeared on her body. "Why?" Ephemera inquired. "If you don't release us, the Holy Order would think twice before targeting you again. If you return us, you will lose any advantage you have. You didn't even ask for any form of ransom or condition for our release." Lyra listened to her friend, as a blush appeared on her face. For some reason, the pink crest on her lower abdomen started to glow, as he used William's hand to caress it. The tingling feeling that she was feeling earlier deep inside her body intensified a little, as the crest glowed faintly under the water. "Because the other me wants it," William replied with an indifferent tone. "Lyra, if you continue this, your body will go into heat. Please, calm down a bit." The black-haired teenager then moved his hand back and rested it on top of Lyra's navel. The crest that was faintly glowing earlier dimmed until it returned to its normal look. Lyra's face became a shade redder after being reprimanded by her first man. Ephemera's face also flushed after hearing William's words. "Lyra? You've changed so much," Ephemera thought as she looked at her friend, who had turned around and buried her face on William's chest, as if trying to prevent Ephemera from looking at her. After looking at her friend for half a minute, Ephemera forcefully tore her gaze away and looked at the half-elf whose eyes had just opened. She watched with envy as the black-haired teenager planted a kiss on Lyra's forehead, as he once again wrapped his arms around her in a protective embrace. Unfair, Ephemera thought. But as soon as she felt that she was feeling envious and jealous of her friend, a shudder passed down her spine as she came to a realization. And no, could it be? Ephemera didn't want to entertain such a possibility, but her heart was telling her that she was indeed feeling envious and jealous of her friend, whose head was now being patted by William. The purple-haired beauty felt an ache in her chest, as she looked at William's hand that was patting her friend's head with longing. For a brief moment, she wished that the one he cared for was her, and not her friend, Lyra. It was at that moment, when the last shackle that bound Ephemera's heart shattered into pieces. She no longer looked at William as an enemy, but a man that she desired. She didn't know that her virtue, that represented justice, was slowly being transformed into William's own justice. Ephemera's ability was tied to the convictions that she held in her heart. If her heart wavered, the power she could unleash would also decrease, making her divinity weaker than it usually was. Won't you reconsider? Ephemera gathered all of her willpower and endured the helpless feeling in her heart. As long as we are with you, the Holy Order will no longer target you and your family. I'm not afraid of the Holy Order, William answered in a heartbeat. If the other virtues come, I will make them understand the stupidity of their actions. Will you do the same thing to them, just like what you did to Lyra? No, I will do worse things. I originally planned to corrupt you and Lyra, and make both of you fall into darkness. William lightly caressed Lyra's back, and a pair of gray, angelic wings sprouted behind her. Endure it for a bit, Lyra, William said softly, and the beautiful lady in his arms nodded her head in acknowledgement. The black-haired teenager then plucked a single feather from Lyra's wing and showed it to Ephemera. This is the fate that should have fallen to the both of you, William commented. Slowly, The tip of the feather turned black and slowly made its way up to its base. In a matter of seconds, the gray feather had become a black feather, which faintly radiated the power of darkness. Lyra's and Ephemera's bodies trembled after seeing the black feather in William's hand. If any of the virtues trouble me again, I will no longer hold back and corrupt them completely, William declared in an indifferent and unfeeling voice. Their pride, their dignity, I will take them all, until they become lowly slaves that will live and die for my sake. They would no longer be called virtuous ladies, but whores, who will gladly spread their legs to any man if I wish it. That is the fate that awaits them, so make sure to warn your sisters. My patience has a limit. Ephemera subconsciously nodded her head, as she looked at William's gaze that contained no shred of mercy. As if noticing that the angelic beauty in his arms was trembling in fear, William whispered an apology to Lyra's ear and hugged her tight, until her body stopped shaking. Ephemera bit her lip, as she stood up from the bathtub. Water droplets slid down her curvaceous body, as she bared it for William to see. If in the past, she would not dare show her body to any man, let alone to her enemy. But at this point in time she no longer cared. She had reached her limit. The purple-haired beauty then walked towards William and used her right hand to cup his face. Unfair, Ephemera said softly as she lowered her head. You are unfair. The moment her soft lips pressed over William's, Ephemera no longer denied the fact that she had already fallen. Since that was the case, she would fall completely, allowing this cold and handsome man, whose subtle act of kindness and gentleness made her feel that being corrupted and falling into the darkness with him wasn't as scary as she originally thought it would be. William was surprised when Ephemera chose to kiss him of her own volition. Lyra, who saw this, was also just as shocked as the black-haired teenager who was holding her in his arms. She had known Ephemera for a very long time, and knew of her tendency to hate the opposite gender in general. In short, the purple-haired beauty looked down on men, and would usually use her divinity to punish them, regardless if they committed a crime or not, because of what happened to her family in the past. Ephemera had shared this secret to her in the past, and she had kept it hidden as a way to honor the trust that she had given her. Never would Lyra have thought that the man-hating lady of virtue would kiss the prince of darkness. In truth, when Ephemera said the word unfair, Lyra already knew what she meant. Still, due to her shock, she just looked on in a daze as her friend kissed William clumsily. Clearly, she had no experience because she was still a maiden that had not been touched by any man. When their lips parted, the purple-haired beauty looked down at William's golden eyes and said the same word again. Unfair, Ephemera said. Why only Lyra? You already marked me as well. Take responsibility for it. William stared back at her with a calm expression on his face as he replied to her words. I don't intend to marry you and take you as my wife, William replied. Also, I already said that you can keep your maidenhood. I'm not interested in it. A hollow chuckle escaped Ephemera's lips as she crouched down and lowered her head. Her hand then moved to unplug the stopper of the bathtub, allowing the water to drain completely. As the water levels fell, she gently pried Lyra's body, who was still clinging to William, away and moved her to the side. The brown-haired beauty was still in a state of shock, and wasn't able to resist Ephemera's action. Lyra just stared helplessly as the friend that she had known for many years straddled William. The black-haired teenager was about to push Ephemera away when the latter looked at him with a determined expression on her face. Since you don't want to take responsibility, I will take responsibility for myself, Ephemera declared as she held William's manhood and guided it to the entrance of her maidenhood. Don't worry, I won't ask you to marry me. Just make me your concubine or your lover. Just for today, before I return to the Palace of Light, embrace me like you did Lyra. That is all I ask, so please, do not push me away. Just as she was about to lower her hips and give her chastity to William, the black-haired teenager stopped her. Tears streamed down the side of Ephemera's face as she looked at William with dejection. Why? Ephemera asked. Am I not good enough? No. William shook her head. Don't misunderstand. I didn't stop you because you were not good enough. I stopped you because your feelings have reached me. William pulled the purple-haired beauty towards him until their faces were just a few inches from each other. Are you sure about this? William asked. You don't have to answer. Just nod your head. However, know that once you do, there will be no turning back. I will ask you one last time. Is this really what you want? Ephemera nodded as her tears fell on the black, obsidian gem on William's chest. The half-elf felt the warmth and sadness in her tears, and for a brief moment, a faint blue glow pulsed at the center of his blackened heart, acknowledging Ephemera's overflowing emotions. Fine, William said softly as she kissed Ephemera's lips for a brief moment before staring at her tear-stained face. Until the sun rises tomorrow, I will treat you as my lover. However, after that, you will just keep this as a memory in your heart. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Ephemera replied. Just for today, make me feel loved. Make me feel your love. The virtuous lady then kissed William as the black-haired teenager held her hips and lowered it slowly. Soon, a drop of blood fell inside the bathtub, where it bloomed like a flower. True to his words, William made love to her. Ephemera surrendered herself to the half-elf's passionate kisses and warm embrace. The envy and jealousy in her heart disappeared and was replaced by complete and utter happiness. Soon, the young man brought her to the peak, making every fiber of her being shudder in anticipation. A few seconds later, she felt William's intense and hot passion erupt inside her. From now on, you are my justice. Ephemera made an oath as she collapsed on top of the man that accepted her selfish request. As her consciousness slowly faded while being held in William's loving arms, her lonely heart and innocent womb were filled to the brim with his tainted love. William stared at the two beautiful women lying on the bed. Ephemera, the virtuous lady of justice, lay on the bed with William's seed overflowing from her secret garden which stained the white sheets. There were faint traces of blood mixed with it, proving that she had lost her chastity just a few hours ago. William had made love with her for several hours, until she lost consciousness. The half-elf was quite surprised at how tenacious Ephemera was, a tenacity which matched that of his wife Princess Sydney. After staring at her for a minute, William then shifted his attention to the other beautiful lady that was laying beside her, Lyra. Unbelievable, William thought as he stared at the slightly bulging abdomen of the brown-haired beauty, which was similar to women in the early stages of their pregnancy. Lyra had a peaceful expression on her sleeping face, as she breathed softly after being embraced by William, alongside her friend, Ephemera. Did she want to get pregnant with my child that badly? William mused as he lightly caressed Lyra's abdomen that was filled with his seed. For some reason, every time he poured his essence inside her, Lyra would use her divinity to keep William's seed inside her womb, not letting even a single drop spill from it. In truth, as someone who was born between a human woman and an angel, Lyra had thought that she wouldn't like to bear a child and make them suffer just like she had, to always hide her angelic background from people, as well as always being on guard to prevent others from knowing her true name. No matter how corrupt William was, it was impossible not to be moved by Lyra's cute attempts to bear his child. Sadly, her attempt was futile, William thought as he planted a kiss on Lyra's cheek before leaving the room. After merging with Donger, William knew that he could practically impregnate any women and have them give birth to his child with just a single round of sex. However, he didn't want that to happen. Because of this, he asked Optimus, as well as Donger, to work with him to prevent him from irresponsibly leaving offsprings behind. After seeing his future daughters, William vowed to himself that he wouldn't become an irresponsible father. He was not the type of person that would wantonly impregnate a woman with his child, then toss her aside, leaving her to raise his child on her own. Even in his fallen and corrupted state, William would never do something like that. If in the future, Lyra did become pregnant with his child, he would make sure to take care of her, as well as their unborn baby. But, since the possibility of that happening was zero, William left the room to allow the two beautiful virtuous ladies to rest properly. The moment he left the room, William saw Chloe leaning on the wall and chewing on a chocolate bar. "Did you corrupt both of them?" Chloe asked. "No," William replied as he walked to her direction. Only a towel was wrapped around his waist, revealing his upper body for Chloe to feast on. After sharing a morning kiss and greeting, Chloe reluctantly pulled back and rested her hand on William's shoulder. "Celeste talked to me last night through our connection," Chloe reported. "She said that the Holy Order of Light is willing to negotiate for the release of temperance and justice." "Is that so?" William arched an eyebrow after hearing Chloe's report. "What is their condition?" He already intended to release the two girls and let them return to the Palace of Light. Since they wanted to negotiate with him, he might as well hear their conditions as a side benefit for releasing the girls. "A non-aggression pact until they have finished dealing with the heir of darkness," Chloe replied. "Celeste said that if you have any other conditions, they are willing to consider it." William smiled after hearing the condition that the Pope had given him. "A non-aggression pact until they finish dealing with Felix and Aramin," William said softly. "Meaning, after they have dealt with them, they will deal with me next." "Very clever." Chloe smirked because she knew what William was thinking. Only William's trusted people knew that he was the dungeon conqueror. If the Pope got wind of this, she would definitely shift her attention to William and use every means necessary to capture, kill, or make him submit to them. Someone who had the power to conquer all the dungeons in the world and use the monsters inside it as his personal army was truly a frightening opponent to fight against. Fortunately, they didn't know, which allowed William to build a formidable army right under their noses. "Tell them I agree, but they will have to sign the contract I formally draft," William stated. "Words don't hold any value. Everything must be settled under a contract or the deal is off." William immediately bought a high-quality contract from the god shop that belonged to the god of contract, Sancus, who was also responsible for giving him Donger. The half-elf wrote the terms of their non-aggression pact, stating that the Pope, as well as all the virtues, must sign it in order for it to take effect. The contents of the contract was pretty simple and straightforward. It stated that if the Holy Order of Light were to break the non-aggression pact, in any way possible, before Felix and Aramin were dealt with, all of them would become William's slaves. On the other hand, if William broke the rules, he would become Celeste's slave for a year, and listen to her every command. Although William's punishment was less severe than what the Pope and the other virtues would suffer from if they broke the rules, it was still something that gave them assurance that the half-elf would not openly break the temporary truce between them. He made sure to tell Chloe that this agreement was non-negotiable. The black-haired teenager even added that if they didn't agree to his conditions, he would send them temperances and justices' severed heads as a gift. As the Prince of Darkness, William wanted to make them think that he was a very ruthless individual. This would make it easier to get them to sign the contract in fear that he would do as he declared, and kill 2 of the 7 virtues, which would greatly weaken the power of their holy order. William signed the contract, and decided to let Lyra and Ephemera sign it as well when they woke up. Since he could just send the contract to Sancus, and ask him to become the middleman between him and Celeste's patron goddess, he didn't need to worry about personally meeting with the beautiful elf, who always made him remember of his master, Celine, who was pregnant with his child. William's eyes glowed faintly when he remembered the god of death who had taken the souls of his wives, as well as his master, Celine. He knew that if he wanted to take them back, he must deal with Felix and Aramin first. Once he had taken his revenge, he would then divert his attention in finding ways to save them from death's grasp. Seeing that William's mood had shifted to revenge, Chloe decided to change the mood and kissed him on the lips. "Let's have breakfast together," Chloe proposed. "Medusa, Princess Ayla, and Shannon will be waking up soon. It has been a while since all of us ate at the same table. What do you think?" William smiled and nodded his head. As the master of the thousand-beast domain, he knew everything that was happening inside it like a god. "It will be a while before the 3 of them wake up," William stated. "Why don't you and I take a bath together first? I'm sure that they'll be up when we're done." Chloe smiled as she playfully took off the bath towel that was wrapped around William's waist and let it fall on the floor. "What are we waiting for?" Chloe said with a sweet, mischievous smile on her beautiful face. "I'll make sure to clean you up really good." William chuckled as he held Chloe's hand firmly and led her back to his room. It had been a while since the two of them shared some quality time together due to how busy he had become these last few days. Now that a perfect opportunity had arrived, he would make sure to let her feel loved, as a reward for her love for him. A few hours later, Lyra and Ephemera sat at the dining table and ate lunch together. The one that was serving them was none other than Charmaine, whom William had ordered to take good care of them, and allow them to wander around the Thousand Beast domain if they wished to do so. "Excuse me, do you know where Will is?" Lyra asked after she finished eating. Charmaine eyed the brown-haired beauty in front of her. Only her master's wives, lovers, and close friends called him in that endearing manner. The beautiful elf knew that William had made the two virtuous ladies submit, but she didn't know how much they had fallen for him. "Master is currently handling things and is not here in the Thousand Beast domain," Charmaine replied. "Rest assured, he has ordered me to take care of your every need, as well as guide you if you ever wish to leave the villa and look around." "I see." Lyra lowered her head with a dejected look. "Do you know when he'll be back?" Lyra's hand subconsciously caressed the slight bulge in her abdomen as she thought of the cold, black-haired teenager that made love to her in a gentle manner. "No," Charmaine replied. "However, Master asked me to get both of you to sign a contract that he had left in my care once you are done eating." Ephemera, who had just finished eating, arched an eyebrow as she stared at William's personal maid. "A contract?" Charmaine nodded. "Please head to the living room first while I clean the table. I will look for you shortly after I'm done and show both of you the contract." Lyra and Ephemera nodded as they followed Charmaine to the living room. When they arrived, they found an angelic-looking girl with purple hair and eyes that were a shade lighter than Ephemera's. "Princess Ayla, these two are the virtue of temperance and the virtue of justice." Charmaine introduced the two ladies to her. "They are Master's guests." Princess Ayla glanced at the two girls before nodding her head in understanding. "My name is Ayla," Princess Ayla said. "No need to call me princess." Charmaine then left the living room to help the other elves clean up the dining room, before returning to her duty to watch over Lyra and Ephemera. As the three girls sat inside the room, Ephemera wasn't able to stop herself from talking to Princess Ayla and asked her what her relationship with William was. "Right now, William and I are friends," Princess Ayla replied with a smile. "How about the two of you?" "I am Will's?" Lyra paused because she didn't know how to answer Princess Ayla's question. She had already given her true name to William, which gave him the power to control her life in any way that he wanted. She was no different from a puppet, and a slave that moved according to her master's wishes. Ephemera couldn't stand the pitiful look on her friend's face and decided to answer Princess Ayla's question. "We are his secret mistresses," Ephemera said with a calm expression on her face. However, if one were to look closely, one would be able to see a tinge of redness creeping up on her face. "As secret mistresses?" Princess Ayla's eyes widened in shock as she alternated her gaze between the two beautiful ladies in front of her. As expected of Will, even the virtues cannot hold a candle to him. Lyra covered her face with both of her hands in embarrassment when she heard Ephemera's answer. Ephemera, on the other hand, could only sigh internally because her arrogant and stubborn friend had now been downgraded to a maiden in love, who would turn to jelly if William were to hold her in his arms. It was at that moment when Charmaine returned to the living room holding a scroll in her hands. She had heard Ephemera's declaration, and an amused smile was plastered on her lips. Right now, she had already become William's woman, but she pleaded with him to only make her as a concubine and not a wife. If there was a hierarchy in William's harem, her position would be second only to his wives, while Lyra and Ephemera were below her in rank. "Excuse me, this is the contract that Master wanted both of you to sign." Charmaine respectfully handed the contract to Ephemera. The Lady of Justice unfurled the scroll and read its contents. Half a minute later, her eyes widened in shock after seeing the condition written in the contract. "A non-aggression pact in exchange for our freedom?" Ephemera asked. "I thought that he was going to free us without any strings attached?" "This was not Will's idea," a mischievous voice said, making everyone in the living room turn their heads towards the newcomer. "Celeste talked to me last night while both of you were being embraced by Will," Chloe stated. He had every intention to let both of you go, but the Holy Order thought that you girls were being tortured, so they decided to negotiate with him for your release. Ephemera nodded her head in understanding after hearing Chloe's explanation. A non-aggression pact is also good, Ephemera muttered before taking the pen that was handed to her by Chloe. As long as this will keep him safe. I am fine with it. The purple-haired beauty didn't bat an eye and signed the contract before handing it over to Lyra, who read its contents with a serious expression on her face. Half a minute later, a pouting expression appeared on her face when she read the line that if William were to break the agreement, he would become Celeste's slave for a year. I won't sign this if this condition is not removed, Lyra said with a serious expression on her face. I don't want my will to become a slave to anyone. My will. Everyone in the room exclaimed internally after hearing Lyra's declaration. Chloe, Charmaine, and Ephemera wanted to reprimand her, but decided to just keep their thoughts inside their head after seeing Lyra's flushed expression. This girl is a goner. Master might have accidentally released his seed inside her ear or something. It seems that her brain is not working properly. Fortunately, I didn't fall as far as she did. I'd probably kill myself out of embarrassment if I called him my will in front of everyone. Chloe, Charmaine, and Ephemera shook their heads helplessly. They couldn't look at the brown-haired beauty who was now hopelessly and madly in love with William. Princess Ayla's face, on the other hand, was already red as a tomato after hearing that both girls had been embraced by William last night. But, after hearing Lyra's outburst, she could only cover her face with both hands as she felt her cheeks burn due to embarrassment. Lyra also immediately covered her face with both hands after realizing what she had just said. She was a maiden just a day ago and had no experience with what it was like to fall in love. The only thing she knew was that she didn't like the idea of William becoming anyone's slave because it made her angry. I'm sorry. Lyra immediately ran away from the living room with a flushed expression on her face. After William had stripped her of her clothes, arrogance, and dignity, she had become a maiden that had fallen in love with the man who had made her a woman. Even Ephemera didn't expect this drastic change in her friend's behavior after she surrendered her body and soul to their enemy. Chloe and Charmaine exchanged a glance, and the latter ran after Lyra, who had left the villa on her own. They felt that the virtue of temperance was not in the right state of mind to wander inside the thousand-beast domain, so she mustn't be left alone at all cost. Let's follow her, Ephemera said as she stood up. Although she isn't a klutz, she often finds herself in troublesome situations most of the time. Chloe nodded her head as she followed Ephemera outside the villa, leaving Princess Ayla behind. Should I follow them? Princess Ayla thought before standing from the couch and running after them. For some reason, she didn't want to be left out by the four ladies, just in case something interesting happened to them. Lyra ran without a destination in mind. Her mind was a mess, and the only thing she could think of was the black-haired teenager who held her in a warm and protective embrace. Perhaps having been almost alone all her life and dealing with her problems on her own, she secretly longed for someone to depend on. Someone that would hold the sky when it falls, and someone who would tell her that everything was going to be all right. As she kept on running, she found herself headed for what seemed to be a cave, not far from the villa where she came from. That might be a good place to hide, Lyra thought as she continued to run straight ahead. Although she didn't know if the cave was dangerous or not, she wasn't afraid. She was one of the virtues, and she wasn't a weak woman who could easily be killed by some random monster. Even if a demigod were to appear, she was confident that she could escape unharmed due to the unique power of her divinity. As she ran inside the cave, she noticed that several magic crystals hung on its walls, giving the path illumination. After 5 more minutes of running, she found herself in a wide cavern, where the magic crystals were congregated, giving her a refreshing feeling as a strong wave of magical power passed through her body. Then, she saw them. 3 blocks of ice stood at the very center of the cavern. In front of them, a small altar-like table was placed. Several fruits were laid up on top of the altar, as if they were some kind of offering, which made Lyra wonder if she had come to a sacred place. As she moved closer to the blocks of ice, she noticed that there was something inside them. She wasn't able to see it from far away, but after getting closer her heart skipped a beat inside her chest when she finally understood what she was looking at. "Are they perhaps?" Lyra muttered as her feet took her in front of the ice crystals. Her gaze landed on the ice crystal that was at the very center and saw a pink-haired girl, whose clothes were stained with blood. Her eyes were closed and yet, her adorable face, that would make anyone want to protect her, held a sadness that made Lyra's heart ache. On her right was an extremely beautiful lady, with long reddish-brown hair that was scattered like a waterfall. Her beauty, that was enough to charm countless men and women, was trapped, frozen in time. Just like the pink-haired girl, her clothes were stained with blood. The ice crystal that was on the left showed another beautiful lady, with disheveled light blue hair. Dirt smeared her face, and yet, it was not enough to make her any less beautiful. Frozen tears could be seen on the side of her face, that glowed faintly in the light that came from the magic crystals. The three ladies inside the crystals had one thing in common. All of them looked as if they were grieving, and they carried this pain, even in death. "They are William's wives." Lyra slowly turned her head to see Chloe, Ephemera, Charmaine, and Princess Ayla walking towards her. "They died trying to reach William and prevent him from being killed by our enemies," Chloe said softly. "The lady on the left with light blue hair is Ash. She is William's second wife. The one at the center is Chiffon, William's third wife. She was one of the deadly sins and held the sin of gluttony. Lastly, Princess Sydney. She holds the sin of lust and was William's fourth wife. She can be a bit possessive at times and always asks William to give her his babies." Lyra's gaze shifted to the Lady of Lust with an understanding gaze. For some reason, she felt that the two of them might have become good friends because they wanted the same thing from the handsome half-elf, whose child they wanted to bear. "I don't know how strong that girl named Ash is, but I don't believe that gluttony and lust would die so easily," Lyra stated. "Who has the power to defeat two of the sins at once?" "A god," Charmaine answered through gritted teeth. "The Lord of Darkness and Chaos, Ahriman. He was the one that interfered with William's duel with that bastard demon prince, and is the one who killed the three of them, while they were attempting to save Master." Ephemera, who was just listening to the side, had her arms crossed over her chest. She had met Princess Sydney and Chiffon during the banquet at the Misty Sect. Back then, she only had a profound dislike for them since they were the ones who bore the sins of the world. But now, she felt envious of them because she finally understood what kind of man they had married and loved. "Can you tell me more about them?" Lyra turned her head to look at Charmaine. "I want to know what they were like when they were still alive." Charmaine found Lyra's request rather peculiar, but she still nodded her head to agree to her request. "Let's go back to the villa," Charmaine said. "I will prepare some refreshments and tell you everything I know about the ladies that my master loved very much." Somewhere in the Creator Empire, a giant 10-meter-tall purple toad looked down at the black-haired teenager that had come to challenge it. For toads that were over 3 meters tall stood in front of the boss as his lackeys in this battle. "Sorry, but I have no time to play with you all," William said as he waved his arm. "For tear death worm time for you to eat." A golden gate appeared behind William, and the head of a gigantic desert worm passed through it. The boss monster, as well as its minions, didn't even have time to flee as the giant mouth, filled to the brim with razor-sharp teeth, came crashing towards them. William didn't even bother to check the results of the battle, as he walked deeper inside the dungeon, where the dungeon core of the Mirage Caverns was located. When William stepped into the dungeon core room, the glow of the dungeon core pulsed as if seeing its mortal enemy. "Are you scared?" William asked as he walked towards the core with an indifferent face. The dungeon core glowed once, as if answering William's question. The dungeon conqueror was the mortal enemy of all dungeons because he could conquer them and make them submit to him, regardless of whether they liked it or not. "There's nothing to be afraid of," William said as he placed his hand over the dungeon core, who trembled under his touch. "From now on, you belong to me." The dungeon core room was bathed with golden light as William used the power of his dungeon conqueror to overwrite the dungeon core and absorb it inside his body. A few minutes later, the light in the room receded, and the dungeon core was no more. "One down, thousands more to go," William said as he disappeared from where he stood. On that day, news of the dungeon no longer producing monsters reached the ears of Emperor Leonidas, who was also Princess Sidney's grandfather. "So, you have returned," Emperor Leonidas sighed as he closed his eyes. "You better put that dungeon to good use, boy. The life of my granddaughter ain't cheap." The emperor of the Creator Empire, who ruled above others, had long suspected that William was the current dungeon conqueror of the world. Usually, when a dungeon conqueror dies, news of his replacement would be known far and wide. Since there had been no news of anyone gaining the power to conquer dungeons several years after the war in the Silvermoon continent, everyone thought that Maxwell still retained his power, even though he had already merged with the World Tree. If Emperor Leonidas had made this information known, he was sure that everyone would shift their attention to William, instead of the demons that were forming their armies in the demon continent. Even so, he had no plans to tell anyone about this discovery. "The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb," Emperor Leonidas muttered as he stood from his throne. "If you wish for revenge, the Creator Empire has your back. Let's show them that no one, not even the heir of darkness, nor the god of darkness and chaos, can overturn the fire that burns brightly within the hearts of the human race." On that same day, the Emperor of the Creator Empire mobilized its army and ordered them to march towards the front of the battlefield. A Hydra's giant body lay on the ground, shrieking in pain as black flames burned its body. Among monsters, it had a very powerful regeneration ability that allowed it to regrow its heads countless times. However, right now, its regeneration ability wasn't working because the black flames prevented its body from regenerating. Soon, its entire body was engulfed by flames, turning into particles of light. A moment later, a purple beast core that was as big as a basketball ball rolled on the ground, but William ignored it. Two dumb birds flew out of a small portal behind William's back and started pecking on the crystal, which made their bodies glow faintly. They were none other than B1 and B2, and the two birds were hell-bent to increasing their ranks in order to get revenge for the enemies that killed their beloved friend and master, Chiffon. William arrived at the dungeon core room and absorbed his second dungeon core of the day. Just as he was about to use the features of the dungeon conqueror to teleport to a random dungeon, Optimus told him that a day had passed in the real world, and it was now time for him to return in order to settle that matter with Lyra and Ephemera. "Have they both signed it?" William asked. Since he was too busy with his task, he assigned Optimus to monitor Lyra's and Ephemera's movement inside the Thousand Beast domain, just in case the two of them caused trouble for everyone there. Only Ephemera. Lyra didn't like the contents of the contract and didn't want to sign it. William frowned after hearing Optimus' report. What part of it did she not like? "I made a recording. It is best if I just show it to you." A few seconds later, a projection appeared in front of William. "I won't sign this if this condition is not removed," Lyra said with a serious expression on her face. "I don't want my will to become a slave to anyone." William sighed as he watched the brown-haired beauty run away with an embarrassed expression on her face after realizing what she had just said out loud. "Fine. I'll deal with this matter first," William said as he opened a portal to return to the Thousand Beast domain. No one noticed it, including William and Optimus, but the corners of the black-haired teenager's lips, when he entered the portal to return to his domain, were slightly raised. When William arrived at the villa, he found Lyra sitting on the swing outside of the residence. The moment the brown-haired beauty felt William's presence, she immediately stood up and walked towards him with a smile on her face. Lyra then gave William a hug, before standing on tiptoes to kiss his lips. "Are you hungry?" Lyra asked as she looked up at William with a tender gaze. "A little bit," William replied as he stared at the young lady whose fate was under his complete control. "Were you waiting for me?" Lyra nodded. "I didn't know when you'd be returning, so I decided to wait for you here, outside. In truth, I want to apologize to you for what I said about your wives. I shouldn't have done that. They are all wonderful women, and while I didn't want to admit it, I feel envious of them because you love them so much. I see, William replied. Will, can we talk? Aren't we talking right now? Lyra glanced behind her and saw the several pairs of eyes that were looking in their direction from the villa. Clearly, there were a few ladies who seemed to be looking for gossip and were paying close attention to the two who were hugging each other. In private, Lyra tiptoed to whisper in William's ears, "There are so many flies here, and I don't want them buzzing around us as we talk." William glanced at Chloe, Charmaine, Ephemera, Princess Ayla, and the other elves who were pretending to be wiping the windows of the residence, while their ears were perked up, waiting for juicy tidbits. Okay. William held Lyra's body tightly as he teleported the two of them to the 20th floor of the Dungeon of Atlantis. This was the place that William and his wives used as a beach resort, before Chiffon ate the entire floor due to her divinity going out of control. William had already remodeled it back to how it once was, and even reconstructed the small house that they'd use whenever they visited the place. Before we talk, I heard from a little bird that you didn't sign the contract, William stated. I already mentioned that I planned to release you and Ephemera, but the compromise of the Holy Order came at a good time. This will prevent conflicts between our two factions, and we can focus on our own goals without the need to burn each other's backyard. Lyra didn't answer right away. Instead, she just stared at William's golden eyes, which were faintly glowing with power. Do you want me to sign it? Lyra asked after several minutes had passed. Yes, it will be more efficient this way. Understood. I will sign it later. That's good to hear. William kissed Lyra's forehead. I like good girls. Liar, Lyra replied with a pout. You don't like good girls. You like bad girls. This is why you married the Sins. You even dumped Celeste because she is part of the good faction, right? You know that's not true, right? William said as his hand lightly caressed the slight bulge in Lyra's lower abdomen. You are quite stubborn. Do you think you will get my baby by doing it like this? Lyra's face reddened because William had guessed her intention. She thought that if she could keep the black-haired teenager's seed inside her, she would become pregnant with his child. However, more than a day had already passed and she could tell that she still wasn't impregnated with William's seeds. Even though today isn't my safe day, Lyra muttered sadly as she lowered her head. William then used his finger to raise Lyra's chin and gave her a long and tender kiss on her lips. After the kiss ended, he pulled back and stared at her with a serious expression on his face. Silly girl. You are about to fight a large-scale war, and you can only think about making babies? William asked. Do you want to raise your baby when the world is about to fall into utter chaos? Is that the environment you planned to give birth in? No, Lyra replied. I don't want that. Then in that case fight, William stated. Fight and create a peaceful world. A world where kids can grow up happily without worrying about wars happening around them. Lyra looked up at Will as she bit her lip. After a while, she asked him a question. If I help create that world, will you allow me to raise your child? William stared at Lyra for half a minute before giving her an answer. Tears streamed down the side of Lyra's face as her vision blurred. She then pressed her hand over the slight bulge on her abdomen and activated the power of her divinity. William's essences that were inside her womb were instantly converted into magical energy, making her abdomen return to its normal size. The black-haired teenager looked at the crying young lady and sighed. He then stood up and teleported Lyra and himself back to the Thousand Beast domain. The half-elf walked towards the villa carrying the virtuous Lady of Temperance in his arms, under the scrutiny of the many eyes, who didn't know why Lyra was crying. I won't have dinner tonight, Charmaine, William said as he walked past his personal maid. Also, bring the contract to my room. Lyra is going to sign it. After that, Chloe, make sure to keep in close touch with Celeste and see how the Pope reacts to my conditions. Understood. Charmaine and Chloe replied in unison. Ephemera, follow me, William ordered. We need to talk. Okay. Ephemera nodded and followed behind William. As if remembering something important, the black-haired teenager stopped walking and glanced at all the ladies inside the residence. The three of us will be discussing important matters, William declared. So, Unless something urgent happens, don't bother us. Okay? Charmaine, Chloe, and the elves nodded in unison. The black-haired teenager rarely gave them this kind of order, so since he was giving it now, it meant that he would not tolerate anyone disobeying his instructions. That night, Lyra and Ephemera were instructed by William about many things. He told him about everything he knew about Felix and Ahriman, as well as possible ways to counter them. The black-haired teenager wanted the Holy Order, as well as their allies, to be aware of the kind of opponents that they were up against. Lyra had also signed the contract, so he immediately sent it to Sancus using the god shop. The god of contracts owed William a favor because he was taking good care of Donger. He knew that he would handle things discreetly and ensure that the contents of the contract would be honored. After William finished his explanation, he turned around to leave, but Lyra held his hand and pleaded that he stayed with them, because when morning came, they would have to leave. The half-elf didn't have the heart to push Lyra away, especially after what he told her earlier, so he decided to agree to her last request. That night, Lyra poured her heart and soul into burning William's caresses, and his shape inside her body and soul. Ephemera, who was just watching from the side, decided to go with the flow and embraced William from behind. Soon, the three of them made love one last time, before the two ladies went to war on the front lines. After the two ladies were sated with their love and lust, they hugged William and laid their heads on his chest. "Will you miss me?" Lyra asked William as she caressed the black obsidian gem on his chest. "No," William replied. "Having you around is a pain." "How mean?" Ephemera commented from the side. "Can't you just say yes and let her leave this place in a happy mood? Why are you so stingy?" "I don't want to lie, that's all." "Tisk." William sighed as he lightly caressed the new bulge that was swelling on Lyra's abdomen with his left hand. The brown-haired beauty was still taking her chances, and he didn't know if he should pinch her backside, or he should pour one more serving in her womb so that she would be satisfied. "Me too," Ephemera complained helplessly as William caressed her lower abdomen, which was bulging slightly as well due to his seed. "I don't want this. I look silly with this thing." Lyra had played a prank on Ephemera and used her divinity to make her share the same fate as her. The brown-haired beauty chuckled, as tears streamed down her eyes. This was the last time she would be with William, and she wanted to make it a beautiful memory. Even though the half-elf had rejected her, she would not give up her feelings for him, and pursue him repeatedly until he said yes. "I think I'll ask Lady Sfrosiny to help me in this matter." Lyra thought of her patron goddess, who always supported her in whatever she did. "Maybe she can give me some advice in love in order to succeed." The brown-haired beauty closed her eyes, while being wrapped around William's warmth with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, the corner of Gavin's lips were twitching as he stared at the three beautiful goddesses in front of him, who had come to his small hut to have some tea together. However, it was not only tea they wanted from the god of all trades, but a favor. "Gavin, men should take responsibility for their actions, right?" A young and beautiful goddess wearing a white dress asked after taking a sip from the cup of tea that Gavin had prepared for her. "Men who don't do that are called scum, right?" Before Gavin could even answer, a powerful and intimidating voice interjected. "I agree with you, Sfrosiny." Another beautiful goddess, who held a scale in one hand and had her sword pointed at Gavin's face, commented, "I decide whether someone is guilty or not, and I find your disciple guilty. What do you have to say for yourself, Gavin? You know that we can talk this out properly, or we can do it the hard way." The third goddess, who was quietly sipping her tea earlier, placed it on top of the wooden table and tried to pacify the two goddesses, who were on the verge of stabbing Gavin if he said no to their request. She was none other than the goddess Artemis, who presided over wild animals, hunting, childbirth, and chastity. "Sfrosiny and Astrea, please, do not resort to violence," Artemis said with a smile. "All of us are gods, so we should discuss these incidents in a civil manner." Originally, Artemis wasn't supposed to come, but Sfrosiny and Astrea dragged her since she was one of the goddesses that presided over the 7 virtues. The main reason why the two goddesses decided to bring Artemis was due to the fact that she was Celeste's patron goddess. Since her daughter was also linked to William, the two thought that having her around would pressure Gavin into forcing William to take responsibility for their daughters. I agree. The young goddess in white nodded her head. Let's talk about this civilly for now, Estria. It won't be too late to descend to Hestia and cut off that boy's sinful member if he doesn't agree to take responsibility. I guess you are right. Estria agreed as she lowered the sword in her hand and placed it to the side before sipping the tea that Gavin had prepared for them. Gavin tried to keep a calm expression on his face as he looked at the two goddesses while chuckling internally. You want to descend to Hestia? Go ahead. Gavin thought. William currently had Donger with him. Let's see if both of you don't come back to the temple screaming your lungs out after William gives you a round or two. Still, I can't deny that this is a troublesome thing. Gavin knew that the goddesses of virtues was an unreasonable bunch. Although they usually kept to themselves most of the time, they were like a pack of wild geese that banded together when their feathers were ruffled. William, my boy, please, keep Donger firmly secured in your pants, Gavin sighed. If not, I will have no choice but to leave the temple for a while and go into hiding. This trouble that you've caused is giving me a headache. The god of all trades could only entertain his guests by giving them vague promises. He neither approved or rejected their claims. Artemis watched these exchanges with a smile on her face. Although she didn't particularly like or dislike William, she found the boy, who was supposed to be Celeste's groom, mildly interesting. Will, I'm not going to give up. Please, give up. Lyra was currently hugging the black-haired teenager, while Ephemera was waiting on the flying ship. The two virtuous ladies were headed home, since the contract he had passed through Sancus had been signed, not only by the Pope, but the remaining virtues as well. Because of this, Lyra and Ephemera had to return to the Palace of Light as soon as possible, or else they might think that William was trying to delay the agreement they had signed in the contract. The brown-haired beauty sighed as she reluctantly took a step back. Right after that, she held onto William's shoulders, stood on tiptoes and gave him a kiss before going to the flying ship without a backward glance. Go, Lyra ordered as she looked in front of her. She was afraid that if she turned her head, her resolve to leave would shatter. Ephemera gave William one last glance before operating the flying ship to fly away. Not long after, a golden portal appeared in front of the ship, allowing it to instantly teleport to the location of the Palace of Light. She sure is one feisty secret mistress, Chloe said in a teasing tone. Secret mistress? William asked with a confused look on his face. What secret mistress? Chloe smirked. They said that it is the relationship they have with you. William could only shake his head helplessly at the self-proclaimed relationship he had with Lyra and Ephemera. Now that the two ladies were gone, it was time for him to resume his goal of conquering as many dungeons as he could before he moved to the next phase of his plan. Let's go, Chloe, William said as he offered his hand to her. The two of us are going to be busy. I will need your help. And you shall have it, Chloe replied. I'll go with you to damnation and beyond. Somewhere in the central continent, Lyra and an Ephemera stared at the magnificent palace that was not accessible using ordinary means. It was the headquarters of the Holy Order of Light. Only high-ranking officers of the order could enter its domain, and only the Pope and the Seven Virtues could enter its deepest parts. We're back, Ephemera said softly. Yes, Lyra replied. You don't sound too happy, Lyra. I'm not happy, but I need to do this. I need to rescue Will's cousin, as well as ensure that the heir of darkness and Ahriman are defeated. In order to protect Will, I will do everything in my power to stop them. You've really fallen for him. He's just. Ephemera arched an eyebrow. Although she had also offered herself willingly to William, she wasn't as submissive, nor had fallen madly in love with him like Lyra. Just too good to pass up, you know? Lyra blushed. I haven't met a man like him. Ephemera rolled her eyes as she steered the flying boat towards the entrance of the palace. Well, I don't particularly care if you worship him or not. But, Make sure to act in a proper manner when we are around the others. Of course I know that. I am not stupid. Well, we will soon find out whether I can believe your words or not. Ephemera replied as the ship landed safely on the ground. Let's go. Lyra nodded as she followed her friend towards the massive white marble doors that opened up to allow them entry. Silver Moon Continent. Seated at the Grand Round Table were the elders of the different elven clans that ruled over the elves. At the very center, Inarian sat as he scanned the faces of the elves who had grim expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that we would be facing not one, but two prophecies at the same time? One of the elders shook his head helplessly after looking at the documents in his hand. Heir of darkness in the demon continent, as well as the prince of darkness that hails from the southern continent, another elf commented. One hates us because they failed to conquer our lands, the other hates us for trying to conquer their lands. We are in a tight spot, and the heir of darkness could trample upon all of us due to the forces that he possesses. We can forget about the Prince of Darkness for now because he is not capable of breaking past our defenses. According to Byron, the majority of the half-elf's elite warriors died during his initial clash with the Heir of Darkness, alongside his wives. Right now, he has no ability to move unhindered here in our lands. That's right. Also, this is the birthplace of his mother. He will not destroy it, right? But what if he kept a grudge about what happened in the southern continent? You can't rule that out. Even if he held a grudge, we have no reason to fear him. The only one we should focus our attention on is the Heir of Darkness. He poses a real threat, and if we don't think of a counterplan soon, all of us will have no choice but to kneel and beg for his mercy. The atmosphere inside the conference room became tense as the elves faced the most daunting challenge of their lives. How about we offer the Saintess as an exchange for peace with the demons? One of the elders said as he gave Inarian a sidelong glance. Surely, she would gladly offer herself as a sacrifice if that will help ease the hatred that the demons feel towards us. Right? As soon as everyone heard his proposal, the entire conference room quieted down as a pin-drop silence ensued. This lasted for a few minutes before it was broken by Inarian's cold snort. Go ahead if you dare, Inarian sneered. It seems that you have lived a long and peaceful life. I guess I have no choice but to march our clan's army and eradicate your entire clan. Don't even think for a second that I don't know that you are one of the remaining supporters of the conquest of the southern continent here in the council. If you really wish to die, I will gladly have you, and the heads of your entire clan, served on a silver platter for the demons to spit on. The elder who made the proposal immediately quieted down. He knew that Inarian wasn't someone who liked to joke around, and if he really wished for it, forget about the heir and Prince of Darkness. His army alone was enough to wipe their entire clan from the face of the Silver Moon continent. Calm down, Inarian. I'm sure that he is just joking, right? That's right. I am just joking. Forgive me, Your Excellency. Inarian snorted, but his eyes were still cold. Clearly, he didn't like how the elder acted, and everyone in the council could feel that after the conference was over with one of the clans that lived in the Silver Moon continent for thousands of years, in danger of being wiped out completely. Let's not fight against ourselves. The oldest among the elven leaders slapped the conference table angrily. We are gathered here today to think of a solution on how to deal with this problem. If you don't have any good ideas, just shut up and behave yourselves. The old elf's words echoed like thunder inside the conference room. He was none other than the patriarch of the Rayleigh clan, who had prophesied the coming of the Prince of Darkness. Unlike the idiots of the council, he knew full well that the one they should worry more about was not the Heir of Darkness, but the Prince of Darkness. It was a prophecy that directly affected the elves, more so than the prophecy of the demon race. The elder wanted to slap everyone in the room for thinking that William was the lesser evil compared to Felix, which made him very irritated. He would rather offend Felix than offend William. This was how sure he was that the one in the prophecy that would doom their race was William, not the green-haired prince of the demon race. So, what does the head of the council suggest that we do? One of the elders asked. We are willing to cooperate if it can help us overcome the crisis that we are facing right now. All the elves nodded as they focused their gazes on Inarian, and waited for him to speak. Right now, we only have 3 choices, Inarian replied. The first one is to fight, and the other is to seek my grandson's help. Naturally, this won't come cheap. After all, he might still be bearing a grudge against us after what happened in the southern continent. If you are all willing to pay the price, I can find a way to contact him and negotiate some terms. Inarian made sure to look at the elder who had voiced out that William's mother be sacrificed in order to appease the demons. The elder averted his gaze and shrank his neck in fear of being targeted by Inarian after the council was over. And the third choice is? One of the elders asked with his hands clasped together. The third choice is to lay down our arms and surrender, Inarian replied. I don't know what fate will befall us if we choose the third option, but slavery is most likely the outcome of such a choice. The elves all quieted down as they glanced at each other. The 3 choices that Inarian gave them had different consequences. After a round of voting, the elves decided to just fight and align themselves with the human race, who were also planning to fight against the heir of darkness as well as the god of darkness and chaos. The patriarch of the Rayleigh clan kept his silence as he closed his eyes. He could only hope that the saintess, as well as his great-great-great-granddaughter, who was also Arwen's disciple, could convince the Dark Prince to have mercy on them all. The trickling of water could be heard in the surroundings, alongside the chattering of young ladies who were trying to get answers from their 2 sisters, who had just returned to the Palace of Light. Your skin is still smooth and there are no signs of scars and bruises, a girl with long silver head said as she rubbed Ephemera's skin with her delicate hands. Did that bastard prince really not do anything to you? Don't worry. I promise to avenge your death when I see him in battle. Can you please not kill me off just yet? Lyra replied as she flicked the head of the virtue of charity, whose name was Cherry. Ouch! The little girl immediately covered her forehead with her hands before applying some healing magic on it. I knew it. The Prince of Darkness did something to you. You were not this violent in the past. The girl with long, reddish-brown hair chuckled after seeing the youngest of them all getting bullied by Lyra. She was none other than the virtue of faith, and her name was Melody. Come here, Cherry, Melody said with a smile. I'll protect you from that bully. Big sister. There, calm down. I'll take good care of you. The girl with shoulder-length blue hair had her arms out and sighed as she soaked in the giant pool, while stead beside Ephemera. Her name was Shauna, and she held the virtue of prudence. Are you sure that both of you are all right? Shauna asked. He didn't do anything bad to either of you, right? No, Ephemera replied. More like, he didn't have time to do anything to us, because Celeste managed to contact Chloe in time. Because the Pope was willing to negotiate, we didn't suffer much in his hands. That's good to hear, Audrey, the virtue of fortitude commented from the side. I thought that the half-elf would torture Lyra for trying to sneak attack him during the capture mission. Ephemera only smiled. Deep inside, she wanted to tell Audrey that her hunch was spot on. And William did indeed deal with Lyra in a manner that made the latter fall head over heels to William. Naturally, she couldn't say this information because it would jeopardize the mission that William had given the 2 of them. The purple-haired beauty then stared at all 7 of her sisters that represented the virtues of the world. Prudence, Shauna; justice, Ephemera; temperance, Lyra; fortitude, Audrey; faith, Melody; charity, Cherry; and chastity, Celeste. All 7 of them were now gathered inside the Palace of Light, which made its radiance shine even brighter. Originally, it was only Lyra and Ephemera who wanted to take a long bath and soak in the hot springs inside the palace in order to relax after their passion-filled night with William. Lyra had already removed all traces of the bulge in their lower abdomen, which would have definitely caused a commotion if it was seen by their sisters. In order to prevent any mishaps from happening, the brown-haired beauty reluctantly turned the essences inside their womb into magical energy that could be stored inside their bodies. Big Sis Lyra, can you tell me what the Prince of Darkness is like? The little girl Cherry asked Lyra while soaking a few meters away from her. She had heard many awful things about William, and she wanted to confirm if those rumors were true. You want to know what he is like? Lyra snorted at the image of the handsome, black-haired teenager appeared inside her mind. Yes, I want to know more about him. Very well. I will tell you what he is like. So listen up. The little girl gulped as she waited for the brown-haired beauty to tell her what the Prince of Darkness was like. Surprisingly, all the girls inside the hot springs were also paying attention to her, which made the corners of Lyra's lips rise into a sneer. He is a selfish, stupid, idiot, fool, brainless, thick-headed dummy who doesn't treat girls with care, Lyra stated. Although I didn't see it properly, I bet that his little brother is as tiny as a matchstick. Ephemera covered her mouth with her right hand, but her body continued to tremble as she fought off the laughter that was bubbling inside her chest. A few hours ago, Lyra had begged William for his tiny matchstick, and the brown-haired kissed it repeatedly as if it was the most precious thing in the world. Now that the half-elf was nowhere in sight, she started to slander him because he rejected her offer of giving birth to his child, which Ephemera found really funny. What little brother are you talking about? Cherry asked. Although she was already 16 years old, she had been raised in a temple with only nuns, so she wasn't familiar with the terms that Lyra was using. The brown-haired beauty blinked before lightly pinching the girl's cheeks. You don't have to know, Lyra said as she gave Ephemera a warning glance, which the latter returned with a mischievous smile on her face. Lyra pouted as she stood up and left the hot springs without a backward glance. She was still very upset with how William treated her heartfelt proposal to bear his child once the threat of Felix and Ahriman was gone. Even so, she vowed that she wouldn't give up and even hatched a plan. Part of that plan was to drag Celeste into an affair so that the virtue of chastity couldn't meddle. Celeste, who was soaking peacefully in the hot springs, felt a chill run down her spine that came out of nowhere. Why did this place suddenly become chilly? Celeste thought as she scanned the surroundings looking for any open window where the air might have come from. She was not aware that from the corner of her vision, Ephemera was looking at her with an amused expression on her face. Although William didn't order her to do anything to Celeste, the virtue of justice felt that it wouldn't be a bad idea to stick close to the beautiful elf, who was prophesied to become William's bride of darkness. Demonic continent. All the patriarchs of the demon clans in the entire demon realm had now gathered in the royal capital to listen to the heir of darkness, which had replaced the demon lord, in managing the affairs of the continent. I gathered all of you here to discuss our upcoming conquest of the entire world, Felix said as he sat leisurely on the throne that used to belong to his father. The crimson crown on his head glowed faintly in the torchlight that hung upon the walls of the dining throne room, making those who were staring up at him feel uneasy. To those who are still not aware, or don't believe the news that has spread across the lands, I am now the heir of darkness, Felix stated. The prophesied prince that will cover this world in darkness, and make it submit to my rule. The god of darkness, chaos, and demons, His Excellency Ahriman, has chosen me to lead our race to rule the world. So, I ask this of you, who among you wish to join me in this grand undertaking? Felix's voice met a deafening silence that lasted for a few minutes. Even those that had long supported Lucille's wish to conquer the Central and Silvermoon continent found themselves lost for words. Even the patriarch of the Gremory clan, Alva, could only stare at Felix as if he had lost the ability to talk. Felix smirked after he was met with silence. He didn't even look troubled by the reaction of all the patriarchs as they looked at him with dread and anxiety on their faces. One day, Felix said before standing up from his throne, I will give all of you one day to make your decision, for I am merciful. At this same time tomorrow, all of you will return here to swear your fealty to me. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. My empire has no need for useless demons under my rule. The green-haired prince walked out of the throne room without even waiting for the reply of the patriarchs who stood rooted to the ground. He was confident that, when the sun set tomorrow, not a single one of the patriarchs would refuse to submit to his will. Amberfong City Fortress. Josh sat in his tower as he read the report of his allies that had gone to the demon capital of Astri. He knew that this would happen sooner or later, and he was already prepared for it. The way things were going, all of the patriarchs would swear their fealty to Felix, in fear of being prosecuted and their entire clans wiped out from the demon realm. If all the patriarchs agree tomorrow, Felix will be able to mobilize their forces in 1 to 2 weeks. Josh muttered as he made calculations inside his head. War is not a simple matter, so they need to ensure that their logistics and supply lines will flow smoothly. It's quite unfortunate that guerrilla tactics won't work since they have pseudo-gods on their side. The black dragon waved his hand and a projection of the map of the entire demon realm appeared in front of him. The last time such a force was gathered was when we fought to conquer the Silver Moon continent, Josh pondered. If not for the dungeon conqueror, we would have already succeeded. A wry smile appeared on Josh's face as he thought of the news that he had heard a couple of days ago. According to his sources, nearly a dozen dungeons had completely stopped spawning monsters in the span of a few days. After an in-depth investigation, the teams that had ventured to the deepest parts of the dungeons where the dungeon cores was located found nothing. This can only mean one thing, Josh mused. The dungeon conqueror is back? But who? The image of a black-haired teenager appeared inside Josh's mind, but the latter was still half in doubt if William was really the current dungeon conqueror. If he is really the dungeon conqueror, then why didn't he conquer dungeons in the past? Josh thought. Could there be some kind of restriction on the dungeon conqueror profession that we do not know about? Josh didn't know the answer to these questions, so he couldn't confirm if William was really the dungeon conqueror or not. I just hope that he is not on Felix's side. Josh's expression became grim at the thought of someone having that kind of power under Felix's control. Actually, he was not the only one who was having these thoughts. The appearance of the dungeon conqueror had coincided with Felix's ascension as the heir of darkness. This made the kings and emperors of various kingdoms and empires quite restless because if their hunches were true, then they were in for an uphill battle. Still, there is some good news as well, Josh thought as he glanced at the reinforcements from the Creator Empire, as well as the Amazon Empire that had arrived a few days ago. Half of the army from Hestia Academy had also stationed themselves near the walls of the stronghold to protect against any threats that would be coming from the demon capital. The other human armies had stationed themselves along the borders of the demon continent, just in case the demon army chose to use the teleportation gates that they didn't know anything about. This was a possibility that the Alliance had discussed during their meeting, and all of them agreed that they shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. The Holy Order of Light had declared that they would also place their forces along the borders of the central continent to prepare for any surprises that the heir of darkness had prepared for them. This is the layout of the Alliance's defensive perimeter, Ephemera explained. With this, we will be able to contain any unexpected incidents when the demon army starts their invasion. William looked at the projection with a calm expression on his face. He had tasked Lyra and Ephemera to update him of the movement of the Alliance, so he could see where they were placing the bulk of their forces. The black-haired teenager would then avoid those places and conquer dungeons elsewhere. For the time being, William didn't have any intention of starting any conflicts with the members of the Alliance. Although he wouldn't be able to hide the disappearances of the dungeon cores from the kings and emperors in their respective territories, avoiding a direct confrontation was the most optimal strategy. Thank you, William said. Continue to report to me if there are any important developments. However, make sure to be discreet. Understood, Ephemera replied. Should we really hide this from Lyra? William nodded. Yes, that girl is annoying, and I don't want to talk to her right now. Ephemera could only shake her head helplessly because she could somehow understand what William was trying to say. A few days ago, Lyra kept on asking William several questions like, "Have you eaten? Where are you right now? Do you miss me?" which prevented Ephemera from giving a full report of the current situation of the Alliance. Because of this, the black-haired teenager made a subtle order to Ephemera using the pink crest that had appeared on her body to not bring Lyra along whenever the purple-haired beauty needed to give a report in regards to the movements of the Alliance. "She will find out sooner or later, you know," Ephemera stated. "It's your job to ensure that she doesn't find out," William answered with an indifferent expression. "Do you have anything else to report?" Ephemera pondered for a while before nodding her head. Celeste has been going to the library inside the Palace of Light for the past few days, Ephemera reported. After doing a subtle inquiry, I managed to find out that he was looking up for information about the god of death. William arched an eyebrow after hearing Ephemera's report. Understood. Thank you for this information. I greatly appreciate it. Then about the reward. A week from now. Let's meet a week from now. I will tell you the coordinates, so make sure to come alone. I'm not bringing Lyra with me? No, William replied. She's annoying. Ephemera nodded her head. Understood. Although she felt sorry for her friend, Ephemera knew that this was for the best. Lyra's obsession for William was growing with each passing day, and she was afraid that if the two of them met, her pent-up feelings would explode, which might annoy the handsome half-elf, who had promised to give her a reward for a job well done. Byron tapped his finger on top of the table after looking at the projection of the central continent in front of him. Several blinking red dots could be seen in various locations of the map, and the frown on his face deepened when he realized that there was no pattern to the order of when these dungeons were conquered. Although they had their suspicions until they had confirmed that William was indeed the dungeon conqueror, there was still a possibility that this incident was completely unrelated to him. What Byron and several rulers feared was that this person, whom they had labeled as the new dungeon conqueror, might be working under Felix's orders. This was why they had set some ambushes on some of the dungeons in order to catch a glimpse of this mysterious conqueror who was stealing dungeon cores under their noses. However, they became frustrated when they noticed that their target could jump from the north, south, west, east and central regions of the continent in a heartbeat, making their ambushes futile. Over 20 dungeons had been reported to have lost their cores for the past 2 weeks, and there was nothing they could do about it. This is one slippery dungeon thief, Byron muttered as he shook his head helplessly. The headmaster of Hestia Academy then waved his hand and the red blinking dots on the map disappeared, and were replaced with green dots. It showed a defensive line along the central and northern regions of the central continent that would immediately react once the Amberfang fortress in the demon continent had been breached. The alliance was confident that they were more than ready to face anything that Felix and Ahriman could throw at them. Now that the elves had also joined their alliance, several ships had left the Silvermoon continent, where 1 million of the elves' Elt warriors would work hand in hand with the other races in their fight against the forces of darkness. This is the biggest and strongest alliance ever made for the past hundreds of years, Byron muttered. Still, why is there this nagging feeling at the back of my head that what we are doing is still not enough to contain this threat? Are we missing something important? The headmaster of Hestia Academy pondered for several minutes, but the nagging feeling refused to go away. It was as if the feeling was mocking Byron for being unable to connect the dots together, which made him frustrated. Thousand Beast Domain. Shannon sighed as she traced her fingers on one of the drawings that she had drawn more than 2 weeks ago. It was the scene of William punishing Lyra, and the silver-haired fox lady couldn't help but tremble whenever she replayed the scenes in her head. Another painting materialized in the air, and this time, it was in the bathhouse where William had gently cared for Lyra, which made Ephemera feel envious. She watched with a heated gaze as the purple-haired beauty offered herself to William, as she surrendered herself willingly to him. Shannon was truly envious of them because William had embraced both of the virtues, who had been subdued by his words, deeds, and charisma. The young fox lady would be lying if she said that the thought of swapping places with Lyra and Ephemera hadn't crossed her mind. However, that was just that. They were just mere thoughts that would come and go like the passing breeze. She knew with utmost certainty of the role that she had to play. Although she was tempted to reach out to William and spend the night with him, she held back because now was not the time. Although she didn't know when the right time was, she just knew that this was not the time to frolic with the handsome half-elf, who was currently conquering dungeons left and right. But, I need him in a week, Shannon thought. The power of the mask is fading, and its energy must be replenished or I might accidentally kill all of his allies. For the time being, should I go and look for Ayla? The two of us are in the same boat, and she is a worthy ally for my future endeavors. The young fox lady smiled underneath her mask as she thought of the angelic beauty, who was doing nothing all day but wandering around the Thousand Beast Domain, in search of things to do. It was not like William was neglecting the princess that had once been his lover when he was still an Einherjar in Asgard. He had just been too busy as of late, and most of their interactions were only when William was in need of treatment, or when the half-elf needed Princess Ayla's life essence to stabilize the corruption in his soul. Although the role Princess Ayla played right now was a minor one, Shannon knew that this would drastically change in the future. How did she know that? She knew it through her psychic powers. Although she couldn't see the future like Elliot did, her heightened senses were able to predict the flow of one's fate. Just like the colors she used on her painting, she was able to see the colors that surrounded a person's aura. For her, the colors didn't lie, and right now, Ayla's color was still a rich green and filled with life. However, at the center of it all, there was a silver radiance that didn't belong to her. Shannon had caught a glimpse of a familiar face inside it. She had drawn the black-haired beauty before when William went to a world called Earth, and wondered how Princess Ayla was able to acquire it. She knew the angelic princess character, and understood that stealing something important from William was something that she would never do. Since that was the case, there was only one explanation. William gave it to her. Shannon concluded. Her role is to safeguard his heart and protect it from being corrupted completely. A smile appeared on the young fox lady's face as she walked towards the door with the intention of looking for Princess Ayla. Since she now had an idea of what it was that the angelic princess was trying to protect, Shannon would do her best to ensure that William's heart didn't fall into the wrong hands. William closed his eyes as the corruption in his soul reached the next stage. Dark mists were oozing out of his body and swirling around him like a tornado. Right now, he was sitting on top of the Glory Stadium where he, Lilith, and Rizel once stayed. The Deadlands had merged with the Thousand Beast domain, and had given his domain something unique that didn't belong to the world of Hestia. The demon clans that had joined William were doing their best to help restore it by following the guideline that William had given to them. Although electricity was a foreign concept to them, there were many smart demons, like a Thrun, who were fascinated by the books that William had bought from the god shop and translated into the language of Hestia. The construction of the buildings proceeded at a good pace as well, since demons had strong and sturdy bodies. To a certain extent, they were the perfect laborers. Everyone was working together to restore the Deadlands into a city that would soon regain its former glory, similar to what it once was, before K-City was forcefully taken to wander in the void by powers that were beyond William's control. Everyone watched in awe as a black tornado appeared at the center of the city. The half-elf had made sure that his breakthrough would not affect anyone in the vicinity and compressed the dark energy around him. Black lightning snaked around the black tornado, and thunder roared like 100 lions roaring at the same time. Chloe, Charmaine, Princess Ayla, Ariadne, Shannon, Vesta, Medusa, and On felt the fluctuation of power in the air, as William took that final step and ascended into the ranks of demigods. When the black tornado cleared up, Chloe immediately flew towards the roof of the stadium. Shannon, on the other hand, twirled her brush and a purple portal appeared in front of her to where the black-haired teenager could be seen sitting cross-legged, with his upper half bare for everyone to see. The young fox lady walked into the portal in a casual manner, which prompted the rest of the girls to follow her. A minute later, everyone stood on the rooftop of Glory Shelter, while they waited for William to consolidate his new powers. With this, Master's conquest of the dungeons will be faster, Charmaine said with a smile. You're right, Shannon replied, because this time, I will help him conquer them. Chloe arched an eyebrow after hearing Shannon's declaration, but she didn't say anything. For some reason, the beautiful succubus couldn't estimate if the fox lady was stronger than her or not. As someone who was a battle junkie, Chloe had fought a lot of strong people. But, even then, something was telling her that when Shannon became serious, even her rule-breaker wouldn't be able to stop her. I wish I can also help, Princess Ayla muttered at the side. Shannon rested her head on the angelic princess' shoulder. Do not think of yourself as useless, because there will come a time when will need your strength. He absorbs my life essence on a regular basis. I'm not only talking about that. Just wait. You will understand how important you are to him. Princess Ayla truly wanted to be of more help to William. There was a time during their session when she told William that she was willing to give him her blood in addition to her life essence. But the half-elf firmly rejected her proposal. When she asked him why, he said that he might get addicted to the taste of her blood. Not only that, William told her that he might not be able to hold back and embrace her, due to the fact that she had been his ex-lover in his past life. Right now, the two of them were friends, and William wanted it to remain that way. Princess Ayla understood this, but she still couldn't stop thinking that among the people inside the black-haired teenager's thousand-beast domain, she was the most useless. However, Shannon kept telling her that she was probably the most important person close to William at the moment. The angelic beauty didn't know why her friend kept on telling her this. "You always say this," Princess Ayla pouted. "But I don't feel the same as you do." "Patience, my dear princess," Shannon chuckled. "Your time will come, and when it does." Shannon's eyes twinkled for a bit as she whispered something in Princess Ayla's ears. "When that time comes, William will be ours for the taking," Shannon whispered. "So, until then, just do what you've been doing every day, and leave everything to me." Princess Ayla reluctantly nodded her head as she pondered what Shannon was hinting at. But, no matter how much she thought, she just didn't understand where her friend's confidence was coming from. 5 minutes later, William opened his eyes. He then exhaled a wisp of darkness, which lingered for a few in front of him like smoke before disappearing completely. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, master," Charmaine said as she congratulated the black-haired teenager, whose current strength made her heart skip a beat. William gave his personal maid a brief nod before standing up slowly. "Charmaine, gather the maids later. On you join them as well." "Yes, master." "Yes, my lord." Charmaine and On both bowed their heads in acknowledgement of William's orders. When the half-elf saw Princess Ayla, a flash of desire passed through the depths of his eyes before it disappeared completely. The power of darkness inside William's body wished for conquest, and among the ladies around him, his power strongly reacted to the angelic princess, as if she possessed something that the darkness wanted so badly. However, William's instinct was suppressing this desire to conquer the princess, who was currently looking at him with a worried gaze. At most, he would just kiss her during their life magic transfer session, in order to sate the overwhelming desire that wanted to hold the angelic princess in a firm grip. William knew that if he didn't vent his desire with simple kisses, it would stack up and burst out like a dam, completely devouring the angelic beauty, who was like an innocent lamb in front of the big bad wolf. As if sensing his thoughts, Shannon moved her body in front of Princess Ayla to block William's view. This made the half-elf both thankful to and irritated with the masked fox lady, who seemed to be preventing him from eating until he was full. Black-haired teenager shook his head as he tried to disperse the desire that was trying to take hold of his senses. In order to change the mood, he glanced at the beautiful succubus beside him and asked her a question. "Chloe, what is the current progress in the orc dungeon?" William asked. "Did you reach the 70th floor?" "Yes," Chloe replied. "Only the boss room is left. I was thinking of letting you handle the boss in order for you to test the new powers that you possess." William smiled as he gave Chloe a kiss. "You are very thoughtful." "Thank you." "Anything for you," Chloe replied as she hugged the man she loved. The people in Hestia believed that the demigods that roamed the lands were the only demigods in the world. What they didn't know was that in the dungeons with 80 to 90 floors, the final boss monsters were actually demigods. Since they were bound inside the dungeon, they were unable to step out into the outside world. This was also the reason why Maxwell was able to overcome many obstacles. During his peak, the Dungeon Conqueror was in command of 10 demigods, which stopped the demon army's advance completely. However, in the dungeons that had 100 floors or more, like the Dungeon of Atlantis, the final bosses were actually pseudo-gods. This was why no one had been able to conquer them, let alone step out of the boss room alive. After getting the power of the Dungeon Conqueror, this secret was acquired by William, which made him want to conquer them very much. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the Black Phoenix, Separan, against the pseudo-god of Atlantis. The battlefield was at the deepest part of the ocean, and the Black Phoenix's elemental affinity was simply no match to his opponent. who had the territorial advantage. This left William no choice but to look for other dungeons with 100 or more floors in them. Right now, he was the weakest among the forces vying for supremacy in Hestia. Felix as well as the Holy Order had pseudo-gods under their command. William only had one, so he needed at least 3 or more to allow him to move unhindered in the lands. Although he could summon Sun Wukong to aid him in battle, he felt that always relying on the Monkey King would not be helpful to his growth. This was why he decided to only use the resources he currently had to even out the battlefield. The dungeons with pseudo-gods in them were quite special. They weren't found in ordinary places. No, they were only found in forbidden domains like the Seventh Sanctum. Now that William had caught the attention of the rulers of the Central Continent, he decided to lay low and drop off their radar for a bit and visit the forbidden grounds one by one. I guess I'll go to the Seventh Sanctum for now, William thought. Might as well stop at the trade city of Alabaster to see Holith. William then glanced at Vesta, Ariadne, and On, who he had seen in his dream alongside Holith, Pearl, Priscilla, Amelia, as well as a halfling that looked like a doll. He had already met all of these ladies, except for the halfling who was only a little more than 3 feet tall in his dreams. He didn't know what would happen if all these ladies were gathered, but something was telling William that he would soon find out, once he had gathered all of these young ladies inside his 1,000-beast domain. Trade City of Alabaster. Holith sighed as she looked at the news she received from one of her friends that worked in a guild that specialized in information gathering. Right now, the underworld was in an uproar since the different kingdoms had decided to mobilize their army. A never-before-seen grand-scale crusade against the demons, who were rumored to be invading the central continent very soon, was currently underway. This made the underworld quite busy as some of them offered their services as mercenaries for hire. They really didn't care who won the war between the races. For them, profit was more important. Will, where are you? Holith muttered as she placed the document on top of her table. I wish I could see you one last time. What a coincidence. I also want to see you, Holith. The half-elf lady jumped up in fright, but her legs hit the top of her table, making her crouch down in pain. Her beautiful green eyes, that were similar to William's in the past, got teary-eyed as she looked at him with a face filled with injustice. However, her body stiffened when her gaze landed on the familiar and unfamiliar half-elf who was looking down on her with a devilish smile on his face. Why, you're William, right? Holith asked with a doubtful look on her face. Yes, William replied as he crouched down to use a healing spell on the lady half-elf's knees. You should really be more careful next time, Holith. Soon, the pain that Holith felt faded away like a dream, and she allowed William to help her stand up. Holith stared at William for a full minute before voicing out her thoughts. You've changed, Holith said. Even your aura has changed. Change is the only thing inevitable in this world, William replied with a smile. You've also changed since the last time we met. The prim and proper Holith looked good, but I like the current you better with your hair down. Holith blushed as she lowered her gaze. The reason why she decided to let her hair down was due to the fact that William liked girls with this kind of hairstyle. Almost all of William's wives had this hairstyle, and the lady half-elf thought that it did indeed bring a more womanly charm to her face, compared to the ponytail she always had whenever he patrolled the borders of their territory. I only have this hairstyle whenever I'm not on field duty, Holith replied. Do you really like it? Yes, William nodded. It brings out your natural charm. The half-elf then sat down and made a gesture for Holith to sit down as well. It was as if he was the owner of the place, and Holith was the visitor who came to visit him. Holith seemed to have forgotten this fact, as she sat down, and even thanked William for inviting her to sit. Will, I've heard many things, but I don't know if they are true or not, Holith said. Are you really now the Prince of Darkness? The one in the prophecy of the elves? Mayhaps, William replied. They refer to me as the Prince of Darkness, but I was not born royalty, nor am I wearing a crown. Don't you find that odd? But the one wearing the crown is referred to as the heir of darkness, Holith argued. So, technically, that makes you the prince by default, right? There was some hesitation in Holith's voice, which proved that the conclusion she had come to a while ago was easily influenced by William's words. William chuckled. See? Even you sound unsure. Stop teasing me, Hollis pouted. Are you the prince or not? Like I said, I don't know. People refer to me as such, but in reality I don't really know. How can this be? Hollis pinched the bridge of his nose before looking at the handsome half-elf in front of her. After her initial shock faded, she was starting to feel butterflies in her stomach, as William's devilish smile seemed to pull her in. If only I was a few years younger, I would definitely give you a shot, Hollis muttered absent-mindedly. Only after the words escaped her lips did she realize that she had spoken her thoughts out loud. The half-elf panicked and immediately waved her hands like a fish out of water. William just chuckled as he raised both of his hands to calm the panicking lady half-elf, who was thinking of digging a hole to bury herself inside it. I like Health's mature charms as well, so you don't need to look down on yourself, William assured her. In fact, you're quite a beauty yourself. I'm impressed that no one has confessed to you till now. Many did, but I rejected them all. Why? I just don't feel like they are compatible with me. After all, I'm a straight-laced lady, Hollis answered. There are just some things that I can't stand. William rested his chin on the back of his intertwined hands, as he looked at Hollis with a smile. How about me? William asked. Do you think you are compatible with me? Yeah? I don't think so. Are you sure? I might not look like it, but I like straight-laced ladies as well. Hollis blinked. You do? Yes, William replied. How about it? Want to come over to the dark side? William didn't plan on inviting Hollis to join him when he wanted to visit her in the city of Alabaster. He just wanted to see her current circumstance because he had considered the lady half-elf a friend. But his instincts were telling him that he should take her under his wing, while the war had not yet started. Why you want me to join you in the dark side? Hollis asked. Why? Good question, William replied. He didn't know how to answer this question, so he decided to just answer honestly. I have a feeling that if you are with me, I will be able to see something unexpected. Something unexpected? Just like what happens when you gather the dragoon balls. Dragoon balls. William smiled as he pressed a finger over his lips. Don't say it out loud. The copyright god might hear us. He is a pain when it comes to these things. Hollis reluctantly nodded her head because she had no idea what William was talking about. Hollis, I know this is a bit sudden, but won't you consider joining me? William asked. Hollis stared at William with a serious expression on her face before giving her answer. What do I get for joining you? Are there any benefits? Yes, you can be with me. The lady half-elf then reached out to hold William's hand. I'm in, Hollis said with a determined look on her face. Although William didn't say it explicitly, the promise hidden in his words resounded inside her very being quite clearly. While it seemed like she was going to sell her soul to the devil, Hollis felt like the price was worth it. After all, there was a time when she thought that the budding feelings in her heart would just remain as an impossible dream. There's no need to rush. I'm not going anywhere tonight. Kiss. Lick. Fine. Have it your way. Hollis was busy kissing, licking, and sucking on William's member, which she couldn't get enough of. After making up her mind to be with the handsome half-elf, the first thing she asked was for William to embrace her. In truth, the beautiful half-elf thought that she was just dreaming when the black-haired teenager appeared inside her room and asked her to join him on the dark side an hour ago. She felt that since she had nothing to lose, she would say yes and confirm for herself whether William was lying to her or not. Only after the two of them had taken a bath together did Hollis truly realize that she wasn't dreaming. So, here she was now, servicing William on her own bed, and kissing the manhood that would soon make her a woman. After their talk in the bathtub, William was made aware of Hollis's insecurities that she had kept in her heart. First, it was her age. She was in her mid-30s, and thought that William didn't like older women, and preferred young and beautiful ladies like his wives. Although she had no intention of becoming one of his wives, and was fine with being his concubine, The lady half-elf thought that she was too old for the young man in front of her. As a half-elf, she looked like quite the exceptional lady, who only looked to be in her mid-20s instead of 30s. She had a mature vibe around her. But this maturity disappeared whenever she was with William. In front of the black-haired teenager, she was just a maiden whose heart beat wildly for the half-elf who had conquered the floor of Asgard. For Haleth, William was like a beacon for their race. A race that was half-elf and half-human. They were the half-bloods who was prosecuted by the elves for not being pure, and coveted by the humans as slaves, due to their exceptional beauty. Haleth, you think you are old, but in truth you're not that old, William said softly as he lightly patted the lady half-elf's head, who was in a daze after tasting his member. Ha! So you say, but aren't I the oldest one in your harem? Haleth asked as she stopped kissing William's member. No, William replied. A certain black-haired beauty is older than you, and I find her womanly charms quite charming. You're not lying, right? No. Her name is Nisha. You'll probably meet her sooner or later. However, she's a bit shy, so she wears a veil. Is she? Haleth inquired. She found this older woman quite interesting for William to tell her that she was quite charming in her own right. Yes, William answered with a devilish grin. But her shyness disappeared as soon as she took the veil covering her face off. Just like you right now, when I took off your clothes. Haleth blushed because she couldn't refute William's words. Back then, she couldn't even dream of going down on her knees, while clumsily licking and kissing a man's thing because she had no experience whatsoever. With William's guidance, she was starting to get the hang of things as she prepared her heart for what was about to come. I think that's enough, William said as she pulled Haleth up to sit on his lap and gave her a kiss. You're beautiful, Haleth. Anyone who says otherwise is lying. Also, you're a half-elf. Age is not something you need to worry about for the next 100 years. Have more confidence in yourself. Haleth nodded her head before taking the initiative to kiss William's lips. Since she was inexperienced, all she did was to repeatedly peck his lips, while the black-haired teenager held her waist, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. He wasn't in a hurry to make Haleth his woman. What he was doing right now was letting her shed her inferiority complex and gain more confidence as a woman. Teach me how to kiss, Haleth said softly after she had her fill of William's lips. Teach me the way you like it. Okay, William replied as he placed his hand behind Haleth's head and pulled her closer. Gently and slowly, he pressed his lips against her soft lips and parted it with his tongue. Soon, the beautiful half-elf found herself being slowly taught by William's tongue, as it patiently guided her own tongue to intertwine with it, inside her mouth. A few minutes later, their lips parted as Haleth tried to catch her breath. That was pretty intense, Haleth commented after she recovered. William smiled as he pulled her close to kiss her right cheek before whispering in her ear. Well, you can do it at your own pace. We still have time. Before the half-elf could finish his words, a loud knock was heard on the door, which made Haleth's body stiffen. Vice Commander, are you here? One of Haleth's subordinate asked from outside the door. The commander wants to see you. William smiled as he looked at the panicking beauty, who didn't know what to do. Why don't you answer him first? William said before lightly squeezing Haleth's right breast, making the latter gasp for breath. Will, now is not the time for tea. MGH. Don't mind me. Just answer the door. William smiled wickedly as he carried Haleth outside of the bedroom until they arrived at the doorway. Go on, William whispered seductively in her red-tinged ears. Answer him. Haleth nodded as she replied from the other side of the door. Since she was naked, she didn't dare open it and show her subordinate her indecent self, who was being caressed by the devilish hands of the handsome half-elf at that exact moment. I am here. What does the commander want? Haleth said. Vice Commander? Are you all right? Your voice sounds a bit hoarse, Haleth's subordinate replied. Are you not feeling well? Don't mind. Me just tell me, what the commander, wants. Haleth's subordinate could tell that his superior seemed to be not her usual self. He, as well as several other men, had a crush on their vice commander, but her straight-laced personality prevented them from pursuing her seriously. Although she was beautiful, they felt that they would be forced to become a stickler to the rules if the gorgeous half-elf became their lover. The commander just asked me to tell you that he is looking for you. However, if you're not feeling well, I will just tell him that, Vice Commander. Ha! Actually, I caught a cold, Holith replied as she felt William's lick, and sucked the entrance of her forbidden fruit, while she leaned on the door. It's hot. And wet. And it is making me dizzy. Hot and wet is it? Sounds like it's a serious illness. Do you need something, Vice Commander? Perhaps some medicine to help you recover faster. I want. And that hard thing in me. Ha! Are you talking about a medicinal pill? The subordinate asked. Don't worry, Vice Commander. I will get you one right after I report to the commander about your cold. Thank you, please. I can't wait anymore. Ha! I want it now. Holitha's hoarse voice made the young man outside the door blush due to her sexy and steamy voice that seemed to be at her limit. You understood. I'll be back as soon as I can, Vice Commander. The sounds of footsteps could be heard running away from the door, but Holith no longer cared. She just leaned on the wall beside it with both of her hands, as she raised her hips to prepare to accept what was to come from the man who was rubbing his manhood against her entrance. Did your switch get flipped on after talking to your subordinate? William asked in a teasing tone. Did you get excited about the possibility of being discovered by someone who has a crush on you? Please stop. Bullying me. Holith pleaded as she moved her hips to rub against William's thing that was pressed against her backside. Seriously, you're like a cat in heat. William smiled as he firmly held Holitha's waist. Maybe I pushed you a bit too far while you were addressing your subordinate. Well, do you want this? Yes, I want it, Holith replied. I've wanted it for a very long time. Make me yours, Will. The wet and sloppy sounds of Holitha's maidenhood echoed off the door as William teased it with his member. The beautiful vice commander of Alabaster City's defensive army turned her head to look back at William with a debauch expression on her face, as her body trembled and ached for him to become one with her. William glanced at Holitha's mature and gorgeous body with desire. Her wonderful breasts, her slender legs, and sexy thighs. They were now all his for the taking. I'm going to stain you now, William said softly as he slowly moved his hips forward to take Holitha's chastity which she had protected for many years. Deep inside your womb. A soft gasp escaped Holitha's lips as William's member pushed through the deepest folds of her maidenhood. Instead of pain, what she felt was happiness, because her dreams had now become a reality. Yes, I am yours, Holith replied as a tear streamed down the side of her face. A few seconds later, a drop of blood also fell down on the floor, while William kissed the back of her neck, making her feel loved. Soon, her body shuddered as William moved his hips in a steady rhythm, which made her legs weak. Her hands were slowly sliding down on the wall, and the only thing that was supporting her body was William's hands, which were firmly holding her hips in place. A few minutes later, the black-haired teenager kept his promise as he stained Holitha's womb with his color. As the beautiful half-elf's body slid on the floor, bathing in the afterglow of the pleasurable feeling that was still making her body tremble all over, a knock was heard on the door. The Vice Commander, I've returned with a medicinal pill, Holitha's subordinate said through the door. May I come in? William smirked as his gaze passed through the door to look at the good-looking young man who seemed to be in his early 20s. The black-haired teenager's gaze then moved downward to look at the half-elf who reached out towards his manhood, and used her soft, seductive lips to clean the remnants of their lovemaking with her pink tongue. After a minute had passed and hearing no reply, Holitha's subordinate knocked on the door once again and raised his voice. Vice Commander? Are you awake? Can I come in? The door opened by a crack, and Holitha's flushed face appeared in front of her subordinate. Thank you, but I just drank my medicine, Holith said in a seductive and hoarse voice that made her subordinate blush. It's a bit bitter, but I am now feeling better because of it. Please, tell the commander that I'll be taking a leave for the time being. I won't be reporting to the barracks for a while. You understood, the young man said before giving Holith a salute. I'll see you in a few days, Vice Commander. Holith hummed before closing the door. After firmly locking the door in place, she knelt on the floor and resumed cleaning the thing that made her a woman. Her body was still burning up, but she was burning with a different kind of fever. Holith knew that she needed to drink her bitter medicine again. But, for that to happen, she needed to make sure that the black-haired teenager, who was lightly caressing the side of her face, felt good too. That way, he could inject her with the medicine she wanted inside her burning and feverish body, until her world turned completely white. Holith slept soundly on the bed, while William looked at the city from the window of her room. So peaceful, William said softly. But, how long will this peace last? The half-elf knew that the war wouldn't happen right away, because everyone needed time to prepare for the battle up ahead. According to his rough estimates, Felix and Armin would need a month to arm the demon clans to the teeth, in order to start their advance. Josh said that the Amberfang fortress can hold them back for a month or two, William muttered. But that is only true if the demons didn't have a way to bypass the fortress completely. At the very least, I have around 2 months to conquer one of the SS-ranked dungeons. William knew that unless he managed to get another pseudogod as a subordinate, it would be impossible for him to win against Felix's army in a head-on confrontation. The half-elf was not only guarding against the heir of darkness, but the factions in the Central and Silvermoon continent as well. He was not delusional enough to think that none of them thought of him as an enemy. If the Holy Order of Light attacked him, then there were others who were itching to get their hands on him as well. The rustling of the bedsheets sounded behind him, but William didn't turn his head and continued to look at the peaceful city of Alabaster. Soon, 2 rough hands wrapped around his body, at the same time as 2 soft peaks pressed against his back. "What are you thinking, Will?" Holith asked as she held onto William firmly. Even now, she was afraid that everything that had just happened to her was a dream, and it would disappear the moment she woke up. "I'm thinking that this city is very beautiful and peaceful," William replied. "I'm proud of you, Holith. You were able to make the city of Alabaster thrive without worrying about the underworld criminals who were coveting it from a distance." Holith hugged William tighter because the half-elf's words made her feel very happy. Everyone liked to be praised, especially when the praise was coming from a person that you held in high esteem. "Don't leave me behind, okay?" Holith said in a trembling voice. "If this is a dream, don't ever wake me up." William lightly tapped the hands that were hugging him from behind, as he turned around to face the gorgeous vice commander that he had claimed as his own. "This is not a dream," William answered, "and I won't leave you behind. Didn't I tell you? You are mine. Besides, I just discovered that since both of us are half-elves, our bodies are very compatible. Is this a race thing?" William's naughty hands then caressed Holith's backside, making the lady half-elf shudder. "Will," Holith said as she stared at William's eyes with a serious expression on her face, "I don't want a complicated relationship. I know that you don't love me as much as you love your wives. I am fine with that. All I ask is that you don't toss me aside after you get bored of me." "Understood," William commented. "I promise I won't toss you aside." "Thank you. That is all I ask. MMM." The two shared a kiss before going to the bathroom together. William planned to take Holith inside his Thousand Beast domain as he explored the Seventh Sanctum to search for the dungeon that was hidden inside it. In truth, the thought of going back to the southern continent to see Wendy and Est crossed his mind multiple times. However, each time it did, he forced himself to shake off the idea. To be honest, William felt scared. He was afraid that he would unintentionally corrupt both of them and make them fall into the darkness with him. Wendy was his first wife and held a special place in his heart, and Est was his first friend and best friend, who had become his lover. Both were special to him, and his desire to completely stain them and strip them of their innocence, like Chloe, was so strong that it hurt. Because of this, he chose to stay away from them. Holith was right. His feelings of love for her weren't as strong as the feelings he had for his wives and fiancés. There were times when he wanted to corrupt Lilith, but he always held back. Perhaps Lilith felt the same, so she chose to stay in the floor of Asgard, to give William some peace of mind. This was also why William would feel a strong urge to vent his body's desire with other women. The corruption in his soul, and perhaps due to having merged with Donger, his libido had grown drastically compared to how it was in the past. In truth, the one who was in danger of his sudden urges was none other than Princess Ayla, who was staying inside his thousand-beast domain. William had, on more than one occasion, almost sank his fangs on her, due to the whisper of darkness in his soul. Because of this, he would make love with Chloe in order to sate the lustful thoughts in his head, before he would go to Ayla to ask her to help him stabilize his soul. As a succubus, Chloe was more than capable of absorbing his desire, as well as the darkness, without experiencing any side effects. Surprisingly, he didn't think of the black-haired succubus as a substitute for his wives, and learned to love her as well. Although it wasn't as strong as his feelings for his wives, Chloe was now William's most trusted confidant, while his wives were not around him. "I'm sorry, Wendy Est," William thought as he bit into Halitha's well-shaped breast to sate the bloodthirst that emerged from remembering his two wives that were waiting for him in the southern continent. "I won't be seeing either of you anytime soon." As Halitha's rich blood flowed inside William's lips, her arms wrapped around him as well. The two half-elves, who were thinking of the people they loved, hugged each other in a tight embrace. "Seventh Sanctum, it has been a while," William said as he looked at the entrance of the forbidden ground in front of him. He had many memories about this place, and even remembered them fondly. If not for Lilith and him falling into the river of samsara, he might not have met his future daughter, Rizel, who had allowed him and Lilith to give their relationship a chance. William walked straight towards the entrance with a mischievous smile on his face. Back then, the only thing he could think of was on how to survive in a domain that was surrounded by countless myriad beasts, who could easily end their lives as if they were just cutting grass. Now things were different. Yes, William mused. Now things are different. As the mists faded in front of him, William appeared in a familiar scene. It was the same forest where he had appeared in the past, and it made him feel nostalgic. "Go and fly over this entire domain," William ordered as several portals appeared around him. The rainbow birds all flew in different directions, helping William map the entirety of the forbidden ground. Back then, he was only looking for the Hall of Thunder and had no time to explore the domain in full. Now that he was looking for an SS-rank dungeon, it was time to check every nook and cranny of the domain that he planned to conquer as his own. In just a minute of appearing inside the Seventh Sanctum, a third of the rainbow birds had died after they were attacked by the millennial and myriad beasts that lived inside the domain. William smirked as he turned into a black mist and headed towards the west, where the majority of his forces had been decimated. Several vultures, with a wingspan of 6 meters, circled the sky as they attacked the rainbow birds, whom they thought were all food. However, to their dismay, these birds had a very explosive personality, and chose to self-destruct inside their mouths, causing them pain and suffering. When William arrived at the scene, a dozen giant black vultures that went by the name Sorrow Talons could be seen attacking the rainbow birds who were fighting back by cursing at their enemies before self-destructing. 8 peak millennial beasts and 4 myriad beasts. Not bad, William muttered as he instantly appeared in front of the largest and strongest among the vultures. Without even a word, William slapped the giant vulture, sending it crashing towards the ground like a tennis ball. The vultures that saw this scene immediately flapped their mighty wings to retreat, but William had no intention of letting any of them get away. With just a few slaps, all the vultures crashed on the ground, shrieking in pain. "You guys will serve as good cannon fodders," William said as he pressed his hand over the alpha of the flock and forcefully corrupted it with the power of darkness. The myriad beast struggled with every fiber of its being, but it was only able to last for a minute before its consciousness was completely overwritten by William's power. The vultures who saw this immediately shrieked in panic, and even tried to beg William to have mercy on them, but the half-elf didn't give an ear to their cries of regret. One by one, William had made all of the vultures his subordinates, and ordered them to fly around the Seventh Sanctum, and take over the duties of the rainbow birds that they had slain. As more of the angry birds died, William's subordinates grew in number. The scary part about this was that the newly added monsters in his legion were all peak millennial beasts and myriad beasts. An hour later, B1 and B2 found a nest of terror rats, which made the half-elf's devilish smile widen. "Finally, I found you bastards," William said as he used his lightning strider skill to arrive at the location where the two dumb birds find their quarry. William had specifically ordered the rainbow birds to alert him if they saw any giant rats in the vicinity. The half-elf had a beef to settle with them, so he was incredibly enthusiastic after his subordinates found their lair. As soon as William appeared in the sky above the terror rat's nest, the rats that were outside guarding the entrance of the nest all hissed at William like snakes. "It's not only you guys who like to get revenge on people," William stated. "I'm here to pay all of you back for the traumatic experience that you gave me and my wives back then." William spread his arms, and a black dome of light engulfed the terror rat's nest, as well as the ground under it. He had no intention of letting any of the rats escape, so he trapped them inside his darkness domain. Soon, hundreds of rats shrieked at the same time when William released the aura of a demigod. The terror rats were monsters who liked to bully the weak and feared the strong. If their enemy was someone that they couldn't beat with numbers, they would use dirty tactics to get their revenge. Unfortunately, they were up against a newly ascended demigod who was itching to try his powers on the myriad beasts that bullied him back then. A minute later, several powerful explosions shook the dark domain, as William unleashed a barrage of darkness beam at the terror rat's nest, making its inhabitants scream in pain and fear. After the last rat had fallen, William once again used the method that would convert all of the rats to become his subordinates in the upcoming war. In regards to high-end monsters, the black-haired teenager was no match against Felix's forces, the Holy Order's forces, in addition to the combined armies of the Alliance. However, he planned on converting all the monsters inside the Forbidden Domain to make up for the lack of strong fighters in his army. Even though he didn't have any pseudo-gods, aside from the Black Phoenix, his personnel now had several myriad beasts, with the Forterre Deathworm being the strongest of them all. The Lord of the Desert was already a pseudo-demigod, and was only a step away from reaching the demigod rank. William was planning to give it a breakthrough by allowing it to consume the power of darkness, but that would weaken him for an entire week. This was why he hadn't done it yet, because he still had many things to do. "Scurry along, little rats," William ordered as he commanded the corrupted terror rats to scatter. "Find me the dens of the strongest beasts in this domain. Go. Now!" The rats shrieked in obedience as they split into several parties and scoured the land, looking for the monsters that their new master wanted. By the time the sun was about to set in the central continent, the Seventh Sanctum, that was known to be one of the most dangerous places in the world, found itself being taken over by the black-haired Tianger, whose goal was to create a monster army that would make everyone in the world cower in fear. A mass exodus of monsters was currently happening inside the Seventh Sanctum. Usually, it was the monsters that terrorized the invaders who tried to explore their domain. However, the tables had been turned and it was now them who were on the run, in fear of being found by the black-haired teenager who had already converted a fifth of the total monster population as his minions. Several beasts headed to the north, west, south, and east of the Seventh Sanctum because that would give them the highest chance of survival. The half-elf chuckled after seeing these mighty beasts, that was strong enough to terrorize entire kingdoms and empires, cower in fear as the half-elf's minions followed their master's bidding. William leisurely monitored these beasts as they desperately tried to find a safe place to hide. Unfortunately, their movements were already being seen by the very person that they tried so hard to escape from. "Herd the beasts in the north towards the Lighting Valley," William ordered. "For the monsters in the west, just ensure that they don't jump in the river of Samsara. Make them run in a corner if you have to, but don't allow them to jump in the river. That would be a waste of potential manpower." The corrupted beasts that were under William's control followed his orders and cornered the beasts in the locations he designated. Half an hour later, a giant black-winged panther bowed its head towards William after it had fallen into the power of his corruption. Hundreds of monsters, in the millennial and myriad ranks knelt on the ground as they paid their respects to their new master. Half a day later, all the monsters inside the seventh sanctum were now under William's control. He didn't spare a single beast, and converted all of them into his king's legion. The power of a dungeon conqueror allowed him to conquer dungeons and use them as his private army to fight against his foes. But William wasn't just a dungeon conqueror. He was also a shepherd, as well as the Prince of Darkness. He could conquer not only dungeons, but the hearts of monsters as well. This gave him the ability to raise an army that had never been seen in the past, giving him an edge over the fighters below the rank of demigods and pseudogods. "Well then, now that is out of the way, you're next," William said as he looked at the entrance of the dungeon, which was hidden in a remote corner of a valley. Optimus almost didn't notice it because the signal it was giving out was very weak due to the irregularity of the forbidden ground. However, due to the power of the Dungeon Conqueror job class, Optimus was able to detect the weak signal, after it asked William to synchronize his power with the system's thorough scan. Caverns of the Infernal Warlord. Rank, SS. Number of floors, 100. Monster types? William didn't know what kind of monsters could be found inside the dungeon, but he didn't care. As long as the battlefield was not under the ocean, his forces could easily overcome all obstacles that stood in his way. The half-elf walked through the entrance with a smile on his face. Now that he was one step closer to realizing his goal, the half-elf would not hesitate to go all out just to make the caverns of the Infernal Warlord bow down to his will. Somewhere in the central continent, the high-ranking officers of Dew were gathered and waiting for their Supreme Pontifex to arrive. They had received news that today was the day when their mysterious leader would declare her intention to all of them. In truth, they were feeling constricted in their own domains due to the movement of the armies of the various kingdoms and empires. Most of them were high-ranking nobles who held land, influence, and armies of their own. Unfortunately, those same armies had been drafted by their rulers and were forced to leave their side in order to participate in the war. The underworld denizens were also getting restless because the Holy Order of Light had made sure that the sleeping forces they had within each territory made their presence known. "I didn't know that the central continent would take this matter quite this seriously," one of the elders of Deus said. "If this goes on, it will be bad for our business." "True," another elder nodded. "But what else can we do? In order to take advantage of this conflict, we need to choose who we side with wisely. I'm sure our dear Pontifex is aware of this as well." "Actually, I'm a bit excited," a fat elder said with a smile. "If we play our cards right, and support the winning side, this world can be ours for the taking. Isn't that absolutely fantastic?" An elf who was seated in the corner of the conference room snorted. "You can say that now because you are far from the conflict," the elf elder stated. "Right now, the entire Silvermoon continent is on the edge. You have no idea how chaotic everything is there right now." "Well, that is your problem, not mine." "That's right. I wish you luck in these chaotic times, my friend." "Don't call me friend. We're not that close." As the elders argued among themselves, the light ringing of a bell echoed inside the conference, signaling that their Supreme Pontifex had arrived. Everyone in the room stood and bowed their heads in respect to the woman that single-handedly controlled the biggest and strongest underworld organization in the world. As soon as the Pontifex sat on the seat of honor, everyone in the room sat as well. "Thank you all of you for coming on such short notice," Nisha said as she scanned the faces of her subordinates. The veil covering her face added mystery to her identity, which made the elders unable to ascertain what she looked like. She knew that the moment they laid eyes on her, cracks would appear in their organization because most of them would covet her for her beauty. This was something she didn't want to happen, so she wore her mask like armor to protect her heart from anyone who dared to take advantage of it. As all of you may already know, there are two individuals who threaten the entire world, Nisha stated. One is the heir of darkness who hailed from the demon lands, the other a half-elf, who managed to clear the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon and founded the floor of Asgard. Both of them will play a key role in the war that is about to transpire. After careful consideration, I decided to ally with the Prince of Darkness, who we will give our full support to, if and when he needs our assistance. The Prince of Darkness? The elf elder frowned. That filthy child? Nisha frowned after hearing the elf's comment, but she didn't say anything to rebuke him. After she and William shared a night together, she felt more attracted to the bold youth who dared to enjoy her body to his heart's content. Well, either that or you join hands with demons. The fat elder laughed. I say that our supreme pontifex chose the lesser evil among the two. Felix is too ambitious and would definitely backstab us after we helped him conquer the Central and Silver Moon continents. However, this lad, William, I investigated him in the past and found out that he is not really interested in becoming a ruler. This is a perfect opportunity to ally ourselves with him and stand on equal ground when we rule the world together. The other elders nodded their heads in agreement. All of them knew how greedy demons were, and Felix would definitely not allow them to handle high positions in the new empire that he was about to build. After a few more arguments, the elders finally come into an agreement that William was indeed the ideal candidate to support. Nisha ended the meeting with a smile on her face. Now that all the elders had agreed to support William, the black-haired woman no longer had to worry about coordinating with the half-elf who was currently trying to conquer one of the oldest and strongest dungeons on the face of the world. I'm ready on my side, Will, Nisha thought as she stared in the direction of the seventh sanctum. Hurry up with whatever you are doing so we can meet again. For some reason, the black-haired woman was feeling excited at the thought of meeting with the half-elf again. She didn't know why, but as soon as the black-haired teenager held her hand, she felt that she had been born in the world just to make him sit at the throne of the world and make everyone under the heavens obey his will. A month after William entered the seventh sanctum, the entire central continent, as well as the Silver Moon continent, positioned their armies in strategic locations near the borders of the Korra Empire, as well as at the center of the continent. This decision was made to counter any unexpected moves that the demons might make when they started their siege on Amberfang Fortress, which was located in the demon continent. Josh had already made preparations and was only waiting for the armies of the Heir of Darkness to march in his direction. Meanwhile, in the demon capital of Astri, Eve stood at the highest point of the castle as she raised both of his hands towards the sky. High priestesses usually offer her blessings to the people during times of hardships, as well as war. The armies of the different demon clans had all traveled towards the demon capital in order to receive the blessings of their high priestess, who was treated with great respect and admiration by everyone in the demon realm, with the exception of Felix, who was only enduring her presence because it was a customary thing for a high priestess to perform a ceremony for good fortune. Eve had been trained by Ariadne from a young age about the etiquette of priestesses. Although she was still young, her movements were precise, as she took her role seriously. His Excellency, Lord Armin blesses all of you in the battles ahead, Eve said in a steady voice that echoed across the entire demon capital. May you perform your duties well, and fight for the honor of the demon realm. The young lady whose beauty was yet to blossom reached out to take the wine cup from the altar and drank half of it. After drinking, she poured the remaining contents of the wine cup on the altar before taking a silver dagger from one of her aides. A white bunny was placed over the altar as an offering, and Eve raised the dagger high over her head and held it with both hands. Without batting an eye, she delivered a quick and swift blow to the bunny, ending its life in an instant. Ariadne had taught her that when the ceremony calls for living sacrifices, the offered life must be ended as quickly and as painlessly as possible. In truth, the one that should have been offered as a sacrifice would have been a young human, or elf, girl of noble birth, but Eve firmly opposed the idea. Upon hearing her objection, Felix tried to tease her that they should use a sheep or goat as an offering instead. This casual remark earned him a glare from Eve, and a thunderous roar of thunder from the heavens above. You wish to offer the life of a sheep or goat knowing that I also serve the god of shepherds? Eve asked him back then. You must be courting death. Felix still remembered how the god of shepherd almost ended his life back then, so he shut his trap and allowed Eve to choose the animal that would be used as a sacrifice. After naming the sacrificial animal, the demons scoured the forest and nearby hunting ground to get the biggest and plumpest white rabbit that they could find as an offering. Eve watched as the blood of the rabbit and the wine that she poured on the altar mixed together. A second later, a black flame erupted from the altar, consuming the offering that she had presented. The red-haired young lady then faced the millions of demons that had gathered in front of her and spread her arms wide. The golden pendant necklace of darkness on Eve's chest glowed brightly. A moment later, the demons were bathed in crimson light, making them feel the blood boiling in their bodies. They could feel incredible strength surging inside their bodies as they roared towards the heavens to proclaim the name of their god. Ahriman! 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 Eve watched this scene with a calm expression on her face. She didn't dislike the demon race. In fact, after spending more than a month with them, he found out that aside from their monstrous features and savagery, they also had kindness in their hearts. All the demons treated her with respect, and they loved her more than they loved Felix, whom they feared. "Go, warriors of the demon realm," Eve said softly as the sky parted and bathed her with a golden radiance, making her look like a divine being that had descended upon the land in order to lead them to the one true path towards greatness. "For the Legion! For 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 the Legion!" The demons' mighty roars resounded in the capital as they raised their weapons over their heads. The sound of trumpets, as well as battle drums, reverberated in the air as they started their march towards the south, where the Amberfong fortress was waiting for them. Felix stood beside Eve as they looked at the legions of demons that had started to move en masse. "Not bad for a pipsqueak," Felix commented as he gave the young girl a sidelong glance. "You're this eager for the demons to conquer the human lands?" Eve didn't reply to him, and just continued to watch the demons march away from the capital. The green-haired demon prince snorted as he hovered in the air and floated in front of Eve, who treated him as air. "Just you wait, little girl," Felix said. "I will bring your cousin in front of you in chains, and make you beg for his life. We'll see if you can remain indifferent to me after that." Felix smirked before flying towards the direction of the demon army that was headed to war. He was confident that no one in the Central and Silvermoon continent would be his match after the preparations he had made over the past month. Ahriman's power had also grown since then, and the primordial god of darkness and chaos had unlocked some of his abilities, which increased Felix's strength drastically. Eve watched his retreating figure, and only moved from her spot when Felix was no longer in front of her. Her aides walked to her side and bowed their heads respectfully. "Your Excellency, your carriage awaits," a beautiful demon with crimson eyes said with a smile. "We have already finished packing your belongings. However, if you still need something in your room, we can go there before joining the march." "Thank you, Carol," Eve replied. "It must have been hard on you." "Not at all, Your Excellency," Carol bowed. "Serving you is a great honor for me and my clan." Eve smiled as she allowed Carol to guide her towards her room in order to prepare for her departure. She, too, would also be traveling alongside the demon army because this was the role she needed to play. She hoped that, when she finally stepped into the Silvermoon continent, her dependable cousin, who insisted on being called her big brother, would be there to find her. "Big brother, I'll wait for you to save me," Eve thought with a heavy heart. "I just hope that the darkness hasn't consumed your heart completely when we reunite." Eve was made aware of William's current condition because David told her everything that had happened during the war in the north. The little girl felt saddened that the always smiling half-elf, who would regularly give her lollipops, was suffering so much, due to the god she was currently serving. However, what was done was done. Eve was someone that didn't want to linger in the past, for she was always looking at the present. She believed that her big brother Will would overcome all adversities in life and reclaim the things that he had once lost. Eve knew that everything would begin at the central continent, but she had no idea how things were going to end. All she could think of was her family back home, as well as her teacher Ariadne, who was currently by her big brother's side. She was truly glad that her mentor had survived the harrowing experience that had almost scarred her young and tender heart. After taking the things that she needed for her trip, the red-haired girl made a gesture for her aides to follow behind her. The six-eared macaque smiled as Eve walked past him. He was now the red-haired girl's bodyguard, and he preferred the young priestess personality. "Let's go," Eve ordered as she walked with even and steady steps, "to the central continent where destiny waits."